Cyberpunk, Shiny in Chrome, by Rustislav. Chapter 1, The Flesh is Weak. BD sequence, flashback loading. His first memories were of warmth and a constant rhythmic thumping. He remembers thoughts racing through his mind then, of what kind he was unsure, but what happened immediately after remained permanently seared within his brain. The thumping picked up, slowly falling out of tune before a blinding pain assaulted him, and he knew no more. He would later learn an entire 4 years passed before his was conscious again. He remembers blinking awake, a loud beeping noise immediately following, and a blonde woman with far too many lines on her young face entering his blurry vision, bombarding him with even more noise, soon followed by a wave of sensation that was almost painful as he became aware of his body. He would curse that moment for many years to come. Consciousness came and went in those days, sometimes for weeks on end, before suddenly returning and making him go through the assault of sensation all over again. It was only after 2 years that his condition stabilized and he learned who and what he was. He was Michael Sobranov, son of Gregor and Svetlana, and he was cursed. An incident occurred while he was still in the womb that left his body wrong. His head was oversized, his limbs atrophied and useless, and his organs barely functioning. The moment he learned that eating through a straw and not being able to stand up was not the norm, was not a pleasant one. His awareness spread then, and he also learned that being able to remember every moment of your awareness was also not the norm. This he found to be only mostly unpleasant. He could hear life going on outside his room, within an apartment of what he would later learn was floor 46 of Mega Building H11, located in Night City. Each moment remained carved within his mind, feeding his growing jealousy, even if he did not understand that quite yet. It was only when he reached 9 years old that he met his father for the first time. A tall, sharp man with short black hair, much like the few strands atop his own head, entered his sterile room, dressed in a sharp business suit, and staring at him with a mix of disgust and regret. Svetlana. He greeted his mother coldly, the tired woman barely bothering to face him while her hands continued sewing a length of fabric. "Why do you insist on keeping this?" he sneered. "Waste alive." In an instant, the fabric was discarded as blue eyes glared into grey. "That is our son you are talking about?" "He is." Gregor nodded calmly, a slight twitch of his face revealing the facade. "And keeping him alive for the sake of your weak sensibilities is needlessly cruel." Michael thought his cold tone was the far greater cruelty. "Ha!" The woman scoffed, brows creasing. "If you don't like spending your money on a waste, just say it. No need to dress it up." The man flinched minutely, but still kept to his calm exterior. "My position at Night Corp is not certain. We cannot keep going on like this. If we miss the medicine payments for even 1 month, he dies anyways." "I refuse." His mother leapt to her feet and roared, "I will find a better job. Hell, I will pick up a gun and join one of the gangs if need be, but I am not leaving my son." Gregor's jaw tensed, the middle-aged man just standing there and staring for a long moment before jerkily nodding once, "I see you will not be convinced," and leaving without another word. Svetlana's furious breaths slowly evened out, and she looked at Michael with all the gentleness of an angel. She went to hug him, but stopped herself. She wiped the tears from her eyes. "Don't worry, my son. Mother will never leave you." The boy felt his heart twist then, and he forced his atrophied neck to twitch downwards ever so slightly. The hopeful look on his mother's face only made the feeling worse. 6 torturous years passed in silence, save for the television that had long since become white noise, his sole escape being the few old-world movies and shows his father kept within his collection. Something within him resonated with those remnants of a world long gone. The small eternity ponderously ticked away before finally he was deemed stable enough to get his first implant. The neuroport, or neural link, was the foundational implant most people carried in some form or another, allowing them to interface with their local net and access basic services with only a single thought, and also connect to any other cyberware they may end up installing. The words smartphone in the brain came to mind, even if he could not quite make sense of them or source their origin. The doctor his mother invited to perform the installation of a basic Militech civilian model seemed just as cold as his father had been, speaking in a clipped and professional manner and remaining utterly to the point, completely ignoring his mother's nudges to perform a more thorough examination all the while. He did offer to do it for a price after she badgered him for long enough, which shut her right up. "This might sting a little," the doctor said on autopilot and injected his arm with something. Michael blinked and the doctor was gone, replaced with the sight of his mother wiping what seemed to be blood off the side of the chair that was his lifelong prison. She saw his eyes opening and smiled at him. But before she could speak, his attention was drawn elsewhere as he felt a new sensation at the edge of his senses. The distant buzz of what he quickly realized were the appliances around them. His eyes flickered from left to right until finally landing on a small screen now attached to his chair, a long cord of cable extending from its side and reaching to the back of his head. The screen reacted to his attention immediately, a spread of information appearing the moment he thought about it. Naturally, he did the first thing that came to mind. Svetlana flinched slightly as she heard the ringtone in her head and with wide eyes answered the incoming call on her own personal link. "Son," her voice echoed in his head. "Mom," he responded, his voice completely flat. Not that that stopped the tears streaming down his mother's eyes. With the installation of the neural link, an entire new world opened up for Michael, and his days of boredom and empty existence turned slightly more tolerable as he began devouring information from the local net. He learned of the world around him and of the state of his family. They were what one might call upper middle class, something only reinforced by the fact they lived in the middle floors of the town-sized mega building, which offered far more space and privacy than the lower floors. The odd look his mother gave him when he completed his basic education, which he now had access to, in mere months, made him quite proud. He was quite happy the large stack of Eurodollars she spent on data shards was not wasted. When he wasn't learning, he consumed anything and everything to satisfy his curiosity, from repetitive television to music, the voice in the back of his head called dull and tasteless techno-trash, to news on the newest advances in weaponry and the most recent scandal local celebrities got mixed up in. Though he had to say, the amount of sex and porn displayed so blatantly and so constantly felt just a bit off to both sets of his sensibilities. He learned about the corporations controlling the world and ignored the feeling of wrongness coming from the withdrawn recesses of his mind as he researched the most recent conflict between the new United States of America, NUSA, and the separatist states surrounding it. Said new United States widely considered to be just another front for the Militech megacorp, just like every other nation out there that was still worth mentioning. It was an open secret the nationalized company was the true power behind the state and the true decision-maker. The Revelation Night City was nearly invaded by the NUSA army and only stopped by a Japanese Arasaka Corps supercarrier and forced into an uneasy truce rattled him something fierce. Whenever he wasn't gushing at how damn preem having a supercarrier was, of course. It also explained the air of tension that surrounded his mother for years. Not that he appreciated the mega-corporation's involvement at all. Both his fellow net enjoyers and the voice in the back of his head understood that the corporations concerned themselves with only one thing: profit. 14-hour workdays if you were lucky, 18 or even 20 if not. Company-owned augmetics that were revoked in case of the worker quitting or being let go. The context did not matter to them at all. Cutthroat politics at every level and a complete lack of morality to top it all off. Michael wondered how they were not slaughtered by an angry mob yet, and then remembered all the porn and other brain-rotting drivel people were bombarded with on a daily basis and understood quite well the state of things. It was bread and circuses taken to its logical extreme, perfectly curated to control the masses and exploit them to the utmost while letting them wallow in filth. Or maybe that was just the old Night City charm, could be either really. The voice in his head agreed, although hesitantly. All of it was quite disgusting to the chair-bound boy, to the point he swore off consuming the brain rot and focused on more productive things, like his ever-growing fascination with cybernetics. It came with no great surprise that someone as bound and burdened by the weakness of his own flesh would grow a fascination with transhumanism, something he spent most of his time daydreaming about. Those daydreams were utterly shattered when he spoke to his mother one day and asked why not replace his wrong parts with better cybernetic ones. "Your body is in a delicate balance, dear," Svetlana said as she very gently caressed the side of his face. "The nerves in your limbs are completely atrophied, and replacing your organs with better ones is just as likely to overload the others as it is to help you." She winced and looked away. "At least the ones we can afford." And therein lie the problem. Cyberware did not come cheap, and the more advanced and useful it was, the more expensive it got. Civilian models were plentiful, but they were mere replacements, and not actual improvements to the human form, and those superior versions available to the public usually came with great drawbacks, or so the dwellers of the net said. The revelation was not a pleasant one to the now 15-year-old boy. He did not speak for 3 days after that, save only to reassure his mother as she went back to work. He always pretended not to see her holstering the gun under her jacket. Not that anyone sane entered Night City unarmed, of course, but the fluidity of her movements was quite telling of her work. He was finally drawn out of his spiraling thoughts as he heard the radio his mother forgot to turn off. "Good morning, Night City," the host cheered with the inaudible grin. "Today's body count lottery comes up to a nice round 20 after a cyber psycho attack in Northside Watson. Another maelstrom gangoon with too much chrome for his blood tried his hand with a band of tiger claws, only to be put down by the pros at Trauma Team after he nearly beheaded one of their clients with one of their severed arms. I am your man, Stan, and welcome to." Michael did his best to roll his eyes as he connected to the radio and switched the channel to something else. Only in Night City, he thought with morbid amusement. He flicked through a few other channels, mostly ignoring the usual sensationalist garbage, until he ended up listening to the melodious voice of a corpo announcer. "We at Zetatech are proud to announce that with our latest advancements in medical technology, we have managed to reduce the necessary biological components of a full-body conversion to solely the brain and adrenal glands. You heard that correctly, dear listeners. You may now become your better self with only Dash." He tuned out the rest of it as the 3 words kept echoing in his mind, full-body conversion, repeating ad nauseum, and despite the sense of wrongness from that little voice in the back of his head searing themselves into his mind. And thus the fascination evolved into an obsession, and a plan began to form within the fractured mind of the chair-bound boy. With an almost frantic energy, he began browsing the net for guides on net running. All the while he started formulating a way to convince his parents to help him learn all he would need. Dash, dash, dash. It took many days of convincing his mother, but finally he managed to make her give him a chance, and then even longer for her to convince his father, but eventually the old man was moved and faced his son once again. So, the artificially grey-eyed man looked at him without a hint of emotion, the twitchiness he remembered from all those years ago utterly gone and replaced by perfect coldness. "You want to pursue an education, do you?" His mother was obviously furious at the cold address, but he preempted her by answering, "Yes." Gregor continued looking at him for a long while before simply asking, "Why?" "Because I have nothing better to do," Michael snapped in monotone, but just as he felt his father was about to tell him off, he corrected himself. "I want to do something other than waste space and resources. My body may be dead, but my mind is still here. The least I can do is fight for my right to live." Gregor grunted before lightly nodding and stepping forward. He inserted a data shard into Michael's datapad and ordered, "Solve it." Within was a series of tests that encompassed the entirety of his early education, all of them designed to test what he quickly translated from corpo speak as a gifted child, and fittingly difficult. All of it unraveled before his eyes in mere minutes, and was resolved just as quickly, the datapad pinging loudly as the data shard was ejected. Gregor's eyes widened slightly, but his gaze remained hesitant. Without a word, he picked up the shard and inserted it into the data port on the back of his neck. He closed his eyes and exhaled. "Acceptable. My new position at Arasaka should give me access to plenty of their material. So long as I grease enough palms," he muttered to himself. "What field are you looking to study? Medicine, engineering, cyberware?" Michael listed off instantly. His father looked at him like he had just said something incredibly stupid despite his previous success. Want me to throw a few more in there? He scoffed, cold exterior slipping momentarily. People spend their lives chasing an education in one of those, and you want all three. But the boy was undeterred. I can do it. He can do it, he says, Gregor mocked, though there was a tinge of careful apprehension in his voice. And how do I know you aren't just going to give up the moment it turns difficult? How do I know my effort will not be wasted? Gregor, that is your son. Be silent, Svetlana. The man rose his hand. You have coddled him too much already. Coddled? She snarled. I can do it. Michael's blank voice echoed across the room. As I've said, I have nothing better to do with my time. Gregor once more turned silent for a long while. Is that so? He asked coldly and leaned in. You aren't just trying to get your hands on a braindance wreath to find an escape. The lessons themselves will be an escape. He fired back instantly, though the idea of experiencing a braindance or two of someone simply walking around was also quite tempting. He admitted in the depths of his mind, and serve as all the motivation you need. His father finished for him before shaking his head regretfully. You are a clever boy. The what a waste was silent, but went heard by both Svetlana and Michael. So? The chair-bound boy pressed. Fine, Gregor Sobranov clenched his jaw. I will get you the introductory lesson shards for all three for now. Do not disappoint me. I will not. His father let out a long exhale before slowly nodding and looking to his mother. I am going to sleep now. I have another double shift tomorrow. For the first time in his life, Michael saw his mother look at the man with any level of warmth. I will be there in a few minutes. Gregor grunted and left, the doors behind him closing with a hiss. He does care about you. His mother whispered, he just doesn't want to get attached. Michael finished for her, both he and the voice feeling quite bitter. Mom, he called a moment later. She blinked the exhaustion from her eyes and turned to him with a smile. Yes? He hesitated for a moment before firming his resolve. It was necessary for the plan. I need a cyberdeck. Her eyes immediately narrowed. What are you talking about? I am not blind, Mom. He said, Night City is dangerous, and I will need some way to defend myself while I build myself a body. Build yourself a body? She visibly twitched. Are you hearing yourself? Why do you think I asked for those specific courses? His eyes were filled with utter certainty. She sighed. Michael, I understand you might feel confident, but I will not trade one prison for another. The words came from the depths of his soul. Even if I impressed Arasaka by finishing my education quickly and had them fix me, I would only be selling myself to them, body and soul. He repeated, eyes alight with determination. No, I will make myself a body that is not tainted by the megacores or their control, and I will never be imprisoned again. Svetlana gaped, looking at him like this was the very first time she had truly seen him. What? She paused and firmly shook her head. No, I can't let you risk yourself like that. Ed, the voice in the back of his head pressed, and he followed its guidance. And what about you? She directed him with a warning look. Every time you leave the apartment, you do so with a gun strapped to your chest. How is that not a risk? I am an adult and your mother. She answered sternly, you don't need to risk yourself. And if you die, so do I. Michael really hated the voice then, making his mother flinch like that. Let me help us. He closed his eyes. I don't want to feel useless anymore. You aren't useless. Don't lie to me, he interrupted her angrily. I am less than useless like this. What is the point of being alive if all I can do is sit and stare at the net all day? She went to speak again, but seeing her child stare, she merely deflated, looking down listlessly. Michael only vaguely noticed it before, but now that he looked at her, she seemed far more tired than usual. The lines on her face and the bags under her eyes were far more pronounced, and a few imperfectly healed scars could be seen on her hands. She was already running on fumes, and he was demanding even more. He assured himself he would pay her back and shook the thought away, even as his gut twisted at the act. I will think about it, his mother said after a long while, a light teasing smirk spreading on her face despite her fatigue. If you do well with your studies. As if there was ever another option. Chapter 2. Hackerman. Michael Sobranov. And that concludes today's lesson. May you have a productive rest of your day. As always, no warning came before the painful white flash of the braindance wreath slammed into my awakening eyes, leaving me with ringing ears and probably burning out my cornea. Or it would one day if I kept at it. Whoever designed those wreaths needed to be shot, but I shouldn't complain about it too much. The lessons were concise and informative, and thankfully to the point. Whenever one got around the mandatory introductory Arasaka propaganda session, at least. The low attention span gonkheads, usually going through the courses, probably knew more about Saburo Arasaka than they did about medicine. The white spots finally started retreating from my eyes, a pitiful little groan leaving me as I blinked rapidly in relief. I simply let myself stare into the ceiling for a few minutes before carefully connecting to the precision claw hand now attached to my chair and removing the BD wreath from my head without snapping it in two. This time, boy was Gregor pissed at me the first time I did that. Almost had me believing he would refuse to buy me a new one, but the fact I breezed through a massive chunk of all 3 of my courses at the university level in less than 2 years won him over. As it always did. He made me redesign my claw completely though. Apparently I shouldn't entrust expensive equipment to a school project from over a year ago. Arsehole sounded downright proud when he said that. Not that I didn't get why he behaved like he did. If not for my needs, he and Mum would have been living in H9 or Charter Hill by now, with all the fancy amenities that came with that. But instead, he spent most of his pay on keeping me alive, and what little more he started earning when he transferred to Arasaka went to furthering my education and paying bribes so I could take my tests from home. He might be a cunt, but I'd burn the world for him without a second thought. A sacrifice I would remember, even if it was made through clenched teeth. Besides, it wasn't like living in H9 or Charter Hill was a good thing to begin with. Those places existed solely to drain the disposable income of middle-end corpos like him, something he surprisingly agreed with. Even if he then went on to lecture me about status and perception and how shallow people were. It was a rare father-son moment and one kept at the top of my memory, as pathetic as that may sound. Promptly shoving those depressing thoughts away, I focused on my computer, which was now attached to my datapad so I could use it properly, and twitched my lips upwards as I saw today's paycheck flick into my account. My parents may have refused to get me a cyberdeck despite my academic successes, but I still learned programming through my engineering and cybernetics courses. Transferring that high-level stuff to simple hacks, easy as cake. Besides, skimming from the building's vending machines was practically a rite of passage. The scheme was already an art form, or so the few runner lobbies I could get in without full diving said. Not that I let my guard down for even a second, of course. One mistake, and I'd have the NCPD busting down my door, and my father's reputation would inevitably get ruined by some desk jockey that was eyeing his position when word got out. Oh no, gonktax.x was made to be better than that. Even if I had to loop the money flow through the accounts of a bunch of local brain potatoes without them noticing just in case. 500 eddies a month, completely untraceable, because whoever designed those trash cans was not paid nearly enough, and I had enough money for my tinkering. Well, the most basic of the basics at least. A cybernetic full-body conversion of the most basic variety went from anywhere between 200,000 up to millions of euro dollars, depending on what you wanted. And that was without the biopod operation. Even if I was to build one on my own, I'd still need tens of thousands of eddies just for the materials alone. And that was without counting the inevitable failures. But I had to start somewhere, and my initial designs were showing promise already, even if I'd not hand the current versions to my worst enemies. I had some pride at least. There was just something about cybernetics that just seemed to click for me. The nerve connections, servos and gyroscopes simply falling into place when I knew others needed days of work to even imagine changes that I would consider to be the most basic and natural progression. The lessons definitely helped there, as no matter how much of a savant I was, knowledge of how things worked was still needed to do anything above minimal repairs, not to mention actually programming the limbs and organs to do their jobs. And despite all of this, it would still take me years and years to reach my intended goals. My success was inevitable, but the lack of materials for testing and my reasonable caution at drawing too much attention to myself turned into a looming bottleneck. But despite my constant complaints, the parents still refused to get me my cyber deck. I could be robbing the entire mega building and half the block with a deck of good enough quality. But no, you have to focus on honest work, Michael. You can't waste your talents on being a criminal. Michael, Bhutan Lee if you dowel with your study smik hai el. My deformed stinking ass. My internal rant was cut short as I heard my neural link's ringtone, and I almost groaned as I saw who was calling. Like a man walking to his execution, or uselessly crawling in my case probably, I accepted the call. N at GZ. Hey Choom, did you see the new XBD Giga Gronk released? Crazy Gangoon scrolled an entire shootout between Maelstrom and some posers. It was Nova. What greeted me on the holo was the steel-toothed bright pink half-mohawk, having mug of my dumbass of a Choom Nicholas Werner. One day, out of nowhere, Gregor decided I needed to start making connections, and promptly shoved his boss's dumbass of a son at me to tutor him in engineering. The fact it earned me 6 times as much as my skimming scheme was infuriating. The fact all 3,000 of those eddies went to paying the bills nearly pushed me into apoplexy. Best answer the gonk before he starts pestering me even more. You know I don't watch that filth Choom, especially from some Maelstrom hack. My eye twitched as I spoke the word. You keep going at it with the unedited BDs, and you are going to end up a brain potato. N at GZ. Oh, come on, man. Everyone watches it and they are fine. Until they aren't. N at G's. Such a buzzkill. Yeah, at least I don't idolize those Maelstrom gonks. N at GZ. But their implants are so preem, man. Well, except the face hole, that crap is too much. What is this? The great and mighty Nags finally admitting he was wrong. N at GZ. It's N at GZ, not Nags. I am not your granny, and also I admitted nothing. You backpedaled. N at GZ : ... You are such a gonk man ... Now send me your mechatronics homework before I decide to keep destroying you with facts and logic. N at GZ. We can do that later, man. Let's play some CoW first. Hell nah. I am not touching that pay-to-win trash ever again. Once was more than enough. N at GZ. Oh, come on. You still got us to the top ranks last time. Pay-to-win isn't an excuse. It really is. You just want bragging rights, so your chooms think you are better. I ain't your clout farm. N at GZ : No. Not doing it, man. Find another game we can check out. Preferably one that involves some actual skill. It took him a few seconds to respond. Nigs. Screw you then, Choom. I am not sending you my homework until we play for 4 hours. Is that so? N at GZ. It is. Wait, why am I getting goosebumps? Mike, you do something? Oh, me? I would never. N at GZ : Come on, Mike. You know I was joking. And click. Sneakybreaky.exe loading. Silentbreach.exe uploaded. Yoink.exe uploaded. Data transfer in progress. Data transfer complete. And there we are. N at GZ : Did you just hack my ass? Dunno what you are talking about. Even as he ranted at me, I went through his homework, and it somehow managed to annoy me even more than the mouthbreeder who wrote it. But I had to invest actual effort, and the gonk needed to show improvement if I wanted my money. So I slowly, painfully, started giving hints and suggestions on every mistake he made. He got one thing right. N at GZ : Dad is going to kill me if he hears I got hacked, man. Come on. Again, I never hacked you. Also, here is your homework. N at GZ : Oh, thanks. N at G does. Wait, you are one scary motherfucker, Mike, you know that. I am sure I have no idea what you are talking about. Maybe get some ice if you don't want to get hacked by every gonk you have on call. N at GZ : ... The usual gonk can't hack a neural link from a datapad man ... Then I suppose you are safe as you are, yeah? N at GZ: Man, how can a nerd like you be so preem at the same time? Because I am a nerd, P. N at GZ: Yeah. Want to play some games after I am done? So long as you finish everything and find something actually worth playing. N@GZ: yes, mom. He grumbled some more and finally disconnected. Man, did I hate dealing with idiots like him. And of course he is calling me again. First thing I am doing when I get out of this chair is breaking it over his head, I swear to Jesus. What? N@GZ: put on the TV, shit is going down. What channel? N@GZ: all of them. Rolling my eyes but still following, I flicked the hollow TV on, just in time for that annoying cunt Stanley to pop up. Hello, Night City. It is your man Stan, coming at you live with some sensational news. As all of you know, the Pacifica project stopped when the NUSA gave their reunification a shot. Or multiple shots as it turned out. I groaned. Of course, in the entrepreneurial spirit of Night City, multiple gangs went at it to claim the place. Our body count numbers have never been so high, and they are only going to get higher, so keep those guesses coming. Because of course they did. Unfortunately for our entrepreneurs, a new dog has bared his teeth, and a new group called the Barguest has taken over parts of the district. Led by ex-Militech Colonel Kurt Hansen, the self-proclaimed militia occupied the entirety of Dogtown and are now keeping their own brutal order in the district. They are just going to leave a blatant invasion force in there, aren't they? Mayor Ryan, in agreement with our Arasaka partners, has decided to cordon off the entire section of the district and declared Pacifica itself to no longer be under direct Night City authority. So if you want to go for a fun ride down south, do make sure to pack some iron, because the NCPD won't be there to keep you safe. My servo claw twitched as I nearly made it slap my face off. Further details on the newly named combat zone can be found on our official site for only $4.99 a month. Now returning to your usual program. N@GZA: see it yet? Yeah, I've seen it. So much for the Las Vegas of the West Coast, I guess. Say hello to another shithole. N@GZ: yeah, only in Night City. How do you think a bunch of Militech doughboys took over a district all of a sudden, though? Probably been hiding there for a year or so and building their numbers. Arasaka wouldn't have just left a small division there to twiddle their thumbs. N@GZ: damn, that makes sense. Think they will clean them out now? Nah, too much money for too little profit. N@GZ: that is cold chum, ice cold. You gonna tell me the Emperor turned charitable all of a sudden? N@GZ: guess not chum dot. It's fine, just another Vista del Rey, really. N@GZ: this is way worse than Vista del Rey. At least you can get a proper drink in Vista. We have degrees of daily random shootouts now. N@GZ: always have Brayton, always have. Just because I have a Russian name doesn't fucking mean, and he is laughing at me. Screw you. N@GZ: ha, knew you got pissed the moment you went silent. If only you used your brain for more useful shit. N@GZ: nah, my brain is all charisma and charm. Charm, charisma, where? N@GZ: your nerd ass is just too gonk to see. Go do the homework now, my mom just came back from work. N@GZ: talk to you later, chum. He disconnected just as I heard the doors open. Hey mom, my modulated voice rang out. How was work? I had no idea what my actual voice sounded like, so I changed things around every day. It was great. For once, she actually looked relaxed as she smiled at me. Things were pretty slow today. Slow is good. I moved my servo claw up and down in lieu of nodding. You hear about what happened in Pacifica? She stopped untying her shoes, practically froze for a split second before continuing where she left off and looking up at me. Yes, those people must have it hard without the NCPD. I just stared at her. Don't worry, my dear. She smiled reassuringly. I didn't into anything dangerous. I kept staring. Her smile turned amused and she changed the topic. How were your lessons today? I waited for another 5 seconds to see if she'd break, but she didn't even twitch, so I accepted it. Finished nanorobotics and nanomechanic medicine today. I should be able to start experimenting on my own soon. My little genius, she cheered lightly before turning serious. Just don't try to test anything on yourself, please. Of course, I agreed immediately. I will just test it on Gregor when he sleeps. Her eye twitched, but I could see her amusement. Just make sure he doesn't know. What they don't know won't kill them. I recited back the lesson she kept repeating every other day. She went to speak further, but we heard a thumping noise from the main living room, one that was soon followed by a screeching sound, as if someone was cutting into metal. Mum turned utterly still and promptly shoved her shoes back on, palming the gun under her jacket even as she turned back to me. "Mummy will be right back, dear, okay?" Instead of answering, I hit her with a ping.x and tagged her on my computer screen. "No," I said in my default blank voice and connected to the cameras. She looked thoroughly hesitant, but as the noise grew worse, she nodded and stepped out of the room. Eye of the machine. The camera in the middle of hallway 46CE flickered online as the connection was established, quickly screening the space around it before zeroing in on the door of apartment 46C9, revealing the sight of 4 young adults dressed in the usual Westbrook brutalist fashion, using a circular saw to cut through the door. "Come on, you gonk." A woman with far too many piercings on her face kicked the one guiding the saw. "Cut faster. Those signal block shards only work for 5 minutes. "I am going as fast as I can, bitch," the man hissed at her. Another woman flinched as a spark landed on her hands. Taking a step away, she asked, "How much do you think we will find inside?" The other man, largest of the 4 and best dressed, shrugged. "Word is they keep getting medicine delivered weekly. The good shit too. We might be getting into some corpo's safe house." Cutter looked up at him, slowing his progress momentarily. "Shit, think they have security?" All the others suddenly looked very worried, but the leader shook his head. "Too late to back out now. We already burned the eddies." "Shit," the cutter cursed and got back to work. The camera flickered as the beholder considered what he could do. He had theorized and even written many greater programs, but his computer lacked the capacity to use them. So in the end, all he could do was provide support. Thus decided, he uploaded his work, ping.exiloading ... 10 seconds later, all 4 neural links pinged back, and all 4 were immediately tagged with the targets being none the wiser. The camera flickered once again, and the beholder changed his point of view. Svetlana Sobranov stood behind a small fortress of piled-up furniture, unaware of the kitchen camera currently looking down at her. The sudden intrusion of a data transfer in progress, at the edge of her optics, nearly had her blind fire on instinct. A second later, 4 red outlines appeared just outside of the buckling doors of her home, and she felt both pride and cruel anticipation as she realized what had just happened. Without hesitation, she abandoned her improvised cover and, to the beholder's shock, pulled out a fragmentation grenade, immediately taking out the pin as she did. The beholder grew panicked as she briefly did nothing with it, but then his eyes widened as the doors of the apartment beeped and snapped open, startling the 4 home invaders and sending 3 of them stumbling back in surprise. Only the leader had time to notice the small chunk of death currently flying directly at them. But that only meant he had enough time to realize he was already dead, as the pre-cooked grenade went off before even hitting the ground, killing every single person around it and sending shrapnel flying everywhere, very nearly catching Svetlana herself in the blast. She thankfully had enough of a brain to jump out of the way in time. "All clear," the beholder informed her as she got up. "Thanks, dear." She winced as she smelled the results of her attack. "You were very brave." As if there was ever another option. She couldn't help but laugh. "Go back to your room now. I have to deal with this mess." "Not going to call Gregor?" "He is your father. Call him that," she retorted sternly, "as soon as he starts acting like I am his son." She rounded on the camera and glared. "Okay, fine. Will you call father then?" "No," she smiled victoriously. "No need to trouble him. Go back to your room now." "Fee, nee." The beholder most assuredly did not pout as he started disconnecting. Svetlana laughed and sent a call through her neural link, getting an answer 2 seconds later. "Hey Reggie, I have a bit of a situation." "Michael Sobranov." Mom came back to my room 4 hours later, looking downright murderous. But knowing I wasn't about to be told a thing, no matter how much I pressed, I instead went for another hook I knew I had. So I spoke, injecting a smile into my tone. "Can I finally get that cyber deck? Or do we need to get attacked a few more times?" "You aren't going to give up, are you?" she asked as she massaged the bridge of her nose. "Nope." The artificial cheer of my voice was probably creeping her out by now, so you might as well just surrender. She looked like she wanted to do anything but she also knew I wasn't going to give up now that I got the chance to show off how useful it was, so all she could do was slump her shoulders and nod mutely. Of course, in my excitement, my heartbeat went up too much and she had to rush for an inhaler. Goddamn meat body. Chapter 3, Decked Out. My mind was still reeling as my wheelchair was carefully lowered into the unassuming basement entrance of an even less assuming back alley in Little China. Leaving the apartment for the first time had been eye-opening. I may have caught only a few glimpses before my perpetual fatigue dragged me back into dreamland, but the image of the outside world as always remained seared into my mind. It was noisy, it was chaotic, and far more dangerous than the net and news said. Seeing 2 shootouts and 4 brawls just taking the lift to the garage would surpass anyone's expectations, I suspect. And yet I still found myself no less eager to jump straight into it. Despite the chaos and danger, it was life, and I wanted in. "Ah, he is awake." An unfamiliar young woman spoke up softly and looked at me. "No pain or discomfort, I hope?" Fine. The datapad beeped with no conscious effort from me. "Good." The blonde with a tad too much black eyeliner nodded and turned to my parents. "I will be upstairs if you need me." "Thanks for your help, Misty," Mum said. Misty smiled, always happy to, before directing me with a look I'd almost dare call anticipatory, "See you later, little chariot," and promptly leaving. "What? What?" Gregor and I asked. "Don't worry about it," Mum chuckled awkwardly. "Misty is, well, she is a good person." "Ah, so she is mad then, useful for surviving this place." "Right." Gregor pretended to agree and shook his head. "Are you really fine, boy?" I was almost too stunned by him showing actual concern to answer, but despite the constant stinging on my skin and the sloshing antibiotics flowing through my everything, I only pinged him with an affirmative, "Never better." Neither of them believed me for a moment. "Just tell us if you start feeling too bad." Mum squeezed my shoulder slightly and began pushing my wheelchair. "Ah, so just every day of my existence then?" I scowled internally, but quickly stopped myself from saying anything. Lashing out like that was pathetic, and they did not deserve it. The clinic inside looked to be a repurposed garage, a properly sanitized and equipped garage, mind, but still not anywhere near a proper sterile room. A bunch of medical equipment, both biological and cybernetic, was spread out in a well-organized fashion, and the many posters and other memorabilia relating to boxing made the space feel properly lived in and not just another work office. In short, just another place the residents of Night City came to replace parts of themselves as if they were buying groceries. "Hey, Vic." Mom greeted the well-built Caucasian man currently rolling his chair around to face us. "How is biz?" "A bit slow today, Lana." The man shrugged in an easygoing manner before looking at me, a flash of pity in his eyes. "So this is your boy, huh?" "My little genius." Mum nodded immediately. "I will be outside," Gregor interjected, and left without another word. "Dick." Vic gave his retreating back a long look and shook his head. "Don't mind him." Mum waved it all off. "He has just been high-strung recently." "If you say so." Vic slowly nodded, then looked back at me. "So, kid, I hear you are looking for a cyberdeck." "Yes." I responded immediately. He considered me briefly, and his voice turned serious. "As your doctor, I will have to recommend against it. Your mom sent me the details of your condition, and increasing your chrome strain by even a little bit could have negative consequences." An understatement, I interjected. Adding any chrome to my body would probably be fatal at this point, except for the head. He crossed his arms and gave me an expectant look. "My brain is the only exception to my condition. My affinity for cyberware around it is much, much better." Affinity, a rather archaic word that encompassed anything between your immune system's reaction to cyberware and your nerves' resilience and ability to connect to machinery. Researchers tended to agree that cybernetic affinity was something of a sideways evolution that came about in the recent decades, but that was mostly theory, or at least the information that was publicly available. Vic hummed as he looked at my big head. "You may be right there." Then he shrugged. "I will still have to run some tests." "Obviously." He exhaled, amused. "You are a riot, kid." Mum smiled at our interaction and pushed me up to the operating chair just close enough so that the Ripper's instruments would be in reach. "So, Vic, what do you have for me?" she asked. Impatient as always. He complained before pulling out two transparent containers, one holding a block of circuitry I knew to be a cyberdeck, while the other held a single optical implant. An eye. He unpacked them and attached both to scanning equipment. "This here," he pointed at the block, "is a Militech Prime Deck Mach 1. Came out in 2045. It's not top-shelf stuff, but it is reliable, and has been hit with so many iterations over the years, there is almost no chance of malfunction." I interrupted excitedly. "Low capacity, lacking in tricks, but reliable. Said to be one of the best starter decks because killing yourself with it is almost impossible. Well, except if you got hit with black ice. But that was just natural selection at that point." "That's right," Vic chuckled. "Maybe Lana isn't just bragging when she talks about you." She just stood behind me, smirking in smug victory. "All right, kid." The Ripper nodded and picked up the eye, playing along. "What can you tell me about this one?" I couldn't scan it, but the simple connection ports and relatively robust design made it hard to miss the model. Well, that and the logo at the back of the box helped. Tektronica Office Suite MK6. I voiced, no fancy scanners, no 10,000 viewing resolution, and no gimmicks either. Just a quality optic that is perfect for data reviewing and civilian use. My eyes narrowed and known to run almost perfectly well with Militech Chrome. And most importantly of all, both implants were as cheap as one could get without forking over real eddies. Looking up at the doc's smirking face, I couldn't help but throw his words back at him. "Maybe you weren't bragging when you said you were a doctor." He huffed amusedly and looked at his screen. "Glad to have your seal of approval, kid. Looks like there are no problems on my end either. You ready?" "More than you can imagine." "Don't worry, dear." Mom placed a hand on my shoulder. "Victor is the best Ripper doc in Night City. He will take care of you, and I will be here with you the entire time." Unable to reassure her in any other way, I said, "He won't be the best for long." "Ha!" Vic chuckled and injected me with some light sedatives. "Sure, kid, I am looking forward to it." Before I could say anything more, the medicine did its work, and I was out cold. The Ripper doc. "Bright kid," Victor Vector muttered as the poor thing finally fell asleep. He looked at Svetlana. "You sure you want to do this?" She looked obviously hesitant, but shook her head. "He has been all but begging for it for years now, and he won't stop experimenting anyways. This is the only way he will feel safe." Vic nodded and started applying deeper anesthesia. "Still shaken from the attack?" She blinked and shook her head. "I am used to it by now. I am more worried about Michael." I wouldn't worry too much." Vic shrugged and with steady hands started cutting into the child's eye. "With how much time you say he spends on the net, I wouldn't be surprised if he is jaded to everything by now. Especially since he saw it through a camera." "A mother can't help but worry." She crossed her arms. "In Night City." Victor raised an eyebrow. "You might as well be an angel." She didn't answer, but he knew she heard him. Seeing as the anesthetics were working as intended, Victor Vector got to work, injecting himself with a cognitive booster just in case. He began cutting away while avoiding the nerve endings like he had done so many times before. 2 hours passed by before he was done and finally inserted the Tektronica optic into its new socket. "Everything seems to be fine," he said, looking at his diagnostic tools. "No immediate rejections." He ignored Svetlana's concerned questions and began a deeper examinations, growing both concerned and fascinated as he saw something downright unnatural going on. "That is odd," he muttered unconsciously. "What is?" And of course the concerned mother immediately leapt at it. "The implants are settling far quicker than even my best work," Victor answered, eyes still firmly on the diagnostic tools. "They are sending signals to his neural link and receiving them back at ridiculous speeds." It finally clicked for him. "How old is he again?" 16, approaching 17. She answered immediately. Victor's eyebrows rose and he did another scan, just in case. His neuroplasticity just slightly below that of a 5-year-old. Of course, that meant nothing to the woman. "What do you mean?" Victor sighed. You weren't wrong to call him a little genius. His brain forms connections far quicker than it should. His learning speed should be off the charts. Svetlana's concerned expression flickered briefly into pride as she nodded. He is taking 3 university courses from home at the same time. Of course he is my little genius. All the Ripper could say to that was a dumbstruck damn. So he will be fine, Svetlana pressed. More than fine, Vic reassured, blinking out of his stupor. He is taking to the cyberware better than anyone I've ever worked on. The woman slumped her shoulders in relief, a light beep coming from the diagnostics. He is waking up. Michael Sobranov. I woke up feeling like I had just gained another limb. The constant buzzing of my neural link had grown from a distant white noise to something I could now direct and control. And without much thinking, I immediately leapt at the connection and was greeted with an entire new world. Lines of code only somewhat resembling the Ripperdocs clinic surrounded me, and I saw multiple access points that I could just reach out and touch. Then I realized I was actually able to move around and gasped, though no real breath came, as my current form merely released a line of ones and zeros. I looked down to see what was going on, only to pause as I saw a trio of flickering connections just below me. One of them joined to a much bigger grouping of connections next to it. My personal link. And were those Vic's tools? No matter how much I wanted to keep poking around, I could see the vague outlines of Vic and Mom through their implants. They were shuffling about in concern and had probably realized something was happening to me. And so, like the greedy person I was, I decided to have my cake and eat it, lowering myself to the connection in front of both my Prime Deck and Neural Link, and connecting to it directly. Immediately I saw numerous lines of code I almost subconsciously translated to proprietary Tektronica programming and followed it along to the activation executable. A single mental flick was enough, and I could see my optic activating. Before Doc and Mum could get too worried, I said goodbye to this wondrous new place and sunk back into my cyberdeck, feeling the connection break and myself fall back into my prison. I truly woke up now, feeling a slight warmth in the back of my head and blinking rapidly as I saw multiple information alerts through my right eye. Said eye now being able to see with perfect clarity, unlike my natural one. But before I could experiment further, Vic's voice drew me out. "Kid, can you hear me?" Hesitating only for a moment, I answered, "Yeah." Mom practically crumbled on the floor in relief. "Damn, don't scare us like that." Vic chided. "What were you thinking, activating the optics on your own?" I wasn't. It stung to admit, but lying to one's doctor was idiocy. He exhaled and shook his head. "How did you connect anyway?" I hesitated briefly, but saw Mom give me a reassuring nod. I woke up in a different space. I went on to describe the experience. "You full dived on instinct?" Vic looked at me like I was an alien, just like that. "I don't know what to tell you, Doc." I wished I could properly smirk at him. Maybe I am just that good. He huffed, "Yeah, right, kid," then shrugged. "Oh well, I am not the one who is going to have to deal with Mama Bear here when you get home, so just keep that in mind the next time you start experimenting with something that can fry your brain." What was he Oh boy. Mom looked pissed. I gave the Ripper a pleading look, but all he did was smile and start going through routine testing without bothering to listen to my now audible pleas. When we got home, I was grounded from net running for a month. The 3D printer I saved up for churned along as it slowly filled up a small plastic cup with drops of grey goop. The cyberdeck and optic were game changers for everything I did these days, even if I was still not allowed to full dive. The connectivity and access to direct data through my new right eye allowed me a much wider degree of fine control, which I of course immediately used to reprogram and rebuild the printer almost from ground up. My 2 servo arms almost felt like actual limbs now. It took me a good day to stop constantly tapping them around. Anyway, the new fine control allowed me to experiment further, and the streamlined programming of the printer let me use it to split materials apart from junk and spare parts Mom brought from her work. With enough trial and error, I was able to transform simple scop into usable material for my nanomachine project. The idea of safe and dissolvable nanites just refused to leave me, especially if it would serve as a stopgap against my constant need for medication. The final drop of goop fell into the cup, and I immediately got to scanning it. both seeing and feeling the small strings of code buzzing through the tiny machinery and confirming that, as usual, only a small percentage of them were in proper working order. No matter how good I was, the lack of specialized equipment was still as prohibitive as ever. But there is a way to make it better. A traitorous part of my brain reminded, and in my excitement and impatience, I listened. My right servo arm whirred and drew out my personal link cable, connecting it to a nearby net port, just as my Prime Deck got to work uploading "Must Have Been the Wind.x" to said device. "Sorry, Mum, no alerts for you today." My perception shifted, and I was once again floating in the land of freedom that was the net. The walls around me were far less directly saturated than those at Vic's clinic, but instead of being in their own semi-isolated bubble, I could see the outward connections to the rest of the mega building. It was like seeing a mountain-sized spiderweb of ones and zeros, and it was magnificent. Immediately, I got to activating the preparations I had totally been making for when my grounding ended. Just because I couldn't full dive didn't mean my access to the net was cut. Mum wasn't that cruel, and with access to a proper cyberdeck, I could now connect to a much more exclusive source of information. The EdgeNet shop atop the Kabuki roundabout was rumored to be a gathering spot for netrunners of all kinds, and a bit of innocent questioning and showing off soon had me invited to their lobby. They weren't all that open with their information, not even bothering to give their usernames until I proved myself, but they were willing enough to offer some basic advice in their free time. The most important of which was creating an icon, or an avatar, which would allow you to walk freely through the net and which could be programmed to mask your presence and keep you relatively safe so long as you weren't bothering anyone. Essentially, it was a complex program that allowed one to dive deeper into the net without drawing too much attention, and a status symbol at the same time. I could have probably made myself look nearly invisible and unassuming with how easy it was to disassemble the basic program and rebuild it. But when in Rome and all that. Besides, it was always nice to have a backup plan, and why settle for only one? Freedom.x uploaded and activated, pinging through my cyberdeck and uploading the structured command. The amorphous blob that represented my presence on the net shifted and momentarily buzzed, and then in a blink, instead of a cloud of ones and zeros, there stood a tall figure hidden behind a red robe, joined by arms and legs of chrome, and an eerie blackness under the hood, save for two glowing optics. Margos.icon successfully compiled, my cyberdeck informed, username set, Margos. Yes, at first I was going to call myself Margos, because being a net-running wizard was preem as fuck, but something about Margos just tickled my brain in all the right ways, and the rest, as they say, was history. The eyes below the hood shifted, and I felt my artificial cheeks widen painfully into a rictus grin. Shaking my head and marveling at the free movement, I decided to leave further experimentation for later, and focused on the small pile of connections I could see just in front of the much larger representation of the 3D printer. Floating my avatar closer, because I couldn't risk stumbling, I approached the nanites and, after a brief consideration, sent strings of code through the upload programs acting as my hands, connecting to thousands of the little things at once. I felt a slight heat tingling the back of my physical head, but kept going anyway, going through the slew of error messages and warnings. Merely compiling everything I saw in cyberspace took me hours, but when I was done even more hours later, every single nanomachine had a fresh relief bat and repair.x combo perfectly installed into their tiny primitive processors. Feeling the heat in my back grow more insistent, I hesitantly disconnected from the net, and was immediately slammed with a massive headache, one that nearly sent me directly into dreamland. But I was too focused to let that happen. I waited long enough, and I wasn't about to stumble now. My servo arm moved with perfect precision and took the cup of goop, slowly bringing it up to my feeding straw. The cup loomed above its target, and I hesitated slightly. Mum said I should experiment and ensure it could work, that I should keep things safe. Number. If I failed at doing even this, I might as well just let death take me, because I would never reach my goal of freedom. Besides, she said it herself, what she didn't know wouldn't kill her. The servo arm tilted, and slowly the grey goop started flowing down that damn tube. It was tasteless and kind of grimy as it flowed down my throat, and immediately I felt my stomach start bubbling in protest, my sense of touch immediately setting itself on fire just to spite me. But I refused to let it bring me down, not this time. What felt like hours passed as the disgusting goop settled before finally I began feeling a tingling sensation all across my torso. With a slowness that was nearly as torturous as its absence, my heartbeat just ever so slightly smoothened out, and my breaths came clearer than ever before. Other parts of my body began working more efficiently, and for the first time in my life, I felt like I wouldn't keel over if I missed my medication. The sheer reduction in costs would save us tens of thousands of eddies a month, even if I'd have to perfect my 3D printer if I didn't want to directly reprogram the nanites every single time. Finally, my parents would be able to live a little despite me. I closed my eyes and simply let myself revel in the success. Then a sudden beeping noise dragged me awake, and I saw a message from Nicholas's father. "Neville Werner, your services are no longer required. Do not contact my son again." What? Immediately I tried calling my tomb, but my number was blocked, and my deck allowed me to see a surveillance program on the other end. Of course, the little shit snitched about the hacking. I immediately went to call Mom, but she preempted me, her panicked voice echoing in my head. "Lana, dear, please tell me you are safe." What is going on? I just got my tutoring job cancelled with no explanation." "Lana, lock the doors first and take over the cameras. I am coming home now. Do not let anyone else inside. Do you understand?" I will, but tell me what is going on." Even as I sent the message, I was already connecting to the local net and doing as I was told, even preparing a full message to a bunch of Tiger Claw gangoons squatting on the lower floors in case I needed to pay for some protection. It took Mom a full minute to answer. "Lana, your father." Her tone shifted from one of sadness to one of helpless fury. "Lana, his boss fucked up like the idiot he is, and instead of owning up to it, he blamed it all on your father." Where is he now?" "Lana, they deactivated his heart replacement and just watched him die." The words simply refused to sink in as Mom grew increasingly worried at my lack of response. I felt my heart twisting and my heart rate jump far beyond what I could usually take and remain conscious. But the nanites did their work, and I was unable to pass out even if I wanted to. Success was a bitter fruit now. All that remained was drowning helplessness. Chapter 4. The Watchful Eye. I hissed in pain as I felt the feedback signal from my servo arms, the prototype internal nanoforge I had spent the better part of the week working on short-circuiting because of a tiny misalignment I failed to notice in a lapse of concentration. Motherfu? No point in getting frustrated. Even knowing that setbacks were inevitable, the sting of failure was still as harsh as always. But despite my current predicament, my progress was still steady. My future arms, legs, most of the torso and its internals, and a head casing were already prepared, alongside the monitoring devices I'd need to keep myself aware of my state. My education may have abruptly been cut off, but my father, had already gotten his hands on most of what I'd needed to complete it, even if I was unlikely to ever get official certification. The biggest hurdles now was designing the biopod that would hold my brain and adrenal glands safely, finishing up the biogenerator, which would allow me to substitute a large part of my energy requirements through consuming food, an advanced cyberdeck with sufficient heat sinks and ice routines to make me untouchable on the net, and last but not least, a nanoforge. One of the few advantages of being meat was that the body would, even if imperfectly, repair itself after a time using only nutrients. Those wise enough to embrace cybernetics had no such luck. Every cybernetic implant required constant near-monthly maintenance, and even the smallest dents could, in time, cause the implant to, for the lack of a better word, go out of whack, inevitably increasing the neural load it demanded and leading down the slippery slope of cyberpsychosis. Such limitations were unacceptable, and so I required a way for my body to perform maintenance on itself, and the simplest and most efficient solution for that was a personal nanoforge that could use the metals and other materials found in everyday food to produce nanites, which would in turn enact minor repairs and corrections. But designing such an implant was easier said than done, and the 15th attempt currently buzzing in front of me felt like the world itself was taunting me. The hiss of the doors opening drew me from my spiraling thoughts as my mother entered the room of our new home. Her face was now more weathered than ever, displaying multiple signs of implantations around her eyes, and a visibly metallic jawline in place of her previous fleshy one. Her previously casual clothing was now substituted with a large leather jacket that no doubt concealed armored plates, a bulletproof vest, and other military-adjacent equipment. A well-maintained Liberty was holstered on her belt, and a double-barreled Igla shotgun hung off her shoulder. But most jarring of all the changes were the two visibly chrome cyberarms, one starting at her left shoulder while the other began from her right elbow, and both of them sporting the telltale signs of constant combat use. "Hey, Mikey," she smiled, her artificial voice failing to translate her emotions. "Another failure?" My eyes narrowed in frustration. "Yeah, I haven't even gotten to the testing stage yet." She tossed a large trash bag next to my workstation, its contents landing with a solid thunk, and revealing she had once more acquired specimens for me to work with. The scav gangs around Mega Building H11 were not having a good time. "Maybe you should take a break then." She sat near me and didn't even look as she picked up the can of real water rolling from the hacked vending machine behind her. "Shouldn't you focus on designing your biopod first anyway?" I knew she was still leery of my full-body conversion plan, but her unquestioning support despite it never failed to bring my mood up. Besides, it was this or a rigorous bio-treatment, and we were neither European nor wealthy enough to afford those. "I already have a viable design. I am just waiting to gather the necessary materials." She took a deep drink of her water and sighed in relief, briefly closing her eyes to enjoy the refreshing sensation before facing me again. "Is what I am getting you not enough?" There was no accusation in the question, only resolution. "It is enough. It's just that I have to go through dozens of samples to find even one viable enough to use. The circuitry necessary to connect directly to the brain needs to be completely structurally sound and untainted by anything that might have gone through it. I am not taking risks with my brain. Besides that, supplementing the necessary cerebrospinal fluid should be a piece of cake." "My little genius," she muttered to herself before shaking her head. "Don't worry, just send me the specifications and Mommy will buy all you need." If I could growl, I would have then. "No, you are already running yourself ragged." I would have probably been less annoyed if she got pissed at me, but all she did was direct me with a look of genuine pride. "It is nice of you to worry, but I can take care of myself." "Neural link," I interrupted, now. She grumbled, mostly to annoy me, but did as I asked. One of my servo arms took hold of my personal link cable and inserted it into the port on the back of her neck. Immediately, my optic was hit with lines and lines of information alerts, but I wasn't looking at that. Instead, I activated my cyberdeck, riding the other cable coming from my head to the nearby net access point, and once more finding myself within cyberspace. My optics were great for analyzing cyberware, but nowhere near as good as getting a more direct look, as it were, and after quickly reorienting myself, I got to work. A bunch of tiny errors and just slightly off-kilter connections immediately revealed themselves to me, and like a man on a personal crusade, I began meticulously correcting them one by one. The sad truth of the matter was that Mom would have already gone cyber-psycho months ago if I didn't insist on doing this every time she came back from work, and doubly insist she go to Dr. Vector whenever I found something that needed a more experienced touch. That man did not belong in Night City, and I meant that as the greatest compliment I could give. Even with that, Mom was still barely holding on. The stress of Dad's death, the pressure of keeping me alive, and the dangers of her job were simply too much for a person with high-grade optics. 2 cyber arms, a health injection monitor, cyber lungs, bone lace, subdermal armor, and a second heart to reasonably use. Even if Arasaka pretty much washed their hands of us the moment they killed Dad, the constant worry of a bunch of their cyber ninjas just suddenly appearing on our doorstep for 2 entire years was almost as haunting as being actively chased would be. And yet we persevered. My 3D printed nanites and their subsequent improvements removed my need for medicine entirely. And moving from floor 46 to floor 16 of the mega building, further reduced our costs. Even if we had to install 4 internal turrets I put together to scare off burglars and other unsavory individuals. Took me zeroing 4 such Darwin Award winners for people to finally take the hint. The fact I felt nothing after removing them from this earth did not worry me whatsoever. They wanted to take what was mine, and they paid the price. It was as simple as that. A mental beep returned my focus fully onto the cyberspace around me, a message appearing in front of me in the form of an elaborate Japanese scroll. My avatar's right eye twitched as it unfolded on its own. The great Yoko-sama. Maggie-chan, your cute little customer just entered my parlor. They are waiting for your magic touch. Both of my eyes twitched now. I knew for a fact the annoying fox was an old-ass woman. What did I do to deserve this constant pestering? Bored-ass old netrunners, I swear. Still, it was good she informed me. Showing off a bit of my programming talents had been steadily paying off. Even if I refused to get dragged into the constant contests the idiots wanted to have between each other. Want my expertise? Better pay up then gonk. No, I don't want to make a bet on it. Yes, I am a grumpy asshole. Deal with it. Ugh. Done with my grumbling and with ensuring my mother's sanity, I began shutting down my avatar and slowly extracted myself from the net. Abruptly disconnecting was a painful lesson in caution, and thankfully one I needed to feel but once. I blinked my physical eyes as they refocused and was met with the curious gaze of my mother. Not waiting for the question, I immediately said, "You are fine for the most part. There is a small dent just under your right elbow. Vic should sort you out in 5 minutes tops." Good, she smiled. You know, we don't need to do this every time I come back. Yes, we do. I narrowed my eyes. I will accept nothing less. She huffed playfully, so long as it makes you happy. It does. Thankfully, my synthesized voice did not translate my grumpy mutter. Go get some sleep now. I waved my servo arm to shoo her away. I have work to do. Quickly remembering, I added, and your nanites. Fine, fine. She rose her arms in faux surrender. As the doctor orders. I lightly glared at her as she left, but immediately slumped into my prison the moment she left. No matter how much work I did, I couldn't help but worry. Alleviating cyberpsychosis did not account for the usual effects of stress on the human mind, and all it would take for her to never come back was one lapse in judgment under pressure. I needed to accelerate my plans, but first I had an agreement to fulfill. Once again, I let my mind be pulled through my cyber deck and found myself floating in the local net in all my crimson-robed glory. One quick scan and click later, and I was no longer standing in the usual sea of ones and zeros, but within a well-rendered traditional but colorful Japanese inn, one currently housing around 20 or so increasingly wacky avatars of the other guests. The EdgeNet Cafe's true form. Maggie-chan. The far too sultry voice of a red fox-tailed and eared young woman blurred in front of me. You finally left your cave. The other netrunners mostly ignored her, save for a few whose avatars visibly rolled their eyes in fond amusement. Yoko, I greeted in bland synth voice. Yoko-chan. I just stared for a good 5 seconds. Yoko. Mao. The thing pouted at me. It is almost like you don't like me anymore. I never did. I deadpanned. Ah. She clutched at her heart. There it is, such a perfect little kudera. Eyes twitching, the words left me before I could stop them. Go die in a fire. Nope, she chirped. Jesus Christ, please disconnect me from this earth. All right, I see when I am not wanted. She pretend sniffed and pouted at me. Maggie-chan is too cruel. Woman dash. Oh, fine. Her playful demeanor shifted into a slightly more serious one. You know, you could have some fun and play along from time to time. Wasting not a single moment, I immediately fired back. I am not going to entertain an old woman's fetishes. She full body twitched at that, smirk growing strained. Air! She scratched the back of her head. Don't be like that. I am young at heart. Yeah, no. She pouted at me before pointing at one of the inn's corners. Booth 13. Do visit more, Magos? In your dreams, Yoko? I rolled my eyes and walked off. Ignoring the few snickers from the surrounding netrunners, I made my way to the booth in question, passing through a barrier/a privacy program and finding myself facing a tall, furry ape creature. 8UG8EAR. I nodded and took a seat opposite them. I trust my program's performance was satisfactory. Drop the corpo speak, kid. She, and I knew it to be a she, because keeping things private from my grubby eyes was not a challenge she was up to, huffed, and yeah, your worm demon did wonders. Got everything I needed and even left a back door for next time. The fact I could design such quick hacks, but not make any true use them, still grated on me. But it was good to spread my own work around, especially since I never designed a hack, quick or not, without having a countermeasure ready. So it performed even better than advertised, I said pointedly. Yeah. She waved me away. You will get your bonus. Wakako kept pestering me about why you refused to do direct net running work, but still paid out in full. Wordlessly, she wired me 15,000 eddies for my work. And I keep telling everyone I can't do direct work due to health reasons. And I wanted to consider cyberspace a place of freedom, not work. But I didn't say that besides, she got what she wanted. 8UG8EAR looked about for a moment before asking, "You sure we can't be heard here?" Updated the white noise programs myself. I said, even if they could listen in, they'd just get an inane conversation about Bushido 6. Ugh, she made a disgusted noise. I'd almost prefer being overheard to that. Too bad, I shrugged. Why do you ask? Wakako, she said after a few moments of silence. She likes to keep her people neatly under her control, and not getting her hands on you is probably starting to annoy her by now. Damn old woman. I folded my arms. She will just have to deal, not like I ever plan on fucking her over anyway. That is not good for biz. She has a reputation for a reason. 8UGE8EAR pointed out, just watch yourself. Yeah. I waved her off. Thanks for the warning, Bug. You looking for any more of my work? Immediately, I could see interest in her eyes, but it was quickly replaced with caution. You know, you are far too willing to just share your data for money. The others are going to start wondering if you are some corpo plant. Money is something I need right now, I pointed out, feeling zero worry about the potential threat to my rep. Besides, if the programs I am selling to you all seem impressive, just imagine the stuff I am unwilling to part with. Right, she muttered in morbid realization. The stuff you are throwing my way is probably scraps to you. She narrowed her eyes at me. You know, I am starting to wonder, how is a hacker like you not infamous by now? I tilted my head, waiting for her to reach the obvious answer, but she never did, just staring at me expectantly until I caved, because I am not a complete gonk who throws his life at corpo black ice on the daily just because a fixer asks nicely. She immediately glared at me, but after a few moments under my unimpressed stare, she simply wilted, "Damn, can't even say you are wrong." I rarely ever am. I stated the absolute truth. She chuckled, "Sure thing, Choom. Whatever you say." Straightening back up, she began tapping the virtual table. Now then, what did you say you have on offer? Feeling just a tad smug, I quickly programmed in a menu-like display, filled to the brim with efficient and powerful quick hacks and their specifications. The terrified gape of my fellow netrunner was an image I promptly seared into my brain. Dash. An old man's interesting day. Old Chew finished another serving of his synth noodle special, offering it to the grinning Hispanic man with a proud smile of his own, especially after the child gave him his usual tip. There was good reason everyone in Mega Building H11 came to Old Chew's noodle shop. His food was tasty, affordable, and most importantly, full of culture. Unfortunately for him, being known in Night City's lower strata meant the opposite of safety, as three tattooed young men strolled up to him like they owned the place, pistols and submachine guns on full display. He even recognized the kids, a bunch of local troublemakers he sent packing a month ago. "Yo, old man." The one armed with the SMG sneered at him. "Remember us, huh?" No one noticed one of the nearby cameras zeroing in on the young man. Despite the threat, Old Chew did not immediately back down. "What do you want, brat?" "This is our turf now," another of the kids hooted. "Yeah." The final one grinned, showing off yellowed teeth. "That means you gotta pay protection." "Or else?" The first one tapped his SMG. Chew was feeling confident, knowing his loyal customers would support him for the great food he provided. That is, until the Hispanic man, whom he had fed for years, now simply cautiously stepped away. as did the rest of the customers. The old man felt a pit of disgust in his stomach, and his fingers twitched in the direction of his holdout revolver. But then an unknown contact buzzed in his shitty Zimdoc optics, revealing a simple message. Margos, 100 eddies and I get rid of them, 300 and you get Overwatch for a month. A fucking scam? Now? Margos, time is ticking, old man. He didn't even notice that seconds had passed by now, and the three goons were growing agitated. Chew. Fine, have your damn money, but if you fuck up, I will haunt you from the grave, he threatened, and wired the €100. Before he could so much as blink, the three goons' neural links all let out a wild burst of electricity, instantly knocking them out, and probably doing permanent brain damage. Old Chew looked down at the steaming fools, then at his confused, loyal customers, and then back at the goons. Chew. How much did you say monthly protection was? Margos, I am happy to give you a first-time discount. After all, loyal customers are so very hard to come by. Michael Sobranov. A full year had passed since that fateful day when I decided to spy on the mega building floor I lived on and fried 3 teenagers for money, and it was one of the best decisions I ever made. Soon enough, the rest of the shops on the floor heard about the incident, and it took only 5 repeated incidents before I started getting offers in droves. Anything from discounts, to favors, to minor gifts of tools and materials, and of course cold hard eddies. The money started piling in to the point I even paid out a few hundred to the local bums so that they could clean up all the trash. But only once. The fucking landlord tried gouging up the prices for the sudden cleanliness, and it was unanimously agreed that we just leave it as is. Damn vampire cunt. Aside from my business ventures, my slowly growing reputation among my fellow netrunners had me practically rolling in eddies, with the small disadvantage of a few of the chucklefucks trying to hack me every few weeks. They did not have a good time. Naturally, this sped up my research massively. Months passed as more and more tests were run, numerous attempts failed, and one attempt even set itself on fire just to spite me. Before finally, during one particularly tiresome night, I managed to create a working nanoforge prototype. It was bulky, it was oversized, and it guzzled energy like nothing else. But it worked. The sheer experience I gained from designing a type of cyberware from the ground up made creating the rest of my body as easy as breathing. Or at least as easy as breathing was for whoever came up with that saying. Even if I was forced to go through the indignity of designing all the necessary bits needed for me not to lose my sense of identity. Still, it was more than worth it. Not having even the slightest bit of corpo code in my future body was a liberating thought. All that was left was one final session of fixing the nanoforge, and it would be time to chip myself in and finally free myself from the prison I was born in. Except that night and the one after it, my mother failed to return from work. Dun dun dun. Author's note, for the sake of simplicity, last chapter took place around mid-2072, and this one ends around very early 2075, meaning the MC is around mid-19 at the start of his adventure. Demon is old slang for a quick hack or an active program in net running. And before someone asks me why he can't use powerful quick hacks when he is such a good hacker, in game terms, his cyberdeck can hold like 2 hacks and has like 3 bars of RAM. It is cheap shit that lets him faff about on the net, but that is pretty much it. Chapter 5, Chippin' In. My worry only grew as the hours flew by, and Mom failed to answer my calls, until finally I could not wait anymore. Uncaring for the annoyance it would bring me, I opened my contact list and fired off a message. Margos, Yoko, need a favor. Not 5 seconds passed before the answer came. The great Yoko-sama. What is this? Proud Maggie-chan running to his great senpai for help. Why should I help you after you broke my poor maidenly heart so many times? Uncaring for her nonsense, I pressed on. Margos. My mother is an edge runner, works mostly for Regina Jones around Kabuki. She left for work 2 days ago and hasn't shown up yet. I need you to either get me into contact with the fixer or find out where my mother is. If she is even alive, a traitorous part of me whispered. It took the netrunner a long minute to answer. The great Yoko-sama. An edge runner. You are not an idiot, Margos. You know what probably happened. Now you decide to be serious. Margos, yes, I am aware, and I am still asking for your help. The great Yoko-sama, it won't come cheap. Good thing I had a good 20,000 eddies stashed then. Margos, what is your price? The instant I sent the message, her answer was already there. The great Yoko-sama, you must visit my shop in person. I know all of my customers, and you are the only one who refuses to meet me. Immature little. Fine then, no point in hiding it anymore. Margos, I am physically incapable of leaving my room. The great Yoko-sama. Oh. Margos, this should solve itself soon enough. I can come and pay tribute to the local keytune menace after, if that is still your price. The great Yoko-sama. Damn kid, way to make me feel like shit. And now she is going to drain me for all I am worth. Fucking panic response. The great Yoko-sama. I will help you, no need to worry about that. What? The great Yoko-sama. I will still be expecting that visit though. Margos, fine, here are the deets. I sent her my mother's info, fully expecting she'd instantly backtrack it to find out more about me. The great Yoko-sama. The great Yoko-sama, how are you even? No, never mind. I will come back to you with an answer as soon as I can. Margos, thank you, truly. She did not answer. Hopefully she would not spread too much of my personal data around, even if I knew that expecting that in Night City was pure idiocy. Call the fixer yourself, you say? I obviously already had her contact information, but things didn't work like that. You couldn't even request a job from the top dogs without someone referring you to them, or if you weren't a member of their community in the case of Padre or El Capitan. Me being the son of a merc in their employ. Completely irrelevant unless we were already introduced. And Mom was not stupid enough to go around spreading information about me. Thankfully, despite my panic, I still had the good sense not to try and go through Wakako. Bugbear's warnings were not wrong, and some snooping of my own confirmed the old Tiger Claw Black Widow deserved her reputation, despite her generally honorable dealings with her mercenaries. My desire to be free trumped everything, even if I would not make peace with that fact for a very long time. I shook those thoughts away and looked to my servo arms. I had hoped to be fully ready before I took the plunge, but now it was time for a trial by fire. The Ripper Dog. Keep those feet moving, Victor scolded as he threw a flurry of blows at his sparring partner, the larger man failing to fully fight him off as he grunted in pain. You can't just tank everything, Jackie. We've been over this. The younger man stepped away and scratched his head. Ah, come on, Vic. Cut me some slack. Still thinking about your input? Victor calmed his breathing and started removing his boxing gloves. Reading me like a chip here, Holmes. Jackie Wells chuckled and shook his head. I know splitting up was the right choice, but still missed the crazy cabrona. Vic huffed, you'll get over her, she wasn't good for you. I know. Jackie slumped down on a stool. Me mama liked her, though. She will get over her, too. Vic chuckled and took his own seat, side-eyeing his computer screen for appointments. How's work? Jackie shrugged. It's going. Been doing bitch work for Padre, building my rep, but it's just courier runs or threatening dumb kids. A sudden ringtone in his neural link made Vic raise his hand. Hold on, I need to take this. Jackie waved for him to go ahead, picking up a bottle of beer without a care. Vic, hey kid. Dr. Vector, I am in need of your expertise. Vic, no need to be so serious. Always happy to help. I am afraid the situation is quite serious. My mother has not returned from her work, and I am pretty sure you know what that means. The sudden look of pity on Vic's face made Jackie give him a questioning look, but the Ripperdoc waved him down. Vic, shit kid, I could ask around, see if anyone saw anything. Already doing that on my own, doctor. I am calling you for another reason. Victor straightened in his seat. Vic, how can I help, kid? I can no longer sit and do nothing while the word destroys all I love. It is time for me to chip in. Of all the idiotic overreactions. Vic, kid, what the hell are you talking about? You know your body can't take any chrome. Victor grew heated at what he saw as a desperate child killing himself, but his next words completely dumbstruck him. I need you to perform a biopod insertion for me. Victor was not a slow man by any means, but even he was left stunned by the request. The very idea anyone outside the Corpo Plaza even knew what a biopod was, much less got their hands on one, was ridiculous, especially since it was coming from a kid like Michael. Except he wasn't a simple kid, was he? I have the entire full-body conversion prepared. All I need is for someone to perform the operation. Finally finding his voice, Victor answered, Vic, I can't help you, kid. I'm just not good enough. This did not deter him in the slightest. You don't have to be. All I need are your steady hands. I have all the necessary instructions prepared already. You are the only doctor in this damned city worth the name, please, Vic. Damn, kid, pulling at my heartstrings. Victor sighed. Vic, and what if I make a mistake and you die? You want me to carry you on my soul for the rest of my life? If I die, I will have died due to my own failure to prepare. If you do not try, the woman who has sacrificed everything so I could live will disappear into the pits of this damn city like so many others. The choice seems simple to me. Phew. Victor groaned. Vic, you sure you have everything? All the medication and tools are ready. We just need to discuss the price. Vic, don't bother. He answered immediately. Vic, Svetlana is a friend, and don't try and pretend you don't know where your spare unused cyberware goes. You are a good one, kid. You truly are unique in this place, Doctor. He probably won't let that go. Victor shook his head. Vic, I will be there soon. Check everything again, just in case. Of course. Jackie saw Vic's eyes stop glowing and perked up. What was that about? An emergency came up, Victor answered as he got up and started packing. Need to make a house visit. He flicked a call to his sometimes assistant, Vic. Misty, please cancel any appointments for today. Misty, sure thing, Doc. Want me to reschedule them? Vic, yeah, and give them my apologies. Need any help, Vic? Jackie asked, already getting up as well. No need, Jack. Victor shook his head. Just going to H11, shouldn't be much trouble. Hey, come on, Vic. Jackie spread his arms. You know the tigers have been acting up around Kabuki recently. Let me drive you there at least, just in case. Victor didn't answer immediately, doing a quick scan on his implants before shrugging. All right, fine. You can come and show off your irons. Hey, thanks, Vic. The Latino laughed. I'll go grab my arch. Minutes later, the two of them were hurtling through the streets of Watson on Jackie's bike, breaking multiple traffic laws as the Ripper Doc kept telling the aspiring Solo to slow down. Afraid of a little speed, Vic? Jackie yelled over the wind. I will show you speed, you little... He grumbled good-naturedly and tapped his back. Seriously now, slow down. We are almost there. The looming mega-building was impossible to miss, and soon the two found themselves exiting the elevator on the 16th floor, though both found the floor to be almost suspiciously peaceful. What's with this place? Jackie muttered as he saw a bunch of people going about their day. See that? Victor pointed at a nearby graffiti. Jackie raised an eyebrow and quickly noticed that there were a lot of tiny golden eyes graffitied all over the place, subtly placed but almost impossible to miss, no matter where you looked. My contact's handiwork, Victor explained as he waved for him to follow. Scary netrunner, even with second-generation gear. Anyone tries anything on his floor, they get fried. Sheesh, Holmes, Jackie whistled, and we are going to visit him. Not sure if I should bring you, Victor answered after a brief silence, before lightly shrugging, guess he will decide on his own. The ex-Valentino huffed, mildly annoyed. Soon enough, they reached a crook in the hallway, revealing a large pair of double doors that looked to have been reinforced to hell and back. Before Jackie could so much as twitch, two turrets deployed from above them, looking like jury-rigged Defender light machine guns with extra armoring around them. Realizing he couldn't get out of the way, Jackie didn't try to reach for his unity, and instead rose his arms in surrender. Hey, Vic. What the fuck? He hissed. A voice rang out from a nearby intercom. Dr. Vector, this man with you. Yeah, kid. No need to play tough. Victor chuckled. The turrets retreated back into the ceiling, and the voice rang out again. Apologies for that. You can never know in this city. Ignoring the sweat pouring down his back, Jackie chuckled awkwardly. Yeah, I get it. Can't ever be too careful. Words to live by. The voice remained flat. You trust him, Doctor? He is a good kid, Victor smiled. You going to let us in? Certainly, my apologies. The intercom buzzed and the doors opened, first horizontally and then vertically. Jackie felt a buzz in his neural link, nearly startling before a call he didn't answer opened up on its own. Jackie Wells, I thank you for escorting the doctor. His help is essential to me. Before he could tell the bastardo to stop jerking him around, Jackie felt another buzz and saw 500 eddies be deposited into his account. He kept muttering curses in Spanish for a good 10 seconds. Kid. Victor's voice drew him from his stupor. You sure you want him in here? You trust him enough to bring him here, and that means he is worthy of trust. The two men shared a quick look, Jackie's expression turning just a touch teasing. The doors to the sole other room in the apartment opened up, and they were both treated to a distinct smell of a bootleg hospital and mechanical workshop in one. The moment Jackie stepped in, though, he could only focus on one thing. As he saw the face of Vic's contact, he flinched and hissed, Puta madre. I trust that insult was not directed at me. The mechanical voice came from the deformed ball of meat that sat in a tall medical chair, multiple cables and tubes attached to him and flowing into boxes of machinery. Shit, Holmes, Jackie flinched. Sorry. It is fine, was the simple answer. Doctor, a data shard on the operation is on the table. And the body? Victor asked hesitantly, taking the shard in question and inserting it into one of his neural ports. A robotic arm attached to the chair whirred and pulled at a nearby plastic tarp, revealing a tall and distinctly robotic, dark steel cyborg body without a trace of real skin in sight. It was 7 feet tall and not particularly bulky, despite its probable weight. The legs and arms were just slightly longer than they would normally be in proportion, and the head was just a blank plate in the shape of a cranium, lacking a visible mouth and interrupted only by a pair of rectangular nostrils and currently offline optics. But most important of all, a complex brain-shaped box with hundreds of tiny needles facing inwards sat atop it, looking like the product of a mad scientist who took inspiration from a horror show. As you can see, I have prepared all the necessary hardware and software. All that remains is the operation. The chair-bound man's blank voice drew them out of their wonderment. Yep. You sure you don't want to make it more human? Victor asked worriedly. Even if I wanted to, it is too late to back down now. Besides, as you can guess, I hold no grand attachment to my meat body, so I suspect I will have no issues with much dysmorphia. I can always just add the skin later if this proves incorrect. If you are sure, Vic muttered. Jackie shuffled on his feet. You sure you should be taking this tune seriously, Vic? No offense, hermano, but you don't look like much of a ripper to me. Michael here probably knows more about cyberware and its effects than anyone in the city. Victor chuckled as he started checking over the tools on offer. Don't let his look fool you. If he wasn't stuck to that chair, he'd be 10 times better than me. Jackie whistled and directed the thing with a surprised look. Don't let me interrupt you two then. Victor huffed. Right. Just as he was about to keep the banter going, his overview of the operation reached a certain point. Mike, he suddenly said seriously, Doctor, you want me to directly inject your brain with experimental nanites? The Ripperdoc asked gravely. Correct. You do realize this is likely to keep you conscious throughout the operation. An unfortunate side effect, but needs must. The brain cannot survive outside the body for long enough otherwise. For the third time in a short while, Jackie found himself completely baffled by Vic's mysterious contact. Victor looked at the malformed ball of flesh and sighed. Don't die, kid. Pain is an old friend, Doctor. Without a further word, Victor tossed a can of disinfectant spray to Jackie and got to work. Michael Sobranov. The waves of what felt like eternal agony retreated as the needles piercing what remained of my flesh settled into their new permanent place, numerous signals immediately buzzing through me as connection after connection was established. Despite all of this, my focus remained, ready and waiting until the final step presented itself. And when it came, I embraced it like long-awaited salvation. Omniscient.os installation complete, Cerebrum. MK1 biopod implant detected. Installation complete. Full technological interface active. Seamless connection drive active. heavy-duty armoring active, cerebrospinal fluid reoxidizer active, neural link active, EMP nullifier active. The pain and sense of wrongness disappeared as if they were never there. Umbra Merke 1 Cyberdeck implant detected. Installation complete. 20 terabytes RAM active, high-speed processor active, direct net interface active, self-black ice active, emergency heatsink active. The familiar echo of the net settled back into its rightful place. Draco MK1 heatsink implant detected. Installation complete. Shredding dentures active. Overclock heat expulsion sink active. Vocalizer active. Oculus MK1 optics implant detected. Installation complete. 16K display active. 8x zoom active. Mark function active. Informational interface active. Data displays began rolling down my new site. Auris MK1 audio receptor implants detected. Installation complete. A muffled conversation became audible. Nasus Memka 1 nasal implant detected. Installation complete. Next came smells, clearer and far sharper than before. Thorax Mac 1 torso implant detected. Installation complete. Cyberlungs, 12-hour reserve, active. Cyberheart active, false marrow active, redundant circulatory system active, medium plating active, gallus active. Titanium skeleton active, myomaplastic musculature active. Devorator, MK1 generator implant detected. Installation complete. Biogenerator active. High filtration cyber stomach active. Reserve battery active. Volcanus MK1 nanoforge implant detected. Installation complete. Metal processing plant active. Nanite production printer active. Reserve processor active. I felt my chest flinch upwards before a breath so clear it must have come from a BD settled in my chest. Manibus MK1 arm implants detected. Installation complete. Dense myomaplastic musculature active. Medium plating active. The tips of my fingers began tingling, first on my hands and then on my feet. Pedes MK1 leg implants detected. Installation complete. Dense myomaplastic musculature active. Medium plating active. Homoferous full body conversion installation complete. The disparate sea of signals slowly settled into their respective parts of my new being, my programming working without a singular stumble as I began feeling more and more complete by the second. The commercial biopod operation usually meant a 12-hour downtime so that the brain could adjust to its new state. My insistence on the use of nanites meant I could feel my brain adjusting in real time. It felt as if every second I spent awake, I became greater than I ever was. Something beyond the lump of flesh blessed with intellect. Something beyond human. A loud shudder spread through my entire being, and on instinct I did not know I ever had, I sat up and my eyes snapped open. I felt lost, disoriented, the lack of pain and the ease with which I drew breath slowly throwing me into a panic as my brain began firing off signals it no longer had a recipient for. A panic I would have succumbed to if not for my sharp new audio receptors catching a worried, "You okay, kid?" The familiar voice centered me and drew me back into focus. I lowered my optics resolution to a tolerable level and looked up to the doctor. "You hear me, kid?" Vic was waving his hand in front of me while Jackie was trying to pull him back with a worried look on his face. "Michael?" the doctor repeated. Carefully moving my arms, I pushed against the metal slab I was laid on, and with a loud thunk, I landed on my own 2 feet, the sudden and unusual movement nearly making me stumble onto the floor in my clumsy excitement. But I grabbed my knees, first hitting them before grasping them, and looked up again. "Me doctor." My audibly synthetic voice buzzed, feeling like music in my ears as I stood on my own power for the first time in my life. I have never been better. The older man's grin nearly matched my own, something I almost regretted as I saw the Latino pale in fear. I might have overdone it with the rows of jagged teeth, didn't I? Chapter 6, First Steps. "You can stop doing that now." I deadpanned at the Latino. My words were of course ignored as he simply kept crossing himself. "Espiritu Sancti, Amen." "Jackie." Vic sighed in exasperation. Don't you Jackie me. The poor brick rounded on him, and then on me. You scared the soul out of me, Choom. My shoulders wobbled awkwardly as I shrugged. You'd think you would have seen worse in this city. Jackie's overreaction aside, Dr. Victor huffed as he lightly pushed the younger man's shoulder. Why the scary maw of death? I blinked. You mean to tell me your ideal form does not have teeth that can bite through titanium? Both of them nodded. You're lost then. I shrugged again, the movement feeling much smoother this time. Jackie began muttering in Spanish again, while Victor just shook his head and smiled before turning serious and walking up to me. Need to run some diagnostics, just in case. Sure thing, doctor, I nodded. Let me just give you access real quick. I tilted my head and disabled the black ice meant to fry anyone touching my internals, and opened the triple shutter port on the back of my neck for his personal link. Just as cautious as I thought, he chuckled and jacked in. Immediately I felt his diagnostics going through my everything, even my biopod, which made me twitch slightly. But my paranoia had its limits, so I let him continue. He took a good 5 minutes before he pulled the cable back and smiled. Everything seems to be in order, no conflicts or errors I could detect. Naturally. I grinned, a bit amused as I saw a tiny bead of sweat go down the doctor's face. So he isn't going cyber-psycho? Jackie asked from his corner of the room. No, Jack, he isn't. Victor deadpanned and shook his head. Full-body conversions don't really have issues with cyber-psychosis. I explained as I began doing some small movements and stretches I pre-prepared. All parts are made to work specifically with each other, and there is no flesh-body interference or rejection. For real? The Latino blinked. Yeah. I ever so slowly stood up after doing a squat, nearly bowling over with the movement. You do know why you take immunosuppressants, right? So that your body doesn't reject your implants. Pointing a thumb at myself, I said, I have no such issues. Right, that. Jackie chuckled awkwardly. Maybe I should actually listen to Vic sometimes. The Ripperdoc in question gave him a pointed look at that. Naturally, he just pretended he didn't see it. Cautiously, I took a step forward, wobbled on my feet, and then took another. Before long, I was stepping through my room's entrance and moving into the main living area of the apartment. The two of them followed after me, one looking downright giddy, while the other seemed morbidly curious. Without any reservation, I swung the fridge open, grabbed a half-frozen SCOP burger, and promptly shoved it into my mouth. My teeth immediately buzzed in reaction and shredded the entire thing into tiny pieces before it could reach my throat. The taste was utterly flat, bland, and frankly downright disgusting. I immediately grabbed another. My fascination with actually being able to eat something was only stopped when I got the notification in the back of my head and my biogenerator began churning. Whatever small bits of actual sustenance could be extracted from the fake food quickly being extracted by my cyberstomach. I was already grabbing my fourth burger when I heard Dr. Victor clear his throat behind me. Ah, I paused and let my teeth shred the whole thing again. Sorry about that. Being able to eat is new. Victor nodded knowingly while Jackie winced and shook his head. Should have prepared something fancy for this man, not damn SCOP. All I ever knew was shitty nutritional fluid. And nanites, went unsaid as I shrugged and pulled out a few more burgers. You two want some? My supply of nanite scop had to come from somewhere, as much as it annoyed Mom that I took half the fridge. Both of them immediately winced in disgust and shook their heads. More for me, I shrugged but still tossed the things back into the fridge and closed it. So, Mike, Vic grinned at me, how does it feel to finally move around? I paused, mentally frowning. Still hasn't hit me yet, if I am being honest. And I can't let it hit me until I've found my mother. Victor's expression instantly sobered, while Jackie looked both surprised and curious. Why don't you go put some clothes on first? Victor proposed leadingly, which immediately made me look down and realize I was indeed quite naked, and despite my relative lack of care for that, I knew people tended to be rather miffed by seeing someone's dangly bits. And of course, I added the dangly bits to my body. Why would I not want to experience all life had to offer? Shaking those thoughts away, I quickly hacked the indoor vending machine, and boy was the upload of yoink.x smooth with my new cyberdeck. and had it roll out a bunch of snacks and drinks for my guests. Be right back. Take whatever you want. The aspiring solo. Jackie Wells breathed out a sigh of relief as the goddamn fullborg he'd helped operate on, he held a box while staying really still, left the room for the nearby closet. Damn, he muttered, this is not how I expected my day going. Vic just chuckled and picked up a Nicola Premium from the now empty vending machine. Mike is a good kid. Life wasn't too kind on him, so just give him a chance, yeah? Grumbling a bit, Jackie grabbed a Broseph and took a long gulp. Scares the shit out of me, but yeah, I can't blame the guy. Vic hummed. Listen, Jack, he said seriously, I need you to do me a favor. The answer came with no hesitation. Just say the word, Vic. You remember Svetlana? Vic asked. Jackie scratched his chin for a moment before his eyes widened. The borged-out chick? What about her? That is her kid, Vic answered seriously, pointing his thumb at the closet. She went missing 2 days ago, and he is hell-bent on finding out what happened. Jackie hissed, Aye, nasty shit. He probably has no idea what he is doing. Vic went on, so I need you to keep him safe. Someone like him. He could help a lot of people. You got it, Vic. Jackie nodded seriously and tapped his holstered Unity. Won't let him flatline under my watch. Just try and not flatline yourself, Vic grumbled, taking another sip of his drink. Before their conversation could go any further, their host returned from the closet, now dressed in slightly stretched black-grey synthweave pants, and a one-size-too-small black hoodie, with the hood over his chromed head and still nothing to cover his feet. However, what drew most of their attention was the bulging duffel bag he was carrying, and the weapon barrels sticking out from within. Michael Sobronov. My mother's backup weapon bag hit the kitchen table with a rattle of metal and plastic. Sorry if I seem to be in a rush. I spoke without looking at the pair as I pulled out an old belt and began tying it around my waist. I am just waiting for the call before setting out. Kid Dr. Victor spoke up, tone grave. Do you even know what you are doing with those? Point and click, Doctor. I answered simply, holstering Mum's holdout Liberty on my belt and grabbing an Igla alongside another belt of slugs. I am also mostly bulletproof, so it isn't like I am committing protracted suicide either. His breathing indicated he wanted to argue, but he stopped himself. So, Jackie, I spoke up after loading the double-barreled shotgun, I hear you will be helping me out. Feeling the two staring at my back, I added, my audio receptors are quite sensitive. Thank you for caring, Doctor. The older man shuffled just a touch awkwardly. Yeah, I'll help you out. Jackie Wells puffed out his chest. Any tune of Vic's is a tune of mine. Words of wisdom, I nodded with utmost seriousness. I will pay you after everything is settled as well. Charity does not put food on the table. Not being a dumbass, the Latino just nodded. Done with my own preparations, I pulled out a copperhead assault rifle and a trio of magazines and offered it to him. You can use this. Ah, no need, Holmes. He waved his hand and patted his gun. All I need is my Unity. My eyes met Victor's briefly, and I turned to Jackie. A Unity has almost no stopping power. Why would you ever rely on something like that? What's it to you, Choom? He turned a bit defensive. Just wondering why you consciously choose to be less effective. I shrugged, a tad annoyed I had to state the obvious. A copperhead is just not my style, Hermano. He stood up and patted his chest. Real solos need panache, and no one wants to use that toy gun. I just stared at him for a long moment. Another idiot taken by this city's blind consumerist culture. What a shame. Shaking my head, I just accepted his words and slung the assault rifle over my shoulder and pocketed a pair of fragmentation grenades. The movies spoke true. There was no kill like overkill. You still have a lot to learn, Choom. Jackie seemed amused now. Don't worry, though. Haywood's own Jackie Wells will teach you. Once more I found myself staring at him. Sure thing, Choom. Dr. Victor rolled his eyes, which reminded me, thank you for your help today, Dr. Victor. I will repay your kindness as soon as I am able. He sighed. I already told you, don't worry about it, kid. No can do, sir. I rolled my accent a bit. A debt is a debt. He shook his head. Sure, kid. And call me Vic. Dr. Victor makes me sound old. Just then, the call I had been waiting for rang at the edge of my interface. I raised my hand for them to be silent and scanned the caller. One quick check later, and I let it through. "Is this Magos?" The unfamiliar eye-patched woman wearing an obvious bulletproof vest asked. "Magos, I am indeed he." An eyebrow was raised, no doubt surprised by my face. "Regina Jones, I am Regina Jones, Watson Fixer. Our familiar contact said you had business with me. Guess I owed Yoko big time now." "Magos, I do indeed. Svetlana Sobranov. I need to find her as soon as possible." It took her a few moments to answer. "Regina Jones. Why?" "Magos, do you really need my reasoning?" Regina Jones. "I don't just give out deets on my mercs to anyone who asks." "Magos, as long as they don't put out enough eddies first," I answered mockingly. But before she could reach for some stupid power play and tell me to fuck off, I went on. "Magos, I am a concerned family member. She went missing 2 days ago while working for you. I need her last known location alongside whatever else you are able to provide." Again, my words made her pause. Regina Jones. I was unaware she had any family. "Magos, I suspect most fixers don't bother learning every detail about their rank and file, Miss Jones." Regina Jones. "True. And a netrunner of your rep can't find her on your own?" No doubt looked me up when Yoko called her. "Another power play?" Magos. "Not in time. I mostly focus on programming. Net running is a side job at most." I saw both her eyebrows rise through the call. Regina Jones. "A side job?" Magos. "That is irrelevant at the moment. Can you help me?" She spent a good moment considering before giving her answer. Regina Jones. "Sure, sending you the deets now." Magos. "The cost?" Regina Jones. "Finding one of my more reliable mercs. Someone of her chrome level not touched by cyberpsychosis is not common in Night City, and she is not a gonk looking to become a legend, which is even rarer, but you didn't want to spend the resources on rescuing her yourself. How typical. Magos. "Mutual interest then." Regina Jones. "You some kind of corpo?" Magos. "Why does everyone keep saying that?" I transferred that through the call on accident." The woman, to my surprise, huffed in amusement. Regina Jones. "Guess not." Anyway, short version is, she was doing a small scav cleanup at 122 Charter Street, just 5 gonks that needed scraping off the floor. She reported success, but I haven't heard anything from her after. The fixer frowned. Regina Jones. "I thought she went back home to take a break and cool down." Magos, "I assure you the last time I saw or heard from her was when she went to work for you 2 days ago." Regina Jones. "I see." Once again the silence stretched, and just as I was about to politely end the call, she spoke up again. Regina Jones. "I have a gig to offer you." Magos. "I will not insult your intelligence by telling you I am currently otherwise occupied. With that in mind, what do you need?" Regina Jones. "When you go to find Svetlana, I want to be kept up to date. The more you find out, the more I will pay you. But don't expect big eddies from this. Not completely profit-driven then. Or is she simply scouting out my own potential? Doesn't matter now." Magos. "Fine, I will keep in touch." Regina Jones. "Good luck, Magos." And with that, the call ended. "You got a lead?" Vic asked as he saw me end the call. "The start of one, at least." I nodded. Hopefully there will be clues to find, or at least some cameras I will be able to rip apart for them. "So we heading out?" Jackie looked excited. "You good to go back on your own, Vic?" I asked. "You can always just stay here if you prefer." "I will stretch my legs a little, don't worry you two." Vic waved us off. We made a few last-moment checks, and soon I was awkwardly walking out of my apartment for the first time, the relatively quiet bustle of my floor greeting me on the other side. But before we could reach the lift, Jackie stopped me and pointed in another direction. "You can't be walking to your first gig like that, Choom." He grinned. "Time for Jackie to teach you some style." After walking into a nearby clothes store and scaring the absolute shit out of Madame Ling, who was one of my own customers, I had to call her to calm her down. We were finally ready. With a synth leather coat in black with red accents and a red Eastern dragon on its back, and a biker helmet of the same coloring, I stepped into the mega building's lift. When the sun hit my face for the first time in forever, all I could do was stand there and bask in the feeling. Not even the people flinching away the moment they saw my unclothed hands and feet could ruin this for me. But I couldn't bask in the freedom of movement forever. My mother needed saving, and some bastards needed their innards painted on the wall for the audacity of trying to harm her. "Oi, Choom," Jackie yelled as I began walking. "Wait, let me call my bike." "It's just a 20 minutes walk, Jackie," I said without turning. "Or are you going to tell me your bike is rated for 500 pounds of chrome?" Not even a moment later, he jogged up to me. "A walk sounds fine, Choom." Chuckling both at the sheepish Latino and the pathetic weasels who practically jumped out of my way, I marched my way into the bowels of Night City. 7. Chapter 7. Investigation. My spirited march lasted for only 2 minutes before Jackie decided to butt in. "Slow down, Choom." Keeping my increasingly steady stride, I said, "We don't have much time to spare, Jackie. And if you keep barreling through people, some gonk will call the NCPD on your ass." He lowered his voice as he pulled at my arm. "You are still moving all jittery, and some scopsucker will think you are going cyber psycho." I did stop at that, but I am perfectly lucid. "You think they care?" The Latino asked. "They see a chromehead like you sending people packing. They think it is better to call MaxTac now and ask questions never." MaxTac, NCPD's special anti-Borg squad, rumored to be made up of reformed cyber psychos and armed with the best weapons and armor Night Corp can get its hands on. They were less an organization and more another legend Night City residents spoke about in hushed tones. Having those madmen called on me would in fact lower my chance of rescuing Mom. "Fine," I nodded and relaxed my posture somewhat. "You set the pace." "Good decision, Choom." He nodded and we started walking again, this time only making people give me cautious looks instead of having them leap out of my way in a panic. My decision was proven doubly correct when we passed by a pair of cops on break, both of whom immediately zeroed in on me, one of them even reaching for his gun. Thankfully, look was all they did, and we left them behind soon enough. Jackie let out a tense breath. "Cyber psychos are really that much of a problem?" I asked as I avoided a pile of trash someone just dumped on the street. "You live under a rock?" Jackie immediately asked, only for me to direct him a blank stare. He offered a sheepish "lo siento" and chuckled. "But yeah, there is at least a few psychos every week out here. And that's people with a third of your chrome as well." "I see," I muttered. "Guess I will have to see about getting my hands on some real skin sooner rather than later." "Probably a good idea." He nodded. The rest of our walk was spent in relative silence, which left me with enough time to observe my surroundings. Kabuki was a sub-district of Watson. A small town in its own right, it was considered to be one of the poorest areas of Night City. But despite its poverty, the area still had its charm, rugged and covered in trash as it was. The main road was flanked on all sides by narrow streets and numerous small businesses, all of whom were in turn decorated with bright neon signs in large Japanese characters. It was for all intents and purposes little better than a slum, but it was also lively, despite or perhaps in spite of the constant echoes of gunshots and violence surrounding us. It was no wonder that I found myself being drawn in by the sights and noises. So much so, in fact, that I nearly stepped through Jackie when he suddenly rose his hand to stop me. Saying nothing, he pointed at a group of 5 teenagers covered nearly head to toe in tattoos of the Oriental variety. "Tiger claw posers," Jackie whispered. "They might try to start shit." The lead one yelled something in Japanese as they walked up to us, but the instant their eyes moved from Jackie to me, all of them stopped in their tracks. I said absolutely nothing as they took me in, merely increasing the threatening golden glow of my eyes as I clutched my shotgun like a club ready to brain them all without bothering to use my shells. The leader straightened his back and looked just hyped enough to keep going, but I just opened my mouth and grinned at him. The young man immediately paled and quickly cursed at his chooms leading a quick retreat while glaring daggers at me. "Huh," Jackie chuckled. "Funny when it happens to others, no?" I asked, feeling a bit amused myself. "Being a Deathborg sure has its uses." He nodded, sagely. "Let's keep going before they call the actual gangoons on us for the disrespect." Unwilling to waste any more time on idiots, I nodded and we were off. Soon enough, we reached 122 Charter Street, and thankfully Regina was generous enough to give us the actual location of the scav operation, which made maneuvering the winding streets just off the main road less of a labyrinthine toil. The locals immediately took cover or hid when they saw me and Jackie, but none tried to stop us as we found our way to an old building. The doors were already opened, the lock looking to have been blown off by a shotgun shell, and staircase within looked like it could just barely support my weight. A few squatters that looked more filthy than the trash bags they slept on quickly scurried out of our way as we made our way up, and soon we stood before the apartment indicated by Regina. Immediately we were hit with the smell of blood and rot, Jackie recoiling while I simply stepped inside. The scene awaiting within was nothing less than a slaughter. Over a dozen bodies lay strewn about, most of them sprawled over operating chairs or tables, and one stewing in what looked to be an inactive freezer, the ice having long since melted and turned dark red. "Jesu Cristo," Jackie whispered as he clutched the golden cross around his neck. "I've been to scav haunts, but never one like this." "No one thought to call the NCPD," I noted as I approached one of the corpses that looked to have died in combat, rolling it over despite the stench and examining the wounds. "Died to a shotgun shell to the chest. All implants were removed as well." "How are you so calm, man?" Jackie asked, still clutching at his cross, his shirt now drawn over his nose. "It's just meat," I shrugged, something that seemed to unnerve him for whatever reason. Not caring for any of that nonsense, I moved to another scav corpse, finding that she had died to a low-caliber headshot, likely a sidearm, and also had all her cyberware removed. "Check to see if there is any cyberware left at all. I have a hunch." "Yeah," Jackie nodded distractedly, and a minute later reported, "Not a screw left." "Must have been other scavs then," I muttered. It only made sense. No one called the NCPD, and the few bits of packaged food I could see were left undisturbed, which meant not even the hobos dared enter the apartment since the fight happened. I ignored the blood coating my hand and scanned the room for electronics. Unfortunately, the scavengers were not stupid enough to set up cameras in what was almost definitely a temporary base of operations, but luckily I did find a still functioning laptop. Quickly scanning the thing and finding no virus traps, I opened it up and connected with my personal link, powering it up with my biogenerator and immediately scrolling through all the information and messages on the less than well-maintained machine. Most of it was just business deals of both the mercantile and informational variety. Either deals to offload the cyberware to some less than honest ripperdocs, who were unfortunately not stupid enough to use their real names or addresses in the transactions, or messages from contacts who would alert the scavs in the area about vulnerable victims with valuable cyberware. Had I not grown up in this damned city, it would have probably made me sick, but all it did was serve to feed my cynicism. Life was worthless, you had to fight for it, or you would be eaten by those more decisive than yourself. One string of messages was different to the others, however. "K, you made noise like I asked." "Igor, yeah, our deal's still on." "K, just lure the bitch to your location and we will do the rest. Eddie's will be waiting for you once we get her." Igor, "Good dumb whore should have known her place." "K, just keep alert." Igor, yeah, don't worry about me." What parts of my face could move twisted into a hateful glare as the puzzle slowly assembled itself. My mother's hunt on the scavengers had not gone unnoticed, and after she killed enough of them, they decided to set a trap for her. The 5 idiots strewn across the floor were probably used as bait without any intent of actually helping them fight her off. They even ripped their cyberware from them, like they weren't even human. But why was my mother's body missing? If they wanted her dead, they could have just shot her in the head and extracted her cyberware. Suddenly, I found myself standing utterly still. "They want to prove a point." "What?" The now much calmer Jackie perked up. "It was an ambush," I said. "She killed too many of the worthless wastes of air, and they decided to capture her." The Latino's face hardened at that. "If they took her." "I know, Jackie," I interrupted with a growl. "I know. The damn idiot knew she was drawing too much attention to herself, but still kept going just so I could continue with my experiments. All I have done for her was torment her with my existence, and now—" A hand landed on my shoulder as Jackie gripped it firmly. "Not over till it is over, Holmes. Don't spiral on me now. There is still a chance. What chance? I demanded, the table buckling under my grip. All I have on the one that took her is the letter K. And they extracted the neural links from the bait, so I can't even hack that. What about the locals? Jackie asked. A few eddies here and there, and someone might tell us where they went. I paused, a sudden thought occurring. You go and do that. I am going to check the net, just in case. Without bothering to look at him, I wired him $1,000. Let's meet downstairs in 20. He hesitated for a moment, but offered a slow nod. Sure thing, Choom. Meet you downstairs. The moment he left the apartment and I heard his footsteps going down the stairs, I let my rage free, grabbing on the laptop and hurling it into the wall with a furious scream, the cheap cement and brick crumbling under the force of the blow. Despite my lack of need for it, I found myself breathing heavily, my cyber heart beating far harder than it needed to, or was even programmed to, my hands shaking and fingers twitching under signals I knew I did not send. Knowing the symptoms of a panic attack for what they were, I let myself crumble on the floor and just stared into the ceiling for a good 5 minutes, my twitches lessening with each second that passed. Finally, without bothering to get up, I activated my cyberdeck and uploaded a wide-range ping.x, immediately revealing dozens of cameras outside the building. Cycling through all of them, I searched for the one that overlooked the most likely approach for a vehicle. Logic dictating that the scavs would use overwhelming numbers to hunt down a notorious enemy, and soon found the most likely culprit. It was a semi-open secret among the netrunners of the EdgeNet Cafe that NightCorp, the corporation responsible for the vast majority of Night City's infrastructure, had backup memory caches in their cameras that kept recordings for up to a week. Typical corpo filth, but filth I could now use. And soon I found myself blitzing through the recordings, Regina's information once again coming in clutch as it contained the approximate time of my mom's arrival. My breath caught as I saw her strolling into the building, optics narrowed into a furious frown, and Igla shotgun hanging from her hands, ready to use at a moment's notice. Focusing on the present, I pushed the recording forward, speeding on until I saw a brown van park in front of the building, disgorging a group of what must have been scavs, all of them armed to the gills and many sporting visible combat cyberware. Their leader was a massive specimen, shorter than me but taller than all the other scavs by a head at least, and armed with a Defender light machine gun, his back visibly sporting a long spinal implant. Most likely speedwear of some kind. Not important. He would still die. I tried scanning his face, but the camera was the most basic of its kind, and all I could get was a pair of glowing blue optics, with the rest hidden under a bandana. Holding back my annoyance, I let the recording keep playing. And soon, some 10 minutes later, the group rushed back out of the building, 5 of them sporting differing levels of damage, while the leader tugged at the unconscious form of... My hands clutched so hard I could hear the reinforced chrome creaking under its own weight. Finally got the bitch. A lanky woman with a helmet over her head bit out harshly, "Why not just zero her here and now, Clement?" Before she could so much as twitch, Climent's form blurred and she gasped and fell back, clutching at her chest while heaving for air, while the rest of the scavengers laughed at her. "It's Koshai while on the job, you dumb whore." He growled, words coming out with a thick Russian accent. "And this bitch killed too many of us to just zero her like that." He chuckled darkly. "Oh no, she has to beg for death before we kill her." "She also has some preem chrome on her," another man added, voice giddy. "Going to need great care to take those babies off her." The leader grunted in agreement. "Sorry." The grounded woman bit out. "Just shut the fuck up and get in the van." He kicked her leg. "We've already wasted enough time." I ended the recording and found myself feeling utterly blank, as my rage went beyond being furious to outright apocalyptic. Without a thought beyond the task, I rolled up to my feet and left the apartment. Jackie was already waiting for me outside, pacing around with worry clear in his eyes before he saw me. "Had any luck?" he asked. "Got a name?" I bit out, "And there is a chance she is still alive." Unsurprisingly, this did not cheer the Latino up. There were fates worse than death. He shuffled. "I asked around, but all I got was that they left in the direction of the Kabuki market." "It is a start." I nodded and began walking. Shit, hold up, Jackie called as he began jogging after me, this time not bothering to tell me to slow down. We still have no actual idea where to find her. Maybe, I agreed, not slowing down, but someone else might. My internal agent was already connecting me to Regina. 3 rings later, she answered. Regina Jones, Margos. Margos, Miss Jones, I have some information and another request. Regina Jones, I am listening. Margos, it was an ambush. Local scavs were used as bait to lure my Svetlana out. They picked the local scavengers clean after they were killed and grabbed her. I managed to get their leader's name. Goes by Koshé, but real name seems to be Clement. They left in the direction of the Kabuki market. The fixer hummed consideringly, showing no emotion in her sole optic. Regina Jones, I will be honest, I did not expect you to actually call back. Margos, I am not stupid enough to go back on an agreement, especially since I am in need of more information. Regina Jones, information on Koshé's location, no doubt. Margos, correct. She stared at me through the holocall for a long moment before speaking. Regina Jones, and what do you plan to do with this information? Is it not goddamn obvious? Margos, rescue Svetlana and slaughter every single one of the bastards. She was silent for a long minute, letting me stew in my thoughts as I pushed past a few Kabuki residents, practically shoving a fat man into the ground because he was too slow to get out of the way. The fucker started yelling at me, but a pointed tap on my shotgun shut him the hell up. Finally, Regina spoke. Regina Jones. I would usually entrust this to one of my more experienced mercs, but I doubt I am about to dissuade you from going there. Margos, correct. She exhaled. Regina Jones, fine. Rumors say the basement of the Kabuki motel has been taken over by scavs, and the name Koshé has also been making the rounds in the area. Clear them out and confirm the kills, and I will pay you 5,000 eddies. I almost skipped a step then. Margos, that is surprisingly generous. The fixer raised an eyebrow. Regina Jones, someone as chromed up as you with your faculties intact doesn't come about that often. Consider this a test and a chance, sending you the deets now. My hand twitched to my weapon as I saw the location in my mind's eye. Margos, you have my deepest thanks, Miss Jones. I will inform you of the deed after it has been done. Regina Jones. Good luck. And the call ended. Got something? Jackie asked as my eyes stopped glowing. Gripping my shotgun with enough force to dent metal, I grinned. We have a location. Jackie's grin was just as bloodthirsty as my own. Good. Let's go and get those bastardos. You wanted to make her beg for death, did you? I growled internally as my cyberdeck began churning under my mind's direction. Don't mind if I return the favor. The hustle and bustle of the afternoon market dimmed down as we entered the Kabuki motel, the automatic establishment's lack of staff serving to mask our approach from any curious looks. This the place? Jackie asked, unholstering his Unity. Through the garage, I said, voice flat as I hacked into the building's electronics. This way. The doors to the garage opened up seemingly on their own, and 1 minute of searching later, we came upon the sight of a familiar van, a trail of blood and other fluids leading into a nearby passage. We are here, I said, taking hold of my weapon, and uploaded a ping.x. No cameras inside. I will have to see them to hack them without going full dive. We doing this the old-fashioned way then? Jackie grinned. Nodding in response, I hacked the reinforced door barring the way to the abandoned auto-mechanical workshop. The moment they split open, I was met chest to helmet with the woman from the recording, her entire body freezing halfway as she was about to open the doors from within. There was no hesitation in my furious mind as I rose my shotgun, pointed it directly at her center mass, and pulled the trigger. 8. Chapter 8. First Blood. For a single drawn-out moment, it felt as if the entire world turned silent. And then my igla went off, punching into the scav woman with full force and sending her flying away in bloody chunks. Thankfully, the noise was mostly absorbed by the music blaring inside. Hole in the sun, I idly wondered as I began working the lever action of the weapon. How fitting. Unfortunately, I was not given the time to rest on my laurels as I pinged the woman's neural link and quickly revealed a confused scav coming in from nearby. "Jackie," I called out, "cover me." "On it." He answered immediately and readied his handgun. And just in time, as a shirtless man covered in all manner of filth I'd rather not identify stepped out from a half-disassembled car, eyes widening as he saw the aftermath of my work. Jackie wasted no time in braining the bastard, delivering a quick double tap to his head and letting him fall like a puppet with its strings cut. My shotgun clicked closed as I finally managed to fumble a reload, and I began marching further into the automotive workshop proper. But not before calling Jackie with my personal agent. "Margos, we should communicate like this. Less chance of them hearing us." The Latino let out a sheepish chuckle as he followed after me. Jackie Wells. Should have suggested it myself. My mistake for rushing in then, a small part of me noted. The workshop the scavs occupied seemed to be getting some actual use, as I could see the red outlines of at least 6 of the filthy lowlives meandering around or working on a collection of vehicles. But more importantly, none of them were aware of the commotion just yet. Quickly doing a mental calculation, I said, "Margos, 2 on the left, behind the quadra, you take them." Jackie wordlessly nodded and began stalking in their direction, while I found myself advancing towards a large cargo van, one piled with slightly bloodied boxes filled to the brim with stolen life support cyberware, and of poor quality at that. Fucking rats will take anything. 2 of the scavs were smacking each other around, while the other pair were busy working on the van's engine. The Igla was readied once again. One of them seemed to have detected something was wrong, but only quickly enough to see his death coming. One tug at the trigger, and his head flew off. Another, and his friend was thrown back, his guts painting the concrete floor under him. The 2 working on the engine panicked and rounded on me, but I was already next to them, and with all the perfect form of a lifelong cripple, I threw a punch on the one closest to me. My arm flew wide, and he desperately took the chance to try and redirect it. But meat muscles would never come close to my glorious new body. His hand snapped like a twig, and so did his neck as my punch simply barreled through his pathetic defense. His friend panicked and rose a badly maintained unity, firing blindly and hitting his still twitching body thrice before actually landing a hit on me. The bullets barely even stung. The pathetic waste of oxygen fell on his ass as he unloaded the rest of his magazine, trying to crawl away from me like the worm he was, as I slowly walked over to him and grabbed him by the legs. Ignoring the fact I nearly stumbled as I compensated for the new weight, I took a good look at his panicked and suddenly glowing eyes before simply stomping on his head and painting the concrete floor with his brain matter. "Fuck," I muttered. He alerted the rest. Suddenly I heard a voice behind me. "Damn Choom, you are one scary motherfucker, you know that?" I rounded on him, hands already halfway raised until I realized it was Jackie. Didn't we agree to communicate via agent? I deadpanned. He gave me a challenging look. Room is clear, isn't it? Whatever. I waved it off, finding some small amusement as I saw him flinch at the sight of my bloodied arm. "No trouble on your side?" He grinned and patted a second unity holstered on his belt. "Never saw me coming." "Good." I nodded and looked deeper into the workshop. The way forward was guarded by a reinforced double door, the building schematics I nabbed from the automated lobby, telling me it was a living space reserved for the workshop's owner, or the workers. This time I did not rush into opening it, and instead activated my cyberdeck. Immediately feeling the numerous connections around me, I sent out a more detailed ping quick hack, focusing on neural links specifically. Everyone but the most Puritan of monks had those, and I do not believe the scavengers are particularly religious. My hunch was quickly rewarded as I detected 12 signatures within, one of whom was eerily familiar. One built by my own hands. My optics narrowed with hatred, and I very nearly rushed for it then and there. Thankfully, I was able to stop myself, as I also saw the outlines of most of the remaining scavs scrambling for their weapons and piling towards the door, while a few stayed behind. My thoughts raced for a plan, but instead a memory surfaced unbidden. Allowing myself a slight smirk, I looked to Jackie. "How good are you with grenades?" Of course, the man simply grinned and squared his shoulders. "Choom, I am a grenade artist." "Good." I nodded and grabbed the 2 frags from my pockets. "Take these and cook the first one when I tell you." Suddenly, the cheerful Latino was not quite so cheerful as he rapidly paled. "You sure about that?" I blinked. "Do you want me to try it?" He looked at the grenades and then to the shotgun. I took a good 10 seconds to reload before slowly nodding. "All right, fine. If I blow myself up, I am haunting your ass." "At least I will have company." I snarked back and focused back on the door. I saw 6 of the scavs piling up behind it and gave Jackie the nod. My net self barely even touched the door's servos before it hissed open, practically crushing its own gears under the sudden movement. "Now," I called. Once more muttering prayers, Jackie lobbed the grenade at the surprised lowlives, sending it flying directly in between the lot of them. Except one of them did not panic like the rest. Instead, he calmly rose an overture and simply shot the grenade from the air, detonating it safely away from him and his goons. "'Kay?" Jackie deadpanned. Ignoring my own astonishment, I forced myself to move. I kicked Jackie's side lightly to get him out of it before lifting my copperhead and spraying in the scavenger's general direction, scoring multiple hits but killing only one before my mag was out. They began returning fire, even as another of their number crumbled onto the floor, a pistol wound in his throat. I felt a dull thud on the side of my head as I pulled back into cover, my optics and audio receptors both detecting a fresh rent in my biker helmet and a very light scrape on the side of my head. If I had not moved then, the revolver scav fuck would have shot me in the eye. The unpleasant realization made me focus once again, and I quickly guessed he was using some manner of speedwear to give himself time to react. The duration was obviously too long for a Sandevistan. A Kerenzikov had to be. A new plan in my mind, I pinged Jackie. "Magos, cover me." He closed his eyes before snapping out of cover, pistol in each hand and a shout of, "Come at me, bastardos," on his lips. The scavs flinched away from the hail of gunfire, and I used the chance to peek out and activate my cyberdeck. The world around me seemed to slow just ever so slightly as I began searching for my target. Only a second passed before I detected my target, and I lunged for it with all the processing power I had. What little protection he had against intrusion fell apart before my breach protocol, like it wasn't even there, and then I was in. "Got you." Without a care for RAM usage, I connected directly to his Kerenzikov and immediately overclocked it to its absolute maximum unsafe setting and slammed it with an overload for good measure. The instant I retreated back from the net, the blaring music was momentarily overtaken by a blood-curdling scream. Jackie winced and took cover, but all I felt at the sound was confidence, and so instead of hiding, I stepped out with my shotgun in hand, just in time to see the revolver-wielding scav's entire head catch fire. The other 3 were not as cowardly as their dead allies and immediately aimed for me, firing submachine guns and assault rifles at me with solid accuracy. They did not even make me flinch. My Igla roared once more, cutting one of them down and wounding another, while the last idiot, now out of ammo for his copperhead, desperately rushed at me with a machete of all things. Unwilling to waste bullets on the swine, I swung out my shotgun like a club and surprisingly struck him directly in the neck as he went in for an overhead swing. His bones crumbled under the sudden force, but unfortunately, so did my weapon. "Damn," I cursed and threw the now useless scrap away. Annoyed at my own idiocy, I rounded on the final scav, only to see her clutching at her chest in desperation before Jackie shot her between the eyes. The Latino looked just about ready to drop another of his quips, but before he could open his mouth, a piercing noise came from deeper in the scav den, and the both of us rushed out of the way as high-caliber light machine gun rounds began scything through our previous position, completely destroying a few of the cars around us and catching me in the foot. For the first time since I started my assault, I felt a bullet penetrate my armor and a sharp faux pain signal slam into my brain. But something so banal would never be enough to paralyze me, and so as always I ignored it and reloaded my copperhead. The new mag clicked into place and I addressed Jackie. "Margos, I will draw their fire. You rush to the side and grenade them." The Latino flinched away from the edge of the van as another burst cut through its windshield. Jackie Wells. "Fuck, you sure you want to do that?" I did not answer and instead stepped out from cover, bringing my copperhead to bear just as my cyberdeck was done breaching the weapon that managed to damage me. The light machine gun let out a loud click as it jammed, the weapon malfunction .x working perfectly as I returned their favor in full. The Copperhead series of guns was touted as the new rugged workhorse of Militech, a reliable rifle that would never jam or break down, no matter what you did. It also had the terrible reputation of kicking like a rabid mule and ruining the user's accuracy. My Manibus implants laughed at the very concept of recoil. I simply pointed the rifle at the raging scavenger and let loose. My first shots missed, but I followed the arc of destruction with my unerringly calm grip, and in a blink, the bastard flinched away as a bullet lodged itself into his pitiful fleshy eye. The other scavs inside tried shooting me down, but their low-caliber weapons only served to embolden me as my stride lengthened. Unbidden, I found myself laughing at them. Why are you even bothering, you wastes of space? I am fucking immortal. Just as the words left my mouth, my copperhead clicked empty. I heard Jackie loudly curse and saw him toss the grenade at the other scavengers firing at me. But before the grenade could detonate, I heard an unknown charging sound. "Get into cover, you gonk," Jackie tried to warn me. But all I managed was a half-stumbled sidestep before a large projectile cut through my right arm like a hot knife through decomposing scop. The faux pain signal this time was so strong it momentarily left me blind and confused, but not deaf, as I heard the detonation of the frag grenade and the screams of the freshly dying. But Jackie did not stop firing, and a moment later I heard a loud crunch, followed by my ally's pained grunt and a slam of flesh against metal. My eyes blinked clear once again, just in time for me to see Jackie sliding down a now-dented van while a massive scav with a spinal implant stood over him and slowly reloaded his chunky railgun revolver. Fucking mercs! The man that was undoubtedly Cochet roared, his voice pained as I saw multiple puncture wounds, no doubt caused by flying shrapnel, always sticking your fucking noses into my biz. My liberty rang out as I unloaded the full 12 bullets into his back. Or at least I attempted to do so. As the moment the first bullet struck the back of his ribcage, I felt more than saw his spinal implant activate, and his form became a blur, a wave of heat following him as he dodged out of the way before redirecting himself at me in the short span of a second. I immediately used all of my Cyberdeck's capabilities to slam him with as many quick hacks and demons as I had available, but except for a slight twitch of his chromed arms and a glitch in his eyes, I could see only thanks to my advanced optics. His advance did not slow. And in a blink, just as I was halfway to fully standing up, I was sent flying away with a loud metallic clang. "The fuck is a Borg doing here?" The increasingly agitated Russian screamed, "Who the fuck did I piss off? Did Yaga send you, that fucking cunt?" I tried getting up again, but the lack of balance ensured I had no such chances, as I was simply thrown back by another punch, the gorilla arm slamming into the back of my heavily armored head and denting it to a worrying degree. But to my confusion, he did not continue with his attack. Instead, he simply kept muttering to himself, words that made no sense and came out more erratic by the second. Feeling just enough heat being dragged off by my heatsink, I immediately took the chance to slam him with an optics reset quick hack, not wasting any time by checking if it worked or not, and instead rolling to my side and throwing myself up with my remaining arm. The lunatic's reaction was not one I expected. The pained scream that left his lungs was not one of rage, but of terror and trauma. His arms swinging around, as if aiming for a target only he could see. I prepared to finish him, but just then his eyes reactivated and he rounded on me. "Kill you, pickle your bones, chew on your heart." He kept muttering, and just as I realized I was witnessing a cyberpsychosis in real time, his form blurred once again. But instead of letting him send me flying again, I stomped both my feet into the ground, burying them into the comparatively soft concrete and raising my arm to guard my face. The dull explosion of pain that followed from my remaining arm proved my decision correct, as I found myself still being pushed back slightly and felt my hand go unresponsive. But the man above me was in no greater shape than I, as I saw sparks coming out from his heavily dented gorilla arm, and his eyes' previous glitches growing more and more pronounced. I did not waste a moment and sprung my secret weapon. My lips split open, and the heatsink in the back of my throat that had been gathering heat for the entire duration of the fight unleashed all of its contents directly into the bastard's face. This time, his scream was one of pure agony. His other hand reflexively swung out for me, but this time I was ready and twisted my head out of the way before simply biting onto the offending limb and shredding it into tiny pieces, ripping out the cybernetic components and shoving them directly down my gullet. The scav recoiled and I sprung after him, and with one final snap of my reactivated arm, I collapsed his neck. He just stood there for a long, confused moment before gurgling out one final curse and falling onto the bloody concrete, dead. Once again, I felt my breathing grow uneven and counter to its programming. Slowing it down consciously, I threw out another ping just in case and found that there was only one neural link still active. My breathing noticeably slowed then, and I began trudging towards my target, only to pause as I saw the slumped Jackie in the corner of my optics. A quick scan showed he had multiple bones cracked, and that a part of his spine had been heavily bruised. Something easily solvable with my own brilliance. My hand reached for the 3 doses of nanites I brought with me, but then I paused. Shouldn't I use all of them on Mum? Why waste it on some random merc who is probably going to die in a ditch anyway? I must have stood there for a very long time, as I heard Jackie grunt in pain. Once again, my optics spotted another detail I had missed previously. A large neon green graffiti on the wall stating, "No hope," followed by another more ominous red, "The city always wins." My hand almost crushed the glass containers, and I scowled at the thought, "Not against me." I growled, and with all the care I could give in my state, I pried the unconscious Latino's mouth open and poured a dose of nanites down his throat. Unwilling to waste a moment longer, I grabbed my right arm, hung it under my assault rifle's strap, and marched into the scav den's previous living quarters. Stepping over the mess of blood, guts, and cyberware without a care, I simply crushed the cheap plastic door barring my way. And there I saw her, and felt furious that I did not preserve the bastards just to pay them back in kind. She was strapped to an operating table, her hair completely gone, as were her optics, her cybernetic lower jaw, her teeth, her legs, and both her cybernetic arms. Feeling a growing panic, I immediately did a deep scan on her and let out a relieved breath. Her internal implants had yet to be removed. They filth were taking their fucking time with her. My mind pointedly skipped all the bruising and tear marks I detected and instead zeroed in on a detail that was not there before. A fucking brain dance recorder in one of her neural ports. My rage went from murderous to fucking apocalyptic. Had I any blood left, it would have probably frozen, and only the slight cracking sound stopped me from turning my nanites into fine dust. Cursing at myself, I approached the operating table and put the nanites down before hesitantly patting the shoulder above the roughly cauterized stump of her arm. "Don't worry, Mom, I am here now. They will never touch you again." Except instead of feeling her breathing relax like parts of me hoped, no, fantasized, I felt her entire body tense and twitch before she began thrashing around and screaming in terror. With no conscious command from me, my legs moved back, as I flinched away in confusion, one that was slowly but certainly replaced with a growing sense of unease. 9. Chapter 9. Cleaning Up. The aspiring solo. Consciousness slammed back into him like a hammer, his cheap optics snapping open, followed by a sharp intake of breath. For a moment, Jackie Wells had no idea where he was, just that he was covered in blood and sweat and currently staring at the gut-strewn floor of some unknown workshop. And then he blinked again, and his memories snapped back into place. Hijo de puta. He cursed as he remembered the sudden blur of the Borg fucker and the feeling of slamming into metal. Well, at least I am alive, he thought, so there is that. Grunting and wiping the drool and blood from his mouth, he got himself up and paused at what he saw. The entire inner side of the workshop was covered in blood and viscera. What little was not shot up by the gunfight was instead thrown about by the aftermath of something he'd see in a MaxTac BD. There were even grooves in the damn concrete. Shit, he cursed and quickly checked on his weapons before running down the trail of destruction. Or at least he attempted to. The moment he took his third step, he felt a jolt of pain explode at his back, nearly doubling over as his body almost failed to support its own weight. Scowling and quickly inhaling a max stock, he firmed his grip on his unity and kept going. What followed was more of the same, death and destruction strewn in all directions, especially once he reached the aftermath of his own grenade throw. But he had no time to think about that, as he heard noise coming from nearby and rushed as quickly as he could towards the source. What he found inside made him pause, especially since a shaky hand he could swear he saw getting blown off by a burrier was pointing a liberty at his face. Oh. He heard the familiar synth voice of Mike the Borg, and the pistol was removed from his face. "It's you." There was absolutely no emotion in the tone, even the small undercurrent of excitement the Chromehead had, despite the situation, was now completely missing. Feeling put off, Jackie barked at him, "Of course it's me." He grunted and sat atop a nearby work table. "You didn't leave any of the scav fucks alive, did you?" "Of course not," came the instant answer. "Right." Jackie nodded, cooling down a bit. Just then, he got the chance to actually look at the room and quickly saw what Mike was so busy with he couldn't even have bothered to check on him. On the operating table lay a familiar woman, tied to the bed with multiple belts and covered in bandages, but to Jackie's surprise, missing none of her cyberware. "They didn't, he winced, "scav her yet?" "Michael Sobranov. If only." The words left me before I could stop them, my whole existence feeling completely detached from the situation. I had to retrieve what they took. Digging out the eyes and jaw from their own excuse for a ripper was as insulting as it had been cathartic, even if the arms were much more infuriating. That machine gunner Gonk was so incompetent, both of them ended up dented. Forcing my anger down and not waiting for Jackie's response, I simply pointed at a nearby pile of meat with my non-functional arm. Jackie looked disgusted, but shook his head and spat on the ground. "If anyone deserves it, it is these bastardos." He looked up from the waste pile. "You sure it is safe to fix her here?" "The scavs were well supplied," I answered, even as I ran another full body scan to see if any of the viruses or connection adjustments made by the filth remained. And her. My vocalizer failed me for a reason I could not identify. I nearly flinched when a hand landed on my shoulder, the awkward pose making the shorter Latino look just a bit comical, despite the situation, as he offered me a look of understanding. "It's your mama, hermano." He shook his head. "No need to force yourself to explain anything." Nodding instead of saying anything, I got back to work. Her reaction to hearing me speak left me stunned and confused, but I knew wasting time was only increasing the risk of permanent damage, so I tied my half-destroyed arm to my body with a belt and let my nanoforge do its work while doing my utmost to repair the damage that had been done. As I told Jackie, the scavs were very well supplied, holding more than enough medicine and anesthetic for me to properly dress Mom's wounds and replace her cyberware as best as I could. Thankfully, my arms did not fail me as I removed the scabs from her wounds, and my work clicked back into place just as it was made to do. The less educated might believe that removing cyberware after a stressful situation was helpful for the person's mental state, but for someone as well tuned to her metal parts as my mother, the violent removal she suffered was far more torturous than anything mere meat might have gone through. Her brain was already adapted to the signals it sent being received properly, and the sudden lack of multiple parts would certainly lead to confusion and hysteria. Or at least, that is the outcome I hoped for above all. The others I did not even want to consider. Retrieving the stolen limbs and parts was quite simple as well. The greedy scavengers took one good look at my work and immediately decided to add it to themselves. And the lack of thievery safeguards I coded in favor of integration efficiency allowed them to install them without much issue. A risk I was aware of, and one I would take as many times as necessary. It was irritating that I could not immediately give her back her legs, but I did not trust any model I myself did not build, and installing a new denture and growing back her hair could be done later. The lack of preparation frustrated me, but optimization was for when you weren't trying to salvage a person as if they were a broken piece of machinery. Grunting to myself as I found no immediate issues I could solve here and now, I looked to Jackie. "She is stable now," I said, and he grinned. "Can you see if the van in the garage is working? I need to bring her to Vic just in case." "Sure thing." The Latino agreed and hopped off his seat, walking out with a barely noticeable limp in his step. The damage he took must have been much greater than I detected, if a dose my nanites did not fully fix him. No matter, his pain would be temporary and his payment fair. Satisfied with that, I focused back on the feeling of blinding rage I had been trying to contain for so long, and turned to the pile of bodies I had dragged here. I took the braindance recorder I extracted from Mom's neural port and crushed it between my fingers before glaring at the pile of meat under my feet. If I could not kill them all over again, mere desecration would have to do. 20 minutes later, I got the call. Jackie Wells. Got the old bucket of rust running again, grabbed all the weapons and ware that didn't get shredded too. You done down there? Margos, for the most part, I answered as I ripped out the final cable holding a biomonitor to the dead scav's body. Can you get down here and help me carry her? Jackie Wells, be there in a minute. Unaware of the cruel smile on my face, I let the biomon join the burned-out Kerenzikov and damaged Sandevistan in the metal box, alongside any other military-grade implant the filth was sporting. My still half-functioning right arm twitched as I rubbed my hands. I am going to dig so many secrets out of these. Jesus fuck. Unimpressed by the sudden interruption, I looked down to see a pale Jackie staring at the pile of meat under me. What? You? He pointed at me and then at the meat. The fuck? They certainly won't be needing it anymore. I shrugged, my twitching arm doing a flippant wave on its own. Consider it poetic justice. He scowled and threw his arms up in frustration. Let's just get out of this fucking place. I need a drink. Sure. I nodded and stepped behind the Ripperdoc bed. Not waiting a moment, I simply ripped the mattress off the metal contraption and indicated for Jackie to grab the other side. He shook his head in that confused way of his and just got to work. 5 minutes later, we were both seated in the reappropriated van, my mother secured in the back and sleeping soundly. You good there? Jackie asked as he turned on the engine. Looking down at my almost fetus-like sitting position, I shrugged. I could sit like this for days. Right, he chuckled, Borg. Meat problems will not trouble me again. I nodded at the obvious statement. Snorting lightly and shaking his head, Jackie asked, to Vix then? Yeah, I agreed, and he started driving. Just need to call the fixer. His optics visibly brightened at that. 3 rings later, my call was answered. Regina Jones, Margos, I thought you got zeroed. Margos, apologies for taking my time. The situation called for field repairs. She raised the eyebrow above her sole optic. Regina Jones, your VIP is safe and sound then. Margos, as sound as one can be in this situation. Regina Jones, I see. I suspected she did not. And the scavs. Margos, will need to be scraped off the walls if anyone wishes to move in. I forwarded a series of images and recordings from my own optics. She took a moment to answer after that. Regina Jones. Good. Did you find any information on further dens? Trade partners? Informants? Margos, what little electronic data they kept was blown up during the fighting. Her eye narrowed, but she nodded. Regina Jones. I understand you had other priorities. Margos. Correct, and may I remind you that no information request was made on your end. She let out a short exhale at that. Regina Jones. True enough, you did the job you were asked to do, closing the gig now. And just like that, 5,000 eddies fell into my account. Regina Jones. You did good work today. I will contact you if I need any other place demolished. Good. A source of extra income would be needed since Mum was not leaving the house for a few months at least. Margos. Acceptable. Just give me 3 days to settle things. Regina Jones. All right. Be hearing you, Margos. Margos, Miss Jones. The call ended there. Without saying a word, I immediately wired Jackie the full 5,000. The hell? He near squeaked. How much did we get paid? 5,000 total. I answered simply. He nearly slammed into the back of the car riding in front of us. Damn. He cursed, thanks, Choom, but you really don't have to. Closing my optics, I said, you helped me with something incredibly important today. This is quite literally the least I could do. I paused. We are still sharing the loot, though. Ha! He laughed. Sure thing, Choom. The rest of the ride passed mostly in silence. Well, as silent as Night City can be at any given moment, the van's radio playing some rap slop Jackie seemed to enjoy for whatever reason. Except the slop must have reminded Latino of something. because he turned away from the road and looked at me. "Hey, Michael." "What?" He grinned and wired me the image of me blowing the first scav to pieces. "Welcome to Night City." I was only slightly tempted to overload his eyes. One quick call to Vic, and he and Misty were practically running out on the street to help us safely transport my mother into the clinic. Except, instead of letting me help, the two of them shoved me outside and told me to wait while they also did a quick checkup on Jackie. Which is how I found myself sitting on the clinic staircase, staring into the wall while the day's events flickered through my mind's eye over and over again. I was just reimagining my fight with Koshei, cataloguing all the mistakes I had made when Jackie stepped out of the clinic, a fresh pep in his step. "Vic set you free?" I asked. "I am mostly fine, just like you said. Just need some bed rest and good food, and I will be right as rain." He grinned, but the old man likes to be sure. He is a credit to the profession. I nodded at the absolute truth of my words. Smirking at me, he started walking up the stairs. "Going to grab a beer, want one?" Did I? I suppose today would call for alcohol, usually sure. A few moments later, the two of us were sharing a cold brosef, the sour taste of the beer feeling oddly soothing, despite none of the alcohol ever being able to reach my brain. "Still can't believe there was a sandy fucker waiting for us in there," Jackie commented as we talked about the fight. "One second I was looking at your arm flying off, and the next, bam, gorilla arm to the chest." I nodded along, flicking off the cap off my third bottle of beer. "If you didn't have your bone lacing and subdermals, you would have turned into pink mist." He shuddered. "Do you have to word it like that? The flesh is weak." I shrugged, my brain feeling particularly tickled at the statement. "Still, sorry for dragging you into danger and then fucking up." He blinked. "Fucking up?" "Chum, what the hell are you talking about?" My optics narrowed. "I made so many mistakes it isn't even funny. If I was smarter, neither of us would have been damaged, and the scavs would have died before they knew what was happening." He just stared at me for a long moment before loudly snorting, "Ha, don't even think about that, Holmes. For someone who hasn't even walked before today, you fought like a fucking legend." "Really?" I was quite annoyed at the slight hopeful tone in my voice. "Yeah." He nodded with a grin. "But that doesn't mean you aren't right in needing some proper practice. Good cyberware can only make up for hard-earned skill to a point." "I know that." I nodded hesitantly. "I just have no idea where to even begin." He pointed a thumb at himself and patted his pistol. "We could go shooting when your mama is all set up." "Really?" I asked after a long moment, and seeing his confused look, I elaborated, "I thought you'd want nothing to do with me when you found me digging through the scav filth." His expression shifted into a darker one at that. "In most cases, you'd be right, but—" He looked away. "That ain't the first time I've seen a man go psycho on the bastardos who hurt his family." He shook his head and faced me again. "Just make sure not to follow the scavs down the slippery slope." He allowed himself a smirk as he heard the bottle in my hand cracking. "You are one of the good ones, Mike. Don't let the fuckers take that from you." I just looked at him like he was an idiot. "Good ones don't rip people apart in the name of revenge, Jackie. I am aware of at least that." "Sure," he chuckled, "but the usual scop-sucker off the streets of NC wouldn't have bothered fixing me either." He smirked. "Or did you think I wouldn't notice?" I scoffed and looked away. "It is natural to help your allies, nothing more to it." "You boys having fun?" The voice of Misty cut through the ensuing silence, the sometimes mystic, sometimes Ripperdoc assistant, walking out of the clinic with a tired smile on her face. "How is she?" I asked immediately. "She will be fine." Her smile turned fragile, at least physically. "I see." I nodded. That was the best outcome I could hope for, I think. "Dr. Vector said you should come and visit tomorrow at the earliest." She went on, "You should have some rest, and obsessing over her will help neither of you." "You say that like it is easy," I scoff. "But I trust Vic enough to listen. He obviously won't be taking his mind off it." Jackie interjected with a glint in his eye. "So how about the three of us go to Lizzie's? Relax a bit?" My optics noticed the slightest dusting of Misty's cheeks at the invitation, while Jackie was looking at the both of us expectantly. "I don't know if Vic will need any more help," she said, hesitating. "Oh, come on, Hermana." Jackie got up and placed his hand on her shoulder, an act that only increased the blood flow in her face further. "You know he won't complain if you take some time off. Besides, he pointed at me, just consider it helping a patient out. I feel so valued right now, I drawled. Besides, isn't Lizzie's just a step above a dollhouse? See, you are already helping him. Jackie grinned a shit-eating grin. He is already being a sarcastic gonk. He might even stop moping. Misty gave him an exasperated look, but began laughing after a moment. I too found myself chuckling, even if it was barely audible. Fine, I said and got up. Might as well celebrate my first steps properly. The somehow both sad and joyous look from Misty would have annoyed me if I didn't feel a sudden bout of excitement returning to me. I would not allow this city or this world to crush me. Not now, not ever. Chapter 10. Cool down. Before we even managed to take 3 steps away from the clinic, I paused in my tracks. The duo kept walking, but the lack of the constant metallic clangs of my feet made them turn back to me. We didn't forget anything, did we? Jackie asked worriedly. I just sniffed the air and looked down to my shredded and bloodied clothes and chassis. They let creatively decorated people into Lizzie's? I asked. Misty covered her mouth and Jackie snorted, shaking his head. Don't think they would be too eager. What with? He waved his hand around in my direction. Right, cyber-psycho-paranoia. I nodded and considered for a moment. There a car wash nearby. It was Misty who answered, there is one a block down. Why? Why do you think? I deadpanned, and the look of morbid realization in their eyes almost made me laugh. Fucking weirdo Borgs, I swear to. I tuned out the shop owner's grumbling as I left his store feeling like a man reborn, and one dripping water like a broken pipe. Where to next? Jackie asked, still baffled by the fact he had just power-washed a person. Clothes, I declared. The mildly terrified tiger claw paraphernalia stall owner nodded rapidly at my request and quickly brought the bundle closest to my request. This is the best I have for someone of your size. No shoes, though. He winced. Those you will probably have to get custom made. I waved him off with my still slightly twitching right hand. Not a problem. Of course, of course. He nodded rapidly before sharing a quick look with a nearby onlooker and very hesitantly speaking up. Paint. He winced. Who is it from? I blinked and deadpanned scavs. Ah. He visibly relaxed and made an awkward chuckle. Always good to see less scum on the streets. I let out a synthetic hum that perfectly transmitted how little of a shit I gave about his platitude. Anywhere I can change? His hands trembled slightly as he pointed behind him. The back of my stall should cover you, honored customer-san. Nodding, I ignored the trio of actual Tiger Claw gang goons watching me with hesitant looks in their eyes and pitiful weapons in their hands, and got to removing what little remained of my bullet-hole-riddled clothes. Apparently, not even the gangs wanted to fuck with a big Borg covered in other people's insides. Who would have thought? How I loved barbaric civility when it was to my advantage. New set of stretchy jeans, a new hoodie that actually fit me, and a fresh synth leather coat of a similar coloring to my previous one later. I left the little open market, not forgetting to tip the stall owner a few eddies for his trouble. Jackie and Misty were waiting by the van, and the moment they saw me, the Latino's eyebrows went up. You some kind of hidden sucker fanboy, Mike? His tone was half teasing and half genuinely curious. Instead of taking the bait, I merely shrugged. Saburo doesn't own black and red. He snorted, trying to make a statement. I looked down at him like he had just said something incredibly stupid. Misty once again covering her mouth to hide her smile, while Jackie took an instinctive step back. Black and red is simply a Nova combination. I deadpanned gonk. He was outraged. Oi, just because you are right doesn't mean you get to talk shit. My superior color scheme begs to differ, I resumed in my deadpan. The stare down was broken as Misty finally lost it and began laughing, the two of us quickly joining in a few moments later. Think they will actually let us in now? I asked as the duo calmed down. Shouldn't be a problem, he shrugged. They aren't some high and mighty corpo to care about that shit. Then he looked down at my still bare feet. Just try not to fuck break anything, yeah? My bones are a bit more fragile than yours and those Mox girls are fucking terrifying. I will consider it. He just began grumbling. We returned to the van, Jackie taking the driver's seat, Misty sitting behind him, and myself stowing in the rear. "So, Michael," Misty spoke up as Jackie started the engine, "how does it feel to finally be free?" Vic had asked me the same question, and finally I had no excuse to distract myself. She looked worried for a moment, as I didn't immediately answer, but I still spoke up before she could apologize, like I had just awoken from a nightmare. "I am still not sure all this isn't just a cruel hallucination." "Weren't we trying to get him to relax?" I heard Jackie whisper. "He needs to talk about this," Misty whispered back before speaking to me again with a gentle smile. "I don't think I am a nightmare. Shouldn't that be a good clue?" I rolled my optics. "You asked me how I felt, not what I knew." "Some things are better said out loud," she answered, expression just a touch teasing. "An issue is much easier to move on from if you acknowledge it." "Tricky woman," I shook my head, to the amusement of both of them. "Fine, this isn't a nightmare, and I won't suddenly wake up in the chair." Merely saying the words felt like trying to crawl in my pathetic meat body. But the moment they left my vocalizer, my entire existence felt just the tiniest bit lighter. Misty's knowing smile made me want to grumble at her, but that would have been petty. "Oh," Jackie suddenly perked up, eyes teasing as he gave Misty a sideways look. "You going to do your magic trick now?" Misty's lips pursed. "My skills aren't a trick." That only made Jackie's expression grow more amused. "What kind of magic trick?" I asked. "I said it wasn't a trick," Misty complained without heat. "She does this thing with the cards," Jackie answered, ignoring the pokes he received as punishment for each word. "Does a reading of past, present, and future. It's scary accurate." "Oh, that?" I blinked. "She already did one for me." Both of them looked confused at that. "Remember when you called me Little Chariot a few years back?" I elaborated after a bit, and her eyes widened. "I looked it up the moment I got the chance. It was pretty accurate as far as my past goes. Did wonders for my ego." Jackie grinned at her teasingly. She muttered something I didn't quite catch before looking back at me, a bit of genuine interest in her eyes. Curious about the rest? "No," I answered immediately, completely taking the wind out of her sails. Jackie snorted. "Viewing my past and getting perspective is good," I elaborated, absently raising my mostly repaired arm. "But the present and the future are mine to shape, and mine alone." My fingers clutched into a fist, and I felt the final connection snap back into its proper place. For whatever reason, the two of them remained completely silent for the rest of the ride. The van stopped a few blocks away from the venue itself. The massively increased traffic in the area and the coinciding end of the evening shift made finding a safe parking spot anywhere close an exercise in futility, and leaving a van filled with looted weapons and cyberware in the open was just asking not to find it later. But a bit of searching and just a touch of hacking later, our spoils were safely deposited inside an abandoned garage belonging to some kind of missing lower corpo. Not that it mattered who it belonged to anyway. We'd be gone long before anyone got the chance to be annoying. "And there it is," Jackie grinned as we approached the bar. "Lizzie's. Best place to relax after a good gig." "Don't let Mama Wells hear you say that," Misty teased. "Oi," he flinched. "Don't wish that kind of torture on me, Hermana." "Mama Wells." I blinked. "Guadalupe Alejandra Wells." Jackie puffed out his chest, bravest and most dedicated woman in all of Haywood. He chuckled at my blank look. "Remind me to introduce you one of these days." Misty's enthusiasm dimmed slightly, so much so I almost missed it. But before I could satisfy my curiosity, we had reached the bar's entrance and were blocked by a brightly purple-haired woman with a spiked metal bat leaning against her shoulder. One that looked to be heavily cyberized if the amount of real skin on her and two solid but middling military-grade cyberarms were any indication. She also sported a number of visible tattoos that marked her as a member of the Mox, the gang whose entire existence was based around protecting the Lizzie's bar and making money off of sexual brain dances. "Rita!" Jackie greeted her with arms open. "Wells," she answered, not taking the offered hug. "You haven't been in a while." "Ah, you know how it is." Jackie scratched the back of his head, not missing a beat. "Work hasn't been going too quick in a while, and you know I don't come here just to fry my brain with BDs." Yeah. She rolled her eyes. "Just don't give me the Valentino speech about the real thing again, or I might actually smack you this time." He covered his heart as if hurt. which only made her roll her eyes more before sharing a quick look and nod with Misty and then facing me. "Who is the Borg?" "The Borg," I drawled, my synthetic voice making her tense barely enough to be perceivable by my optics, "is Margos." Jackie and Misty both looked confused at the name and perfectly capable of speaking for himself. "You some kind of maelstrom wannabe?" Rita raised her chin. "I don't know." I grinned and leaned in, enjoying how the sight made her tense even more, despite her bravado. "Are you some kind of wannabe joy toy?" For the entire exchange, Jackie had been motioning for me to back down, looking increasingly panicked. But that turned out to be unnecessary as the bouncer threw her head back and laughed. "You are all right." "Happy to have pleased, madam." I kept my drawl on as I did the most awkward Japanese-style bow ever. That only served to entertain her further as she snorted and waved us in. "Get in, you three. Beers hasn't picked up too much yet, so there should be some spots free to sit down." "Oral," Jackie grinned and quickly dragged us into the bar. The Latino seemed to know everyone inside, as we spent the next 5 minutes just waiting for him to greet everyone while somehow managing to diffuse the side effects of my presence, getting us through the bouncing crowd without much hassle and dragging us into a booth just as a group of 7 teens got there a few seconds later. One look at me was enough to get them to fuck off. Lizzie's was exactly what I'd expected from a nightclub, but the fact I was actually here and not through some movie or video made it that much more enticing. The blaring music, the bouncing bodies, the smells and tastes in the air, all of it was intoxicating to me. So much so Jackie needed to shake me out of it when the drinks were brought to us. "You good, Choom?" he asked, both he and Misty looking worried. "I am fine." I waved him down and picked up the glass. "Just getting used to everything." "Ha!" he laughed. "It will be old news before you know it." But for now, he turned serious and rose a glass of his own, Misty following suit. "To new beginnings." "To safe returns," Misty added, a wide grin on her face. My glass reached to meet theirs. "To freedom," I said, and for the first time since descending into the hellhole, my voice carried my elation. The glasses clinked, and we downed the cocktail, the hours blurring together as we discussed anything between Misty's work to my own impressions of the living world. It was 3 of the best hours I had ever lived. I was also treated to the amusing sight of the duo dancing around each other. Misty's head snapped in my direction as I sent her a call, Jackie still reeling in laughter from something she said. "Margos, so when do you plan on making your move?" Her entire face instantly turned completely crimson. "Misty Olszewski, what are you talking about?" She returned, virtual voice full of panic. "Margos, he is a charming guy," I teased, my mood lightened by the atmosphere. "If you don't go for it, someone will sooner rather than later." A mixture of expressions shifted on her face before firming into determination. She stilled for a moment before accidentally leaning into Jackie. The merry and mildly drunk Latino was not bothered in the slightest, and immediately pulled her into a sideways hug, continuing on with the joke. I just shook my head and returned to my crowd watching. An hour passed as the duo began lightly flirting, and just as things were about to get interesting enough for me to excuse myself, the music cut off and a commotion broke out in the back. The crowd spread apart as a small figure rushed through them, though not before rounding on the dark-skinned woman following after her with arms crossed and a scowl on her face. "Go fuck yourself, Susie," the green-haired, red-eyed and very pale girl, covered in mox tattoos, shouted, "You can take your help and shove it up your gonk ass." Rebecca, Susie, whom I guessed was the owner of the bar, voiced warningly, "I am done with this shit." The girl snapped again and turned to leave. Before I knew it, my mouth was doing its best approximation of a disgusted sneer. "They let children work here." Jackie, who had also been drawn to the commotion, barked out a laugh, as well as the few patrons closest to our booth. The girl rounded on us and glared with red eyes full of hatred before cursing and leaving in truth. "All right, everyone, get back to it." Susie barked, minutely shaking her head in what I guessed was disappointment, and a moment later the music came back on. Jackie spoke up a moment later. "I don't think that was a kid, Mike." "Really?" I blinked. "Yeah." He chuckled. "Not with those hips, she wasn't." I rolled my eyes as Misty smacked his arm. The probably not a little girl was definitely petty enough to turn off the music and make everyone look at her exit. But I wasn't going to reveal that little tidbit. An hour more passed before the fleshlings were done with their drinks and ready for something else, and the three of us left the bar with our spirits lifted. Jackie dropped me in the van off at my mega building and drove off on his bike with Misty riding behind him, leaving me to rent a garage for the van. Oh well, a vehicle was always useful, even if I would have to get a training shard to learn to drive, a challenge I accepted wholeheartedly. Leaving the lift and walking back through my floor turned out to be an oddly solemn experience. The shop owners under my protection had by now all learned about who I was in truth from their neighbors, and none was willing to speak as I passed them by, remaining silent even after I dragged the chrome crate into my home. My cameras informed me a full 3 minutes passed before they started settling down. I shook my head and allowed myself to slump against a nearby wall, allowing the day's experiences to flash into memory as they willed. My thorough preparations for my cyberization told me I would need to let my brain rest after so much new overstimulation, and so I forced myself to shut my optics and began making my mind fully adrift. 10 minutes passed, and I was standing inside my workshop, already forming the initial blueprints for a pair of cybernetic legs. 11. Chapter 11. Visitations. The Noodle Seller. Old Chew was one very happy man these days. His workplace finally got a measure of safety, no gangoons tried to hustle him on the daily, and most importantly, business was booming. The whole lower mega building and beyond still sang praises of his deep cultural cuisine. Even the missus was more satisfied now he could afford to fill the fridge with more than just leftovers. Happy wife, happy life, as his wise grandfather once said. The rest of the floor also went through a similar transformation. The other shops were now turning a mostly steady profit, and the peaceful atmosphere was enough for the few parents living there to let their kids out to play without fearing for their safety. Old Chew was still leery of his granddaughter running about outside the apartment, but she hadn't looked that happy since her parents disappeared one day, and he didn't have it in his heart to keep her at home. And all of this was thanks to a random message he got one day while he was getting mugged. The almost 3 years since then had felt like a decade to the old man, even if the transformation could only be felt instead of seen. Fucking greedy Night Corp landlords couldn't even let them get rid of the trash without asking for their fair share, the damn bloodsuckers. Bah! He scoffed as he absently checked his stall's inventory. No use in bitching about it. Slow day? An unfamiliar synthetic voice came from the front. The old man looked up and froze at what he saw. A looming cyborg, wearing a synth-leather coat, was seated at his stall, the chair creaking lightly under his weight as a pair of round golden eyes stared at the old man without blinking. A very familiar shade of gold, Chew noted. Ah, it's you, old Chew bit out, trying to hide his pants-shitting fear at being in grabbing distance of someone so blatantly inhuman. Even his head barely looked like one, completely chromed, and lacking both hair and visible lips. The look of a functional war machine, and not a person. Still, Chew was not a gonk, and forced himself to calm down. Heard you were finally up and about. The Borg lazily waved his overlong arm. I'd be surprised if you didn't. I will have 3 of your synth noodle specials and a real water. The old man's hands were already moving by the time he finished his sentence. He nearly dropped his utensils when he noticed the Borg's mouth open, but his hands were steady and he went on, pretending like he wasn't halfway tempted to run off while screaming. You, he spoke up after a moment, licking the suddenly dry insides of his lips. Going to be moving about more? Afraid our deal will end? The golden eyes brightened a bit. Hasn't even been a month since you last complained about my extortion. Ah ha ha. Chew laughed awkwardly. It was a joke, a joke. The Borg rolled his eyes. Don't worry, I can access the floor's systems from halfway across the city. So long as you good people do not forget the reason for your peace, I will keep my floor clean. His floor, Chew nearly scoffed, but realized the cyborg was completely right. Happy to hear it, Margos. Yes, yes, he tapped the biker helmet Chew had just noticed. Anything happen on the floor I should know? Chew, now refocused on his work, blinked. Don't you know everything? I wouldn't be asking if I did. He deadpanned. I don't spend all of my time people watching, I will have you know. Ha, that's fair. The old man barked a chuckle and nodded. Only thing I can think of you'd care about is the maelstrom and tigers got into another fight 3 days back. Tigers got back without half of their tombs again, so they've been going quiet and hunkering down. Interesting. He kept tapping the helmet for a few seconds and said, keep an ear out for things like that. If they are worth my attention, you can skip a monthly payment or two. Old Chew grinned. He didn't mind paying the netrunner, who was apparently also a death machine, for peace of mind, but 300 eddies was a fat stack of cash, even if it was far less than what a gang would take for a much worse kind of protection. Honor or not, free money was free money. The food done yet? The vaguely amused synth voice rang out, and Chew realized he had drifted off into La La Land. The old man grumbled but finished his work seconds later, depositing the big steaming portion of the noodles on the counter and throwing in a generous topping of solid quality beef substitute he got from his old drinking buddies. Let it never be said old Chew didn't know how to repay his debts. He regretted his principles as soon as he thought them, as he watched the Borg in morbid fascination as he devoured the entire meal in less than a minute, somehow keeping perfect manners while guzzling down an amount of food that would knock out a normal human. He gulped down his real water and sighed. That was delicious. Of course it was. Chew nodded his certifiable proud Chinese cook trademark nod. The Borg snorted and slowly got up from the creaking seat, covering his head in the biker helm. He turned to leave, but not before wiring the cook his money, much to the old man's surprise. Be seeing you, old Chew. The Borg waved behind him and stalked off. Only a minute passed before what looked to be half the whole damn floor had gathered around his stall, bombarding him with questions about their mysterious net demon. Naturally, he made all of them order something before saying a thing. Business really was good. Michael Magos Sobranov. I rolled my eyes as I watched the greedy old shit extort his fellow residents and chuckled. Well, can't exactly blame him. Hefting a heavy backpack over my shoulder and doing a quick check on my liberty, I stepped out of the mega building and began walking. I had barely managed to get 1 hour of sleep and only did so after I finished working on Mum's new legs. I was unsure if it was an overcompensation of adrenaline that kept me up, or just my worry, but I did not stop until they were both perfect. My right arm also needed some work done, and while my Vulcanus Nanoforge MK1 did good work at patching it up, the imperfect materials used to substitute the heavy damage it sustained meant many parts needed manual replacing. Thankfully, my servo arms were still perfectly functional, and their manual dexterity far surpassed my Manibus implants, so the repairs only took me half an hour and I was back to peak efficiency. Even if I did devour a few of the more solid quality implants we looted to keep a reserve for near-future repairs. And as much as I wanted to rush to Vix as quickly as possible, I still did promise both Misty and him I would have some rest. So naturally, I spent the past 3 hours counting down exactly how early would be considered morning at the earliest, and timing my breakfast perfectly so I could reach Vix the exact second I was allowed to. The bustling walkways of Little China seemed to disagree with my plans, and so I was forced to wade through massive crowds of people going to work, while also having to shoo off a few overly curious kids who hadn't seen a proper cyborg in their lives. I needed to get that driving chip and fix the van up as soon as possible. Before I could grow too frustrated with the delay, I reached Bradbury and Burren Street, ignored the man preaching about the corpos being inside of our walls. They were, no point in yelling about it, and found my way to Misty's Esoterica, within which I found a thoroughly dead-on-her-feet Misty, whose eye bags were even darker than usual, a cup of steaming coffee concentrated enough to knock a person out and wake them up at the same time, wafting under her nose. "Long night?" I said as I entered the shop. Misty startled before blinking at me. "Oh, hey, Mike." She looked back down into her cup. "Ah." I stopped in my tracks. "It didn't go too well then?" Her head moved up so quickly I was afraid she'd snap her neck. "Oh no, it went great," she said, the slightest tinge of mania to her voice. "Jackie was just too much of a gentleman and wanted to properly take me out while he wasn't drunk. Palm, meat face. He always a gonk." She giggled more than chuckled at that. "It's what makes him special." "True, I suppose," I shrugged. "I will hope for your success." "Thanks." She smiled. "Vix is open, by the way. You can go in." Right. I nodded and was already moving. Thanks, Misty. Don't be a stranger, Michael, she called back as the door shut behind me. Walking down the staircase of Vic's clinic felt like entering the abyss, but I didn't slow down for a moment, going in the moment the automatic doors opened. Morning, I heard Vic's voice as he turned his chair around. How can I? He paused. Hey, doctor. I waved. Told you it's Vic to you, kid. He smiled and got up, waving for me to follow. Honestly, I was surprised I didn't find you camped out in front of Misty's when I came to work. How naive, Vic, I said, the informal address still feeling a bit odd. If I wanted to go back on my word, I would have already been inside waiting for you. Ha! He laughed. True enough, kid. How is she? I cut through the chatter. Doing better than I expected, he said and stopped walking, turning to me with a now serious look on his face. With what we both know she probably went through, I expected to have to do repeated invasive operations just to make sure nothing was left infected or contaminated, but when you brought her, her body was already expelling most of it. An exhale left me at that. Good. I nodded. That is good. I clapped my hands to center myself. And her mind? She is still sleeping and should continue for a few days at least, but she seems stable. He said, returning her cyberware definitely helped, but the shock of losing her legs will take some adaptation. Without a word, I unslung my backpack and let it thump against the floor. Vic looked down at it, before ever so slowly looking back up. You didn't get a wink of sleep, did you? Would you have? I retorted. No point in finding excuses. No, guess not. He sighed and led me to the rear of the clinic, now lugging the backpack himself. And I was greeted by a sight that somehow managed to make my metal heart twist in pain. Her face looked peaceful, even if still covered in scars and slowly regrowing hair. Her teeth had been replaced overnight, and her cyberware seemed to have been cleaned up. But even while she was still unconscious, my optics allowed me to notice minuscule twitches alongside her entire body, telling me in no uncertain terms she was not well. How long do you think she will stay like that? I asked after a long silence. 5 days, give or take, Vic answered from his seat next to a diagnostic screen. Could cut it down to 3 with what I suspect you brought inside the bag, but I wouldn't recommend it. No. I waved my hand in a negative. Let her have all the rest she needs. All right. He nodded. If the legs are as good as the rest of your work, it should stop her brain from trying to find false connections. He gave me a sideways glance. With the right medicine, she should be able to recover fully without physical therapy. Wordlessly, I reached into my pocket and procured a fresh trio of nanite doses. Before he could say anything, I spoke up, Doctor. He frowned but said nothing. You know how filthy this city. I paused and corrected, this world is. He nodded grimly. I am showing you this because you have already helped me, and are one of the few people living worth placing my trust into. My hand clutched the vials. Please, do not betray that. His look was more serious than I have ever seen it. I swear, kid. Good, I nodded, exhaling. These are medical nanites, programmed to repair the human body and cyberware equally. They fix all but the most minor of damage on the cellular level, beneficial both for repairs and proactive use. The doctor needed no elaborations on that, as he shifted atop his seat. Something like that must be incredibly expensive. Scop and scrap metal. I cut him off, and ignoring his wide eyes and gaping expression, I went on. For your help, I will give you access to these nanites, but only if you agree not to ever use them in the open. That he could use them while his patients were knocked out or simply unaware went unsaid. He closed his mouth and audibly gulped. Damn, of course I accept. And your more mundane payment, I added, and wired him €10,000. He gave me a proud but tired look. Kid. Good work must be rewarded, I said simply. Save your generosity for those truly in need. He stared at me for a short while and sighed. All right, fine. I felt just the tiniest bit smug as he backed down, but immediately shook it away. My servo arms are back home and I have no practice with my cyber arms. Can you attach the legs while I observe? He must have been surprised at my restraint because it took him a few seconds to respond as he blinked and quickly nodded. Of course. Then let us get to work. An hour later, Vic and I stepped away from the freshly cleaned and sanitized Ripperdoc table. my cyberdeck buzzing in the back of my head as I went through the manual installation process and checked on every single nerve to chrome connection Vic performed. A few mistakes were inevitably made, but the triple dose of nanites was already working on repairing those under my watchful eye, making the cyberware act like a natural part of the body as no immune rejection occurred during the entire observation period. Damn, Vic cursed quietly. It is like a miracle drug. Not even close. I couldn't help but distractedly complain. The deeper and more precise modifications require my direct oversight, so don't expect to suddenly not need any immunosuppressants on hand. An independent dose will lower rejection, but never remove it entirely. Still incredible, kid. He smirked at me. You should be proud. Oh, I am quite aware, I said as the last connection clicked into place. I just feel like voicing it too often is small. Probably for the best. Vic nodded. Everything good on your end? Perfect. I nodded. Now all that is left is to wait and see. But despite my words, I felt my hope rising, because the small shakes and twitches I had been observing the entire time I was here slowly started to lower in intensity, before almost completely disappearing. I chatted some more with Vic, going over the details of my nanites before moving on to general cyberware practices. My knowledge and talent and the doctor's experience coming together as we detailed many possible mistakes one might make while performing Ripper work. Another hour later, Vic got the alert that another customer had arrived, and not wanting to answer any curious questions or stare at my mother's unconscious body, I stepped out through the back and headed to the Kabuki roundabout. I had an irritating fox to visit. Chapter 12, Goals. The Kabuki roundabout was a pretty unique place as far as Night City went. A squat, round structure with oriental roofing going up multiple floors of shops and kiosks and connecting to the surrounding buildings via high walkways. There was simply something satisfying about the whole arrangement, despite the usual detractions. A sight I'd almost dare call beautiful, if not for the usual blinding spam of neon signs. The sheer pretension of those, and the idea they could hide the filth beneath, always managed to bring my mood down. Shaking my head at the constant childish bitterness of my thoughts, I returned to the present and resumed my stride, keeping it slow instead of satisfying my growing urge to see just how fast I could go, bystanders be damned. But no matter how much I wanted to revel in the simple pleasure of superhuman movement, I was cursed with the peculiar ailment of not being an idiot. There would be time to smash into a wall later. My walk up the roundabout was not a waste of time either, as my eyes were quickly drawn by the numerous shops dotting its surface. A quick scan of my cyberdeck and an even quicker banish quick hack on all their ad spams, and I had the approximate idea of what they all had on offer. My earlier talk with Vic was nothing if not thought-provoking, and finally I was able to stop worrying about the present and think about the future. For a moment at least. And the future I wanted was as simple as it could be. Cyberware was my passion and my path to power. Not the soft power of money or influence, but the power of simply being greater than those who stood against you. And to reach that power, I decided on a few reasonable, to me, initial objectives. The first was to get my hands on quality Ripper equipment. Dedicated bioscanners, operating chairs, better 3D printers, specialized storage, and a reliable source of medicinal supplies. Second was far more simple, but ironically far more demanding. I needed to expand my living space, preferably while keeping it within my territory, but also to the point it could contain both my home and future business. It went without question that both ventures would require money, and lots of it. And while I did not share the rest of the city's obsession with dying a right nova death, I knew mercenary work was the simplest solution to my question. Net running was also a consideration, but the dangers of that line of work were ironically far greater than just walking out on the streets and shooting someone, especially since bullets were usually more of a suggestion to me than an actual danger. One was infinitely more likely to be caught and have their brain fried by a defensive corporate AI than they were to meet something like a war cyborg on the streets, and despite my dislike of the subject, the math was quite simple. I might be good, but I will never be AI good. The choice was ultimately as easy as it could get. I'd just need to run the edge until I could set up my clinic, and then I would retire from the violence and focus fully on my true passion. That a competent edge runner's reputation would also help advertise my work to my like-minded individuals was just a nice little bonus, of course. Something in the back of my head told me it would not be that easy, but I didn't expect it to be in the first place. Before long, I had already marked down a few interesting places to visit on my return trip, and even marked a shop that sold training chips among other things. Mostly BD smut, because of fucking course they did. Having to walk everywhere was a chore I could do without. But that was for later. First I had to deal with an old woman's pestering. I walked into the EdgeNet shop, the light jingle of some Japanese tune playing in the background as a few patrons were sprawled out on their net-running chairs, fully out of it. Greetings. The heavily accented voice of the proprietress welcomed me, drawing my eyes to a short, bespectacled woman with black hair tied back into a bun. How can I help you today? Instead of answering, I activated my cyberdeck and the net overlapped with reality, revealing the admittedly plain older woman to be my friend, as her icon was visible despite her being only half online at the moment. Margos, hello Yoko, I sent. Her eyes widened slightly and she smiled as she leaned against her counter. Maggie-chan, you actually came. Her suddenly happy expression shifted to a more serious one as she looked at me over, you really weren't kidding, huh? I gave my word. I shrugged as I leaned against a wall. The shop was quite small after all, and yes, while I wanted to make some more modifications, the situation called for a rush job. I feel like you just said something completely ridiculous, so I am just going to pretend made perfect sense and forget about. She nodded to herself. Wise? I drawled. So serious. She chuckled and then sighed dramatically. You are too big now, though. My kudere fantasy is ruined. Ruined, I say. I just stared at her for a long moment before my drawl returned. Whoa. Ah. She flinched back. So cruel. Damn it, Yoko. I sighed, palming my face. She grinned, steepled her fingers, and made her glasses emit a childish flash of light. Settle down, Maggie-chan. Deep down, you know you just can't get enough of your great sensei. Sensei, I repeated and rolled my optics. You are somewhat useful, and that is all the good I can say. She slumped her shoulders dramatically and pouted. Gah, so merciless. That will teach me to help ungrateful kohais. God damn it. But she was right. I sighed and inclined my head. My apologies. Her amusement left her as she gave me an annoyed look. I was joking, you know. But you were also right. I said in turn, without your help, I might not have been able to save the most important person in my life. If you ever need help or a favor, do not hesitate to call. She placed a finger against her chin and tapped her foot for a long moment before nodding. So earnest, she cheered. I like it. Keeping my voice in a complete deadpan, I droned. The local kitsune menace has been pacified. How felicitous. Don't get peppy with me now, and it's Yoko-sama to you. She wiggled her index finger playfully. I just stared blankly. Satisfied, for now, she clapped her hands. Anyway, now that you are here, interested in a new cyberdeck, a netrunner chair? And there it is. I have built all I need, I said simply. Once more, her happy expression evaporated as she gave me a chiding look. You shouldn't say that to just anyone, Margos. Don't pretend you haven't already scanned it. I rolled my optics again. Besides, if you can lure me in here as little more than an advertisement. She smirked smugly. Don't blame me if I flip the table. She rose her eyebrows and began tapping her chin rapidly. Interesting. And just what are you offering? Having already brainstormed some designs for my future business, I forwarded her the specifications of 2 cyberdecks. One meant for maximum safety, effectively a set of high-grade training wheels, while the other focused on high performance and heat efficiency, while sacrificing a good chunk of the usual streamlining effect. Both had emergency heat sinks of my own unique design and were a step above their generation of cyberware, namely the second for the first deck and the third for the second. And despite it, they were still not my best, not by a long shot, as those were reserved for the worthy alone. These are solid if they work as you say, but the prices… Yoko muttered and looked up to meet my eyes. Are you sure you don't want to make it more accessible? I do not plan on mass-producing these as some patent, I answered, utterly certain. I am not trying to become a corpo, but an artisan worthy of the name. All of my work is personalized, And the price includes both perfect installation and integration. Ambitious. She noted after a moment, "You talk a big game, but how do I know this isn't just some gonk's delusion? How sure are you aren't just going to waste my time with this?" Instead of immediately answering, I just pointed at myself, saying nothing. She waited for me to speak, but seeing how I wasn't going to say a thing, she turned contemplative and went through the whole conversation. Her eyes narrowed in realization as she lowered her voice. "You built a full-body conversion by yourself, for the most part." I nodded, pinging the surroundings just in case. It allowed me, a completely inexperienced combatant, to take down an entire den of scavengers with only one gun to watch my back. I leaned in, optics shining. Now just imagine what I will be able to do with the time and resources my new form affords me. Before she could answer, my ping warned me of someone approaching, and I took a step back. Just a moment before the doors of the shop opened up, and a blonde woman wearing a red coat and with her mouth replaced by a sleek rebreather entered. "Hello, Yoko." She sounded almost bored. "Kiwi." The older woman nodded, "Here for your order." Before she answered, she gave me a sideways look, tensed, and I immediately felt a slight probe on the net. One that I swatted away with just enough force to sting. "Do you try this with everyone you see, or am I just especially pretty?" I deadpanned, earning a light chuckle from the fox. Kiwi did not back down, however, and merely rose an eyebrow. "Not every day I see a military-grade Borg in my favorite shop. A girl might worry." "Oh," Yoko cooed. Both I and the new arrival groaned, sharing a quick look of pained solidarity. This only served to amuse the fox menace further. "Don't say it," Kiwi quickly warned. "Say what?" Yoko smiled. "Perfectly innocent." "We all know it, Yoko." I deadpanned and shook my head. "And before I can get dragged into your newest attempt to live vicariously through me, I will leave you to your business. Call me whenever you want to continue our conversation." "Yes, yes." She waved me off, pretending to be annoyed that I was leaving so quickly. "Don't be a stranger, Maggie-chan." The doors shut behind me. "The spider." "Who was that?" Kiwi asked as she lit up a cigarette. "Oh, just a hopeful little kohai of mine." Yoko Tsuru, one of the most infamous netrunners in Night City, smiled. "You might have even heard of him. Goes by Magos." Kiwi's eyebrows went up to her hair. "That was him? Even scarier than his reputation, no?" The Japanese woman smirked. Kiwi just shook her head and filed that information for later, staring at the retreating figure through the net, and pulling back only when the red-robed spectre stared back at her in warning. "So how are things with your boss?" Yoko asked, a fresh tinge of irritation in her voice. Kiwi sighed and began talking. "Michael Magos Sobronov." For the second time in a row, I returned to my apartment hauling the day's spoils behind me. Everything from training chips to food supplies and stupid trinkets I did not need but still felt like buying anyway. I may have spent most of my immediate savings today, but I wasn't poor by any means. Most important of all of my purchases was of course the middle-grade driving chip, one I inserted the moment I got into my apartment after ignoring the curious onlookers. The night flashed by as I crashed 100 imaginary cars. The following day found me exploring the floor, talking with some of my customers, and some other people who were simply lucky enough to live in the area as I tried, and failed to be subtle in my quest to find out what a normal person should do with their day. Ultimately, I settled with visiting the local gun store, run by one Lily Adams, a far too foul-mouthed young woman with bright pink hair, and an obsession with the legends of Night City. Hours went by as I made myself at home in her shooting range. I tried out most of the weapons my mother kept in storage, and even some of the ones I took from the scavs, and quickly found out I preferred the shotgun to everything else. There was just something viscerally satisfying about pointing an ancient double barrel and making things disappear with the twitch of your finger. Of course, my previous experience with fighting showed me that relying on one weapon was a gonk move, and so I also made sure to learn how to shoot better with my copperhead, and even tried out the burrier that took my arm off. Damn thing felt like it wanted to do it all over again with how hard it kicked. Thankfully, I was no fleshling, so it only made it twitch. 500 eddies lighter, I left the gun store and the now mildly disturbed owner behind me. The rest of the day I spent sipping on some shitty Nicola and listening to that irritant Stanley on the television as he droned on and on about some new scuffle in Pacifica. Something about a fixer fucking up so badly he needed to flee from Night City while the new Voodoo boys tried their best to murder his fat ass. Just another day in Night City. The next day found me calling Vic first thing in the morning, and after suffering the self-inflicted results of asking questions I already knew the answer to, I distracted myself with crashing even more cars in the training shard. A few hours later, I got a call from Jackie, and soon enough one of his Valentino friends stopped by to check the loot we gathered and buy it out, after nearly pulling his iron upon seeing me, of course. That real skin might not be such a terrible idea if this crap continued. I sold everything except the Buria and the chrome I personally scavenged, and both me and the Latino got just under €3,000 each, something that made him unreasonably happy. A bit confusing, since he wasn't actually low class like most mercs of his reputation, but whatever, not my problem. It was the third day since my mother's rescue, and I found myself slowly driving my shitty brown Mahir Supron through the streets of the Watson industrial zone, getting many an irritated beep for my lack of suicidal speed. Naturally, one good stare down was usually enough to dissuade anyone from pressuring me further, but the truly enthusiastic ones needed to have a shotgun pointed at their face to desist. None went further than that, thankfully. At one point I had driven a bit too far out into the industrial zone and saw a group of 3 gang goons who had replaced the upper portions of their face with a set of 5 glowing red optics, and wisely decided to turn around before I provoked a bunch of maelstromers into chasing me down for my chrome. The whole gang was little better than scavs, and that was only because they merely did business with the low-lives instead of scavenging by themselves. Usually, something told me my chrome would have been far too tempting not to at least try. But just as I, hopefully, left the sights of the chromeheads, I received a call on my internal agent, once more displaying the familiar eye-patched face of Regina Jones. Regina Jones, Margos. Eager, wasn't she? Margos, Miss Jones, I hope you are well. She raised an eyebrow. Regina Jones. I could be better. She said neutrally, You told me to give you 3 days to settle things. Already knowing what this is about, I simply nodded. Regina Jones. Good, I have a time-sensitive gig waiting. Margos, what's the job? Regina Jones. Client has a meeting set up at 6 p.m. near the docks. They learned their contact plans on betraying them and want to send a message. Your job is to go there and kill everyone waiting for him. Payout is 14,000. Not your usual starter mercs gig, that much I knew. Was it faith or a gamble, I wonder? Margos. And who am I killing? Regina's face twitched slightly, revealing an almost imperceptibly light smirk. Regina Jones, Maelstrom. Small World. 13, Chapter 13. First gig. A bucket of rust. Yo, Buck? Scab's annoying voice grated against his ears. You sure your corpo catch is comin'? You questioning me, Scab? He demanded with a growl, optics flaring. The fresh chrome immediately raised his hands and took a few steps back. Just saying the fucker is already 20 minutes late. He might be setting us up is all. The cargo is too valuable to him, Bucket said, irritation growing, and of course, Scab was still fucking standing there like an idiot. Why did we even bring her here then? Because you gonk, Bucket growled. Her wear has inbuilt tracking, and if we don't bring her, she ain't bait. He tapped his smart submachine gun threateningly. Now stop asking stupid fucking questions and get back to watching, you waste of good chrome. The little gonk offered a sloppy salute. Sure thing, boss, and ran off. Trip 6 saved me from these idiots, he complained, but just because the little shit was annoying didn't mean he was completely wrong. Bucket sharpened his optics and scanned his trap just in case. Scab in the open as bullet bait, Pierce and Tot hidden in the truck with their shotties, and Evil Eye hiding on top of a nearby container with his sniper. The corpo fucker he was going to sell to his boss in pieces should only have 1 or 2 hustles at most, unless he was secretly Saburo's Mexican love child, which meant another easy win for Bucket. Suddenly he felt his optics glitch out for a moment and began cursing. That stupid fucking Ripper is getting his spine pulled out of his ass tonight. Michael Magos Sobranov. An anticipatory grin slowly spread on my face as my cyberdeck settled down and I pulled out from the lead maelstromer's personal link. It was a shame their links were too low grade to actually record their thoughts, but just watching and listening through them was already more than enough. Never again will I allow a simple lack of cameras to slow me. Focusing back on the mission, I exited my van, weapons holstered, and a large duffel bag slung over my shoulder, and began walking to the small dockside warehouse yard. As I got close enough, I threw out a silent ping and observed their outlines. The Chrome cultists grew more and more agitated with each second that passed after the deadline, and soon I could hear the leader get into another banal argument with his fellow soon-to-be dead man. I hid behind a heavy container and took another good look with my optics, quickly calculating a plan of action and immediately acting upon it. My agent began blasting music directly into my brain as time seemed to slow down, my excitement spiking and my cyberdeck churning out its demons, the buria I looted already pointing at the maelstromer's heavily chromed leader. The sudden agonized scream of the sniper, whose head spontaneously combusted, drew their inhuman optics away and perfectly hid the loud charging noise of the Soviet Borg killer. Bucket didn't even have time to activate his second-gen Sandevistan before his neck was completely crushed through by a speeding tungsten shell, the top of his head launching off into the air while half his chest caved in. I did not slow my advance as the remaining stromers were stunned into a panic, holstering the spent one-shot pocket railgun with my right arm while rising my mother's Igla with my left. Scab could barely hold onto his pistol and thus went ignored for now as another maelstrom goon pushed her way out of the truck's cabin, immediately being slammed back inside by a shotgun shell to the chest. She tried pushing herself up, but the panic and pain shock left her wide open for my bloody hand in the net, and another maelstromer was thrown into hell with their skull burning from inside out. Loud curses came out from the other side of the truck, and I could see the red outline of the second-to-last gangoon rushing out. 5 seconds at least, I noted. Scab was still shaking like a leaf, screaming cringe-worthy movie lines at me in an attempt to hype himself up, while visibly pissing himself and failing to raise his gun. The Igla's roar liberated him from his shame forevermore. Ignoring the wet splash of a body torn to shreds, I calmly pulled at my shotgun's brake action, ejecting the shells and loading a fresh pair with now practiced hands, and clicking the mechanism shut just as a furious stromer with a massive carnage in his hands rushed out of cover like a complete gonk. Not willing to take a hit and ruin yet another coat, I short-circuited his leg, and just as he was in the process of falling over himself, I destroyed his hollow cranium with a double tap, turning the small warehouse yard completely silent. The music switched from death metal to calming jazz, and I slowed my breathing. That took only 10 seconds altogether. Feeling understandably proud with myself, I nearly rushed directly into looting the place, but the sudden flash of memory where I declared myself to be immortal before eating a buria shot was all it took to take the wind out of my sails. Gnashing my many rows of teeth, I made sure to reload both my shotgun and buria, and sent a few more pings just in case. And immediately paused as the ping's louder version penetrated the truck's cargo hold and revealed the shaking outline of what looked to be a young woman. I considered my next steps for a moment, before shrugging my shoulders and slowly picking out all of the maelstromer's weapons and storing them in my duffel bag. At the same time, I buzzed a call to my fixer, getting an answer after only 2 rings this time. Regina Jones, Magos. The eye-patch-wearing woman nodded lightly in greeting. Magos, Miss Jones. I returned the nod through the holocall. All maelstromers have been removed, 5 in total. Naturally, I also sent her images recorded by my optics. Regina Jones, excellent work. She went to speak further, but I preempted her. Magos, there appears to be a minor complication, however. If she was annoyed by the interruption, she did not show it. Regina Jones, I am listening. Magos, the cargo the client was meant to negotiate for appears to in fact be a person currently tied up in the back of the Stromer's truck. Looks to be a young female, Latino-American, from what little I spied of their conversation. I paused for emphasis. I was unaware the gig extended beyond simple elimination. Her response was as swift as it was terse. Regina Jones, it didn't. I paused my looting, curiosity piqued. Margos, you mean to tell me I could just walk out right now with no issue? There was a flash of anger in her eye as she responded. Regina Jones, the client didn't share the exact form of the cargo with me. I expect he didn't think it would survive. I frowned. Margos, so this wasn't some attempt to underpay me? I could see my question irritated her, but she held her composure. Regina Jones, it is my responsibility as your fixer to give you all the info you need for the job. As far as you are concerned, your gig is closed. Just as she said that, I saw my account grew by €14,000. Margos, my thanks for your honesty. Her lip twitched lightly upwards. Regina Jones, you seem reliable, at least for now. She looked away for a moment, my software allowing me to notice she was sending a string of messages, before turning back, eye shining with satisfaction. Regina Jones, it seems I have another time-sensitive gig for you. Ah, it would seem we have reached an understanding. I smirked. Regina Jones, take the cargo and bring her to a Valentino hideout in Canalside Vista del Rey. Payout is 2,000. Margos, I am always interested in more honest work. I drawled in my most sincere tone. I will call you when I get there. Regina Jones, good. The Tinos will be informed of what you look like so they don't just shoot you on approach. Sending you the cords now. Margos, Miss Jones. I nodded, and the call ended. With a deliberate patience born of pettiness, I took my time climbing up the container and taking the Stromer's sniper, a shitty grad that was half rusted already but still worth some eddies, and only then did I move to the back of the truck. A quick hack had the roll-up cover opening, and I was met face to face with a bound and gagged Latina whose panic only grew upon seeing said face. She seemed fine as far as damage or viruses went at least. Feeling inspired, I proffered my hand and spoke, "Come with me if you want to live." Still can't believe I got saved by a nerd. Clara tearily giggled as I drove us down the streets of Vista del Rey, a far overused tissue hanging between her fingers. I swear you almost gave me a heart attack. And the gunfire didn't? I quipped, optics firmly on the road. Come on, you gotta admit, she went on, clutching her right hand as it shook. What is less likely in Night City? Fair, I chuckled, slamming my hand on the car horn as one idiot tried to cut me off. Fucking asshole. I cursed before pushing the gas and scraping the side his expensive ass Quadra. Also, I went on, pretending like I didn't just cost a man thousands of eddies, are we just going to ignore the fact you recognize the reference? Who doesn't? She immediately retorted, well, it is a classic for a reason. I shrugged. Pre-crash media was just plain better, sue me. She made an agreeable noise. A few minutes later, as we approached our destination, she shuffled out of her near-fetus position and looked up at me. Hey, I never got your name. Margos. Like hell I was going to share my name with the kid of the corpo I just extorted. That isn't a real name. She sniffed, half sad, half humorous. But still, thanks, Margos. Way to make me feel like shit. Just as I drove into a small side street, I felt a buzz in my personal link and saw a contact request from one Clara Hernandez. Don't be a stranger. She offered a conspiratorial smile and stepped out of the van. 5 Latino men in bright Valentino colors, already standing there and waiting for her. I scanned them all just in case, and after sharing a quick nod with their leader, I reversed my van and left without another word. What a weird woman. I sent a quick message to Regina, and moments later I was €2,000 richer. Not even 3 minutes after I dropped off my cargo, my personal agent buzzed again, this time with the ringtone I set for Jackie. And yes, I did set it to mariachi. It was hilarious at the time. Margos, hey Jack. I greeted. Jackie Wells, Mike mi hermano, why didn't you say you were in the neighborhood? You trying to avoid your chum, is that it? The fuck? Margos. How the hell do you even know where I am? He grinned. Jackie Wells. It's all thanks to my irresistible Tino charm. Margos, right. I sighed. I was on a job, don't think it is too bright to shout that out from the rooftops. He chuckled at that. Jackie Wells. No need to explain yourself, Holmes. I get you. You done for the day. I considered for a moment before nodding. Margos. Yeah, it is getting pretty late. Jackie Wells, why not stop by the Coho? Let me introduce you. I wasted no time in answering. Margot's, sure, be there in 10. Jackie Wells, 10? The hell are you driving? Margot's, the van we took from the scavs. He just stared at me through the call for a good 20 seconds before slowly shaking his head and muttering a string of vaguely solemn Spanish words. Jackie Wells, you have balls of steel, Choom. I replied without skipping a beat. Margot's, I am glad you remembered something from my operation at least. He made a choking noise and then began laughing his ass off. Thankfully, the El Coyote Cojo's parking lots were not overcrowded by the time I finally managed to herd my box of rust to its destination. I didn't even have time to look the area over before I saw an eager Jackie walking out of the venue with arms spread in welcome. Mikey. He grinned and gave me a manly hug, one I didn't return because I wasn't sure if I'd snap something. Good to have you here. Lightly patting his back, I nodded. I could only evade the mystical coyote for so long. Ain't that the truth? He chuckled and waved for me to follow him. Come on in. Me mama is cooking tonight. The sudden pep in my step just had him chuckling harder. The inside of the Coyote Cojo was surprisingly old-fashioned, akin to a salon from old pre-crash Western movies, but with the Valentino spin of skulls and crosses tastefully spread around as well. Pepe, 2 tequilas, Jackie called out to the bartender. The man kept humming along the song that was playing, but nodded, suddenly pausing as his eyes landed on me. This your new Choom Jaquito? Scary motherfucker, isn't he? Jackie patted my shoulder. Mike, this is Pepe. Pepe, Mike. Pleasure, I offered my hand. He just huffed good-naturedly and placed a glass of the aforementioned tequila within instead of shaking it. Heard a lot about you from Jackie here. He smirked. That one is on the house. Thanks. I nodded and raised the glass, an action quickly followed by both Pepe and Jackie as we all clinked them together and downed them in one gulp. The two of them twitched at the burn, but I merely closed my eyes, enjoying the new sensation. Interesting taste, I said after a moment. Interesting? Jackie demanded. That is the very heart and soul of Haywood you just drank, and it is only worth an interesting. He covered his heart, the betrayal. Jackie, are you bothering a guest again? A somewhat aged female voice called out from behind us. Eh. Jackie scratched the back of his head. Not at all, Mama. He clapped my shoulder twice. Mike, meet Mama Wells. The legend in the flesh, I teased as I turned to the older woman and greeted her Miss Wells. The aged grey-haired woman smiled warmly, and I did my best to ignore the sudden tightening of her posture as she saw my face. What foolishness has my Jaquito been spreading around this time? Nothing but deserved praise, I suspect. I smirked, making sure not to show off my teeth this time. Her tension retracted slightly, and her face lit up with a proud smile as she ruffled her son's hair. At least this tonto of mine is good for something, even if he keeps not listening to his mother. Jackie grumbled something in Spanish while pretending to try and fight her off. She chuckled at the sight and focused back on me. I'm always happy to welcome more of Jackie's friends here, so no need for any of that Ms. Wells Nino. Just call me Mama Wells like everyone else. No, was my instant and absolute response. She blinked in surprise, visibly taken aback, and shared a quick look with Jackie, who just shook his head. Well, I can't force you. She smiled a touch awkwardly. You two just sit tight. I was just preparing some quesadillas, and drinking on an empty stomach is never good. And without waiting a moment, she walked off. I hope I haven't offended her, I muttered as an amused Pepe handed me another glass of tequila. Don't worry about it. Jackie waved it off. You were a bit intense, but she will understand. Right, I nodded, unsure. Jackie put down his own glass with a loud clunk. Now then. He turned to me with expectant eyes. Going to finally tell us about your first gig? Dash. By the time I was done, Jackie was face down on the bar, Pepe looking down on him with pity while I was enjoying some genuinely delicious Mexican food. Man, Jackie grumbled into his arms. I was going to brag about a big gig I got lined up from Padre, but you are already butchering Strommers. He sighed over-dramatically. It took me years of shit work, and I am still not there. Yep, might have something to do with me being a heavy bulletproof Borg, I quipped, just saying. He looked like he wanted to protest, but just slumped back down after a moment, a far too loud to be real sigh leaving his lungs. We could always just go on gigs together, I thought aloud. Regina seems to be willing to gamble on me, for whatever reason, so I might as well pull you up with me. His eyes briefly flashed into a glare as he looked away. I don't need handouts. Right, sorry, I raised my hands placatingly, and seeing how he was so agitated, I tried to bring his mood up. So what is this mysterious gig you have lined up? If you can talk about it, that is. He looked up, still a bit put off, or playing at it, and muttered, "Just don't spread it around." I nodded. "It's a delivery job," he said in a hushed tone, slowly leaning up with his elbows. "Going to drive to the Mexican border to help with transporting something big. I don't even know what it is yet, but the payout is great." "Interesting," I muttered as I began tapping the counter, somewhat surprised at the flash of worry I felt for someone I've only met a few days ago. Feeling decisive, I stopped tapping and looked back at him, my optics practically gleaming, interested in some last-minute upgrades. "You what now?" He blinked. 14, Chapter 14, Ripping. The following day. The square three-floor building, hiding my target, loomed above me as I considered how to deal with the day's gig. Either Ms. Jones was more irritated at my words yesterday than I thought, or she wanted to see if I was capable of any level subtlety, because the only job she was willing to offer me was a retrieval gig for a stolen info chip. Only it had the irritating caveat of me not just bulldozing my way through the place since a bunch of Tiger Claw associates were currently squatting on the lower floors, and killing those would be irritating. The thief herself lived on the top floor, hiding within her apartment and actively blackmailing the client with the aforementioned clip. I could just intimidate my way past, but that sounds like it would just annoy me later. Or I looked up to the final floor and grinned. Every single camera in the vicinity was set to loop. All the tigers were detected to be sitting in their own little corner of the building, and I was prepared. With a singular breath of excitement, I readied myself and sprinted. Ignoring the near stumble at the sudden burst of speed, I ran up to the wall and leapt up, while using a trash container to bleed off the momentum, launching me a dozen feet into the air. The low-grade concrete of the building was pasted under my iron grip, and after firming my balance and settling my overactive cyber heart, I began climbing up the wall like a lunatic. A very, very pleased lunatic, mind you. So pleased that I stopped bothering with subtlety as I finally reached the third floor and simply pulled myself up into a short hop, just enough for me to roll through the shitty glass of the window with all the weight of my body. The Asian woman inside screamed her lungs out at the sight of me, hands grasping for her holdout gun as she fell over herself, but one quick smacking disarm and a liberty pointing at her forehead was enough to shut her up. "Mr. Asuhiro's data, if you please," I ordered flatly, most of my mind still buzzing from the glorious feeling of climbing a building. The woman trembled, slowly raising her finger to point at a nearby closet. I just stared at her blankly, waving my pistol for her to get on with it. Instead of going to fetch it like an intelligent person, she just kept trembling in fear. "Please don't kill me." Her cadence was particularly grating on the audio receptors. "Shut up and fetch the data," I repeated. "I am only getting paid for retrieval." That seemed to jog what little brain she had left, and she quickly scrambled to grab it like her life depended on it. She guessed well. A moment later she gave it to me, and after confirming it was what I needed, I simply scanned the local net for threats and finding none, jumped out the way I came, just as a small commotion rose on the other end of the apartment's entrance. The trash container crumbled under my weight, and I quickly rushed behind the nearest corner, timing my exit perfectly as the outline of one of the local claw wannabes peeked out of the ruined window. Grinning to myself and feeling a bit curious about what was worth the 1.2k eddies I was being paid, and that was with the fixer's cut, of course, I decided to check on what I just stole. It was a low-grade chip, so it wasn't like any hacking would be noticed. 3 seconds later, my cyberdeck was through without even the slightest damage to the code, and inside I found it was porn. Revenge porn, to be exact. Fuck this city. Dash, dash, dash. The drop box a few blocks south of the Kabuki roundabout closed shut, letting out a merry artificial beep and signaling that it had accepted deposit. My work complete, I buzzed my fixer. "Margos. Job is done." Jones, just got the confirmation, closing the gig. She sent me the money, but didn't end the call. Jones, good job on not clearing out the Tiger kids. Compared to what you did to those Maelstrom, this was downright stealthy. Margot's, stealthy enough for a bonus, I suggested. Jones, in your dreams, M. I'll keep you in mind if I need someplace climbed again from now on. She smirked and only then ended the call. Can't let me get the last word in, huh? I sighed and then promptly decided to forget about it. Naturally, that decision was gone with the wind the instant I realized she had somehow learned of exactly how I finished my job. I will need to pay more attention from now on. Shaking my head, I got into my van and made for home. The doors of my apartment shut close behind me as I overviewed the floor camera's recording data, quickly detecting another attempt by a dumbass netrunner who got a bit too big for their britches and tried to defeat the legendary Margot's. Hope their cyberdeck wasn't shit, because they were just about to be playing host to around a dozen demons playing the shittiest, most earwormy songs from us cracks directly into their brain. I almost pitied the fool. Almost. Mostly because now I would have to do my due diligence and actually check on every single bit of my defenses just in case someone managed to slip something by. A few of the irritants already managed back in 2074, and I didn't hear the end of it until I counter-hacked their asses and permanently changed their internal agents' ringtones to maximum volume NUSA propaganda speeches. Many of the patrons of the EdgeNet suggested I rebrand to the literal devil himself. But the poor fools did not yet realize Margot's was already far worse. Good times, I chuckled and simply plopped my ass onto the couch, ignoring how the plastic construction cracked under my weight. Moments later, the far too long servo arm freshly hung off the apartment ceiling brought me my lunch, half frozen but still tasty enough for me. And as the literal dog food derivative aptly named kibble crunched between my teeth, my mind wandered back to my aforementioned newest invention, and a stray thought occurred. Wouldn't it be amazing if I had a few of those on me at all times? I got so distracted by the idea of numerous highly powerful and maneuverable limbs that I didn't even notice the entire hour pass me by. Not until a familiar ringtone blasted me in the head and I remembered Jackie was supposed to be here a few minutes back. Grumbling complaints at my attention span, I quickly opened the door up for him and was greeted by the sight of a surprisingly nervous ex-Valentino. "Hey Jack, sorry about the wait." I waved him in. "You ready?" "Still not sure about this, Choom," he answered hesitantly. "I got all I need, really. There is nothing to be scared about." I patted his shoulder a bit too hard and leaned in so our faces were mere inches apart. "Or are you trying to say I don't know what I am doing?" This made him let out an uneasy chuckle. "I'll admit, watching you shove yourself into a box was impressive, but even I know that is different to actual Ripper work." "Quite right," I agreed, much to his surprise, before immediately adding, "It is around 10 times as complex." All right, all right." He raised his hands in playful surrender. "I throw myself at your mercy, Senor Deathborg." "As you should." I sniffed, and we both chuckled. The door of my workshop hissed open, and I showed him in. "Here it is." I waved at the reappropriated mattress I was forced to use until I got a proper Ripper chair. "It isn't much for now, but it will be enough." "Right," Jackie nodded, his previous hesitance returning. "So what do you got for me?" I turned to a nearby cupboard and quickly pulled out a trio of tiny nondescript boxes. One evening wasn't really enough for me to go wild, but I managed to put together a few basic pieces. His eyebrows rose expectantly. I placed the first box atop the work table next to the improvised surgical bed, opening it to reveal a seemingly simple chip. "This is the least potent of what I've made, but it could easily be the one that saves your life if you are unlucky." "A skill chip?" he asked. "No." I shook my head. "A low-durability, high-powered self-ice chip. Once I go through your neural link and copy down the base software, any non-authorized intrusion will be completely annihilated." I tilted my head. "Downside is the chip isn't made from the best materials, so it is likely to overheat and warp quickly. I'll just pull it out if it gets too bad." He nodded before grinning. "You really went out of your way, huh?" "Consider it an apology to Ms. Wells for my rudeness." I shrugged it off. "Don't even think about it." Jackie immediately said, Me mama didn't mind, and I am not giving you an excuse to give me handouts. If you insist. I huffed. He just looked at me smugly. Ignoring the over-proud gonk, I took out the second box, opening it to reveal what looked to be a large number of simple metallic spikes, a bone-lace reinforcement of my own making. It will let you resist blunt force much better, make falling less deadly, and even allow for a greater exertion of strength. Jackie shifted, hand instinctively scratching the side of his arm. I don't know about this one, Mike. My current bone lace already makes me feel bloated as hell. Why didn't you say so? I asked, confused. I could have fixed that for you the moment we came back from Vic's. He shook his head even as he smiled. Don't worry about it, Choom. I got used to it. We will see about that. I stared for a moment longer. Fine. Do I have permission to do my thing, or do you prefer to keep the skinning to Vic only? His smile disappeared as quickly as it came, as he did a full-body shiver. Fucking hell, go ahead. Just so long as you never repeat that shit. It was now my own turn to look smug. And last, but most certainly not least, I opened the final box, a pair of Oculus MK0.5 optics, 8K display, internal data display, a 5x zoom function at perfect definition, and a marking ping subroutine for keeping enemies in your sights. To my surprise, he did not look terribly excited at that. A 0.5, he muttered, you trying to shove some kind of prototype into me here? Tilting my head, I just looked at him in confusion. He slowly palmed his face. Mark 0, where is notorious for being deadly, Mike? Ah, I tapped my hand's fist to palm. This one is just the dumbed-down version of my own eyes, adapted to normal neural links, so no worries there. And that is without the fact it was me who built it. Jackie once more playfully rose his arms in placation. I patted the box. I wanted to make you a pair of Mark 1s, but transitioning to a much higher resolution would take too long, and you'd have permanent headaches until you adapted. Yeah, best not risk it then. He chuckled. How much better is your version? Just double everything, and you should be pretty close. I waved it off like it was nothing. Naturally, that only served to make the poor man stare at me like I had grown another head. Now there is a thought. Oi, Mike! Jackie waved a hand in front of my face. You with me? Lightly swatting the hand away, I absently answered, yeah, just thinking. I focused fully back on the present. You ready? Just about. He still didn't sound too certain. How much will I owe you for all this? Well, with the non-negotiable favored friends discount, I gave him a pointed look as he went to protest. Everything will run you some 25,000 euro dollars. He nodded a few times before directing giving me a warning look in turn. And how much would the non-discount version cost me? 60,000, I answered bluntly. He hissed, yeah, that sounds about right. Jack, I began, quite irritated at this point, I am not giving you a handout. And what else do you call a 35,000 gift? He shot, nearly spat, back a fucking handout. I rolled my eyes. Fine then, you rep-obsessed gonk. You found a choom in need, you helped said choom in need, and thus you earned yourself his help. It isn't a handout, it is a powerful contact for Night City's newest legend. By the time I was done, I was once more in his face. You happy now? I asked, is your fragile ego satisfied? His face reddened, his jaw clenched, and his entire body tensed as he glared at me. But then, just as I completely expected him to explode at me, he deflated. Fine. He huffed, I get it. I am acting like a gonk. And just as I gained hope, her raised a finger. I will pay the 25,000, but when I get back, I am doubling it. Once more, I found myself lamenting the fact I lacked the depth of expression fleshlings had for my desired deadpan, merely looked like my usual expression, and I failed to transfer just how utterly unimpressed I was by my choom's idiocy. So unimpressed, in fact, I just gave up. Fine, whatever, I huffed. Get your clothes off and lie down on the mattress. He chuckled at my tone, but did as he was asked, and soon he was laying on his back, staring into the ceiling. So, you going to knock me out, or? No. I deadpanned. We are doing this live. Just as his panicked face was about to round on me, I injected his arm vein with a powerful anesthetic. The increased blood flow from the spike of fear helping me knock him out in moments. I flicked on the radio, mood immediately rising as a soothing melody of a pipe organ I discovered in one of the abandoned corners of the net began playing, and began arranging my surgical tools. "Sorry, Jack," I said, not feeling sorry in the least as I tested the sharpness of my titanium scalpel. "I lack the equipment to insert the bone lace cleanly." An excited grin spread on my face. "Guess we will just have to do this the old-fashioned way." Wasting no more time, I injected him with an infusion pack, a blood pack I just happened to acquire from the scavengers, and finally a dose of nanites to keep him from dying, and then I began cutting. A small, foolish part of me wondered if it was wrong that I was currently cutting up the man who had quickly become my finest friend, as if he were a simple piece of meat. The much larger one shrugged it off. He was in fact meat, and I was helping him out of the disability one cut at a time. How generous of me, I thought merrily as I peeled off his bicep like it was so much fiber. With methodical precision, I disassembled his musculature before splitting his bones open, integrating the reinforced carbon tubes over his already existing bone lace, and adding from scratch on critical spots that the non-invasive installation most lace versions were incapable of reaching. Some parts of his existing lace were poorly installed, likely the reason behind the feeling of bloating, and I spent an extra hour simply integrating the rudimentary chrome perfectly into his bones. And it was a good thing I remembered to prepare an extra dozen nanite doses, since putting him back together was difficult even with effective internal regeneration. Thankfully, the optics were much easier to replace, a simply plug and swap anyone could theoretically do in their homes. The hard part came when I realized the optical connection of his neural link had at some point been misaligned, and the optical nerve had been getting hit with a minuscule burst of electricity for over a year now. "Blindness in around 5 years," I scoffed. "Hope it wasn't Vic who installed this." Happy to have headed off this problem, I finished the repairs, set his old optics into a plastic container, and began the software cleaning, and for once positively surprised to find only a minor infestation of adviruses. Hours later, after torturously washing out the utter bloody mess my workshop had become, Jackie began waking up. He groaned and mumbled half asleep before suddenly jolting and sitting up, his now golden eyes snapping open and then immediately shutting closed, as he was no doubt slammed with his new vision. "Keep the eyes closed for now," I said as I began scanning him, just in case his brain signals scrambled something. All was perfect, as expected, but I needed to do my due diligence. "No pain?" I asked, and he shook his head. "Twitches." Another shake. "Muscular tension around the jaw?" Yet another shake. "Good." I nodded. "You can open your eyes again." "Mierda." He did so and immediately cursed as he began rapidly blinking. "Shit, I see why some fuckers go crazy over this." "As if your eyes have been opened for the first time, no?" I probed. "Yeah." He exhaled. "Didn't know optics came with crazy definitions, though, I gotta admit." "Didn't I tell you they had an 8K display?" I tilted my head. He just blinked. "Do I look like I have any idea what that means?" I turned around and quickly smacked my forehead into the wall, denting it slightly. Jackie laughed. "You can change your eye color at will," I said, deciding to ignore Jackie's jackiness for now. "Other settings should be pretty intuitive on your neural link, so just explore them while you travel or something." "Yeah." He absently nodded as he stood up, and then paused, directing me with a look of genuine bafflement. "Why do I feel lighter?" "I fixed your bone lace." He ran his hands over his body, a frown on his face. "That's possible?" "I did say I could," I pointed at him. "You are the one who lacked faith." "Lo siento." He chuckled. "Maybe Vic was right. You may just be that good." My head tilted up without my prompting, something that only served to amuse the Latino to no end. We chatted on for a bit longer as he got dressed, me giving him a quick breakdown on how to use the optics minor cyberdeck function of the ping mark subroutine, while he got used to seeing the world like a proper non-meat person. Good thing he was the first one I gave a pair. I took the world standard for optic resolutions and applied it to what was available to the streets of Night City like an idiot. Most of the people in NC didn't even know optics could improve your resolution to begin with. "You are heading out in the morning, right?" I asked as we reached the door, shoving his old optics into his arms. "Yeah." He grinned, shrugging as he put the box in his pocket. Time for Jackie Wells to make a name for himself. "Hair," I chuckled. "Just make sure not to die like an idiot." Oh, I perked up. "And make sure to give Misty a visit. Who knows, maybe her magic trick will help you out or something." His once more dark green eyes brightened as he clapped my shoulder. "You know what? I just might. See you when I come back, Mike. We will celebrate at Lizzie's." I patted him back, making him nod and turn to leave. "Good luck, Jack." He just waved behind him. Shutting the door behind me, I allowed myself to once more drop onto the couch. Part of me still felt a bit bad at how I downplayed the invasiveness of the surgery. But I knew his mental health would thank me in time. Damn, I should have prescribed him some light medicine so he didn't spread rumors. Oh well, nothing for it now. Hope he knows when to keep his mouth shut. My eyes snapped open, ripping me away from a beautiful dream of my future limbs as a boxing gong rang out in my brain. Really need to stop doing this to myself, even if it is funny. Margos, "Hey Vic." "Vic, hey kid." He greeted. "You woken up?" "Margos, yeah." I answered as I checked the time. It was early morning. "Why?" "Vic, she is awake." And just like that, I was already running out of the apartment. 15. Chapter 15. Awakening. The sliding doors to Vic's clinic were nearly ripped off their hinges as I rushed my way inside, only to pause as I was met face to face with a very unimpressed Ripperdoc. "Kid," he greeted calmly. "What did I tell you about storming in here?" "Not to," I answered automatically before focusing on what truly mattered. "How is she?" Vic kept his expression calm, but my optics allowed me to notice the slight tightening around his eyes. "She is coherent." My entire body slumped in relief. "But," Vic went on, voice pointed, "she is still very twitchy, so I am going to need you to take a deep breath and calm down before I let you in." The words, "let me in," were already halfway to my lips, but his piercing look stopped them in their tracks as I understood what he wanted. Charging in there as an unfamiliar face would be bad. Nodding in acceptance, I took a step back and did as instructed, taking in long breaths as I let my thoughts settle. Around a minute later, Vic clapped his hands. "Good. We can go in now." He quickly led me into the back of the clinic, but as I reached the threshold, I found that my legs wouldn't move. Automatically, I checked on the connection, but instead of a cyberware failure, I found that my brain simply refused to send the signal in the first place. Vic also paused, smiling encouragingly as he patted my shoulder. "Come on, kid, you have nothing to fear." My lips split without prompting. "But?" "No buts." Vic cut me off. "Stop overthinking and get in there." Momentarily closing my eyes, I nodded and took a step inside, and in a blink I was looking down at the scene of Misty talking softly to my mother. She was already looking better than last time. Some color had returned to her skin, and the connections between her cyberware and flesh were properly healed and smoothened out. Even the lines of her face had retreated under my nanite's influence. But one detail took my attention over all others. The short crop of hair that had regrown in the meantime was not blonde, but grey. My hands clutched into fists as I once more found myself paralyzed. Long enough for her to notice me. And before Misty could warn her, her eyes widened. Misty immediately placed a hand on her chest. "Lana, wait." But she went ignored, as Mom's freshly awakened brain began firing off fight or flight signals at the sight of me, and her whole posture shifted into a combative one, her cyber arms moving to throw her up from the Ripper chair. I began moving my hands up to show I was no threat, but immediately thought better of it, and instead activated my agent, sending her a call. Like a switch had been flicked, her movements ceased completely and utterly, and her blue eyes lit up as she accepted it. This time I did wave. Hey Mom." Mum," she rasped. "Mikey?" "It's me," I smiled, even as I remained rooted to the floor. "You—" She went to speak, but then began coughing. Misty quickly got her a cup of real water. "Take your time, Lana." She gave me a sideways look and smiled encouragingly. "Come on, Mike. She won't bite." Mum exhaled as she downed the cup, absently returning it to Misty, while her eyes remained rooted firmly on me. "It's really you," she whispered. Listening to Misty's advice, I took a few steps forward and leaned over the Ripper chair. It is me. I said softly, "You are safe now." She looked as lost as I felt, but then her eyes widened. "It was you who saved me." Misty winced, no doubt having tried to omit that fact. "Yes." I nodded, unsure what else to say. "When I saw you," she whispered, looking down, "I thought you were one of them." My right hand clenched. "There are no more of them," I said icily. She paused and then slowly blinked, speaking in a voice that was utterly flat. "No, I suppose there are not." Misty looked between the two of us and made a decision. "No need to focus on the bad, Lana." She placed a calming hand on her cyberarm. "Why not celebrate Mike's success instead? Aren't you happy to see him walking?" And once more, as if a switch had been flipped, Mum's entire demeanor shifted, her dead eyes visibly brightening, and pained expression shifting into a happy smile as she moved Misty's hand away and got up. Much to the part-time nurse's protests, I too tried stopping her, but that same odd affliction from the door stopped me from doing it in time. Before I could be rid of my indecision, Mom had already gotten up and quickly drew me into an embrace, brokenly whispering, "My little genius," and "Michael," over and over again. Once more unsure what to do, I followed Misty's expectant look and slowly wrapped my arms around her, remaining completely silent as Mom lost her tension with each passing moment. Misty mouthed "I will give you some space," and silently left the room with Vic. We remained in silent embrace for 10 whole minutes. She seemed unwilling to let go anytime soon, and so I lowered my vocalizer's volume and spoke Mom. I shook her slightly. "You should sit back down." She shook slightly and sniffled, but seemed to have heard me as she took a very reluctant step away, looking up at me with eyes that would have been red had they still been flesh. "I can't believe I missed your operation." She half whispered, half croaked, "I am a terrible mother." "Nonsense." I nearly snapped at the very implication. "You are the greatest woman this city has ever or will ever see. Never say something like that again." She twitched at the sudden rise in volume, but slowly relaxed again and smiled, though the expression was a pained one. "I never wanted for you to bloody your hands." "I've long since bloodied my hands for mere profit," I corrected with a scoff as I guided her back to the chair. "That I did it to save you was the first time I did it for something unquestionably right." She let out a quiet yet pride-filled chuckle. "Keep saying things like that and I won't be able to stay sad." "Good." I nodded firmly, and for a moment I was tempted to ask her if everything was fine, if she was still herself even with all the terrible things I knew had been done to her, but I was not stupid enough to actually do so. The answer would not be one I wanted to hear. Even now she was showing a strong front, but her voice, her posture, and all of her expressions were only partially glad to see me. I knew she was a mercenary and had suffered numerous injuries over the years, most of which I myself had built replacements for even. But there were some experiences one could not wave off, that they could not tough out, even if they were Svetlana Sobranov. She was acting to save me from worry, and that twisted my heart beyond any blame and rage she could have possibly thrown at me. "My little genius," she whispered again after a bout of silence, looking over my new body, her eyes lightening up with only partially forced teasing. "Already got yourself a style, hmm?" "It is a good combination," I said defensively. "Definitely has nothing to do with your father's uniform." She nodded sagely. I looked away. It was a pretty damn preem uniform. I could have grown to hate the colors, but they were all that remained of the few moments with him I cherished. Mom seemed to understand that as well, as she lowered her head in sorrow. Not willing to let her spiral, I said the first positive thing that came to mind. I made a friend." Her eyes brightened. "Oh? How are you two doing?" Vic entered the room a good hour later, wiping his hands with a towel from no doubt seeing another patient. I went to speak, but Mum preempted me, directing the Ripper with an accusatory look. "My son was just telling me about how you tried avoiding getting paid." "Again." Vic let out a dramatic sigh at that. "You two are impossible. Good work needs good pay." Mum stated the utter truth while I nodded my agreement. "Two of them now." He shook his head, though he was unable to hide his smile. "How will I deal with such stubborn patients?" "By accepting the truth," Mom said imperiously, "and not being stubborn." "I am the stubborn one." Vic quirked an eyebrow and we all shared a chuckle. Moments later, he was seated next to the Ripper chair and running routine scans. Anything unusual on your end, Mike? Mum gave me a questioning look at that. All her "where" is running optimally. I informed him, no infections or signs of any other disease or disorder either. Good. Vic nodded, both of us ignoring Mom's increasingly questioning glances at both of us. Looks to be the same on my end. He said after a moment, I am happy to give you a clean bill of health. But, he rose a finger before either of us could speak, you will hire a psychologist. I will not, she immediately snapped, glaring at him. Without thinking, I placed a hand on her shoulder. Mikey. She turned to me, voice pleading. Tell him I will be fine on my own. Vic gave me a look. Why not give it a try? I asked. I am fine, she repeated. There are no problems with me. There are no after effects. She flinched. This damn city has not broken me. Mom? I clutched her shoulder ever so slightly. Do it for me at least. She sucked in a breath, but stopped herself from retorting. Instead, she looked away and whispered, I will think about it. Vic and I shared a look and unanimously decided not to push it. Around a minute passed as the two of us went over some medical details on our agents while she calmed down, but the moment she did, she remembered the earlier parts of this conversation. Vic, she said. Lana. He slowly nodded. My Mikey is a pretty good doctor, right? She said. Vic huffed. Better than me, I'd wager. Just needs to get some experience on his hands, and he will be better in every way. I looked away. She directed me with a deliberate look before smiling back at Vic. So how about you hire him on as an assistant? You need help from time to time, right? Vic hummed, but his micro-expressions already told me the answer. I am not running a big operation here, Lana. Before he could go on, I interjected, ignoring her threatening look. While I wouldn't mind helping Vic whenever he needs it, I gave him a pointed look in turn, to which he nodded. My ambitions are a bit greater than playing assistant. I finished and quickly added, no offense, Vic. None taken, kid. He chuckled, you don't owe me a thing. But, he added, I will see about calling you whenever I have an overflow. I wasn't just yapping about you needing the experience. If I didn't already agree with the idea, Mum's expectant look would have made me accept it anyway. Then I will thank you in advance. I nodded. No need to be so serious. He chuckled at Mum's beaming, now get out of here, you two. I think you are just as sick of this room as I am of seeing you in it. So rude. Mum shook her head even as I helped her up. Yeah. He waved her off and looked to me. Make sure to bring her for a checkup in a month, just to be sure. Accepting the goodwill for what it was, I nodded. You can be sure, Vic. Thanks for everything. He huffed, just get out already. Was the old man embarrassed? Stop embarrassing the poor man, Mikey. Mom patted my arm. He will go red. Vic let out a sigh of fond exasperation and began grumbling. Deciding to spare the poor man, we made our exit, making sure to thank Misty silently and tip her $2,000 on the way out as I did. She just sighed and silently accepted it. Good, they were learning. But the moment we stepped out, I realized my mistake. The van I drove here was the exact same one Mom had been taken in. For a moment, panic rose in my chest, and I looked down to see her tense. But unlike whatever I was dreading, she simply grit her teeth for a moment and kept walking. We can walk home or call a cab, I quickly said. No. She shook her head, opening the van on the driver's side. I am not that fragile. But, no, she repeated. At least let me drive. I sighed. She paused, looking me over. You didn't use an autopilot. I tapped the side of the van. This trash can doesn't even come with one. She just smiled proudly at that. I shook my head with a huff and entered the van. The bucket of rust shook like the washing machine it was as I started it up, and then we were moving down the road. At a crawl, as always. So, Mom smirked as I failed to say anything, have you met any cute girls yet? I groaned. The order of restaurant food was already waiting for me in front of my apartment as I returned. An incredibly idiotic thing to do in most other cases, but the people of the floor knew not to steal my shit. And so, ignoring the curious glances directed at us by said people, I led Mom inside and laid out our lunch. We devoured the authentic pierogi and then just chatted about anything and everything for hours on end. The irritated look she gave me as she realized what I did to her couch would haunt me for many nights. Thankfully, she accepted a bribe in the form of the answer to her earlier question. And honestly, I'd have preferred righteous punishment to what came after. I had thought to use the girl I saved from the maelstrommers as an excuse, but I was foolish, for I only gave out ammunition for motherly teasing. I might have had to overplay my embarrassment a bit, but it was worth seeing her so lively and amused. We only stopped talking when I saw her getting drowsy and quickly tucked her in despite her protests, myself taking a seat against the nearby wall and letting my thoughts drift as her quiet mumblings turned to near inaudible snores. Before long, I too was lost in dreamland. My internal chronometer informed me only 3 hours had passed as I was woken up by a panicked scream. Optics snapping open to find my mother sweating in her bed, breathing rapidly and her eyes looking about erratically. She began visibly calming as our eyes met and slowed her breathing. "I am fine," she muttered. "I am fine." "Mom," I began. "No need to worry." She interrupted. "I just need to calm down." She nodded to herself. "Yes, just need to calm down." "You know that isn't how it works," I said quietly. "Don't you—" She glared at me, but only for a moment before looking away. "Fine," she said after a while. "You can find a professional, but make sure they are trustworthy." In this city, the quip escaped me before I could stop it. Thankfully, all it did was make her snort. "See what I mean?" "There must be someone," I muttered. "My foolish boy." She shook her head before changing the topic. "I gave Reggie a call." I was confused for a moment before then blinking in realization. "Miss Jones, it is good that you are so respectful." She smiled. "She told me you started doing work for her." "Knowing to defend myself is good, and my body is made for it." I shrugged her disapproval off. "Besides, we will need the money, since you are not going to be doing any work for a long time, and I have new goals now that I am not imprisoned in meat." She gave me an odd look at the meat comment, but then her glare returned again. "And you think you can stop me?" "Without a doubt," I declared with utter certainty. She kept the glare for a long moment before sighing and shaking her head. "And what plans are these?" "Start my own clinic," I answered, hand raised palm upwards. "Make my own cyberware." I began clutching it. Gain wealth. The fingers became a fist. Become powerful, invulnerable. I looked up from the hand and to her, ensure no one can hurt us ever again. She looked at me for what felt like an entire minute before sharply nodding, her approval and pride clear in her eyes. "Good." She declared clearly, "I will train you." "What?" I blinked. "Since you won't let me go back to work." She smirked. "The best I can do is make sure you aren't a gonk about it." What answer existed to that, but I am in. 16. Chapter 16. On the grind. The mother. "I am not made of glass, you know." She bit back the spike of irritation as her little genius offered her his arm. A reaction immediately regretted as her son twitched away. "Should I just pretend everything is fine?" he quietly muttered to himself, looking anywhere but at her. She still heard him despite the low voice. "Yes," she said in a hard tone. "I already told you, I am not some fragile little girl who needs babying." He went to say something, but closed his mouth with a click, shaking his head and starting to walk away. "Let's just go," he grumbled. Svetlana felt another pang of immediate regret at that and followed after him in silence. The people on the floor gave her odd and surprised looks as they realized who she was, though to her confusion a small number of them looked almost relieved to see her. She would need to investigate that later. They certainly weren't happy to see her alive, despite being neighbors for years now. As she had done for almost a full day now, she took the dark thoughts and promptly smothered them under her pride for her son. Much better, she decided. To her utter lack of surprise, there was no one to welcome them as they walked into the Second Amendment store on their floor, the owner of the shop too absorbed in watching a video edit of one of the more recent famous deaths in Night City with far too much reverence in her eyes. The brightly neon pink-haired girl was hyper-focused on some idiot that got gunned down by Arasaka security because he was too stupid to run away when the alarms were blaring, and the afterlife-worshipping gonks were all eating it up. Holding back an eye roll at the familiar sight, Svetlana simply walked up to the counter and smashed her cyberarm atop it. The girl yelped and jumped from her seat, falling over her chair and ending up on the floor, tangled up in cables like the gonk she was. Who the fuck? She ripped off her headphones only to stop and pale. Hey, Lily. Svetlana smiled down toothily. Still as much of a gonk as always? Hey, Lana. She waved up awkwardly. Didn't know you were still around. Thought I flatlined. The older woman quirked an eyebrow. Well, yeah. Lily shrugged as she got up, blinking as she got a better look at her old customer. What's with the hairdo? Svetlana's amused expression turned flat. I thought it looked neat. Neat? Lily tested the word and again found herself stuck as she saw Svetlana was not alone. You two, know each other? We are related, her boy deadpanned. That explains so much, Lily muttered, before remembering she was currently being stared down by the two of the most terrifying people in the whole mega building. So how can I help you today? When in doubt, fall back to brain-dead customer service. Lane 5. The full cyborg droned. Open a tab for the bullets. Sure thing. She nodded and typed rapidly on her computer. Need anything else? Don't bother us. He answered bluntly and was already walking away. But Svetlana stayed behind for a second, looking over the smart weapons on display with visible annoyance. Long enough for Lily Adams' brain to catch up to her as she gaped after the cyborg. Hold on, is that your kid? She hissed. Svetlana beamed a sunny smile. Isn't he just great? Lily stared. Isn't. Svetlana leaned in against the counter, eyes utterly cold. He, just, great? Of course he is. Lily leaned away with an awkward chuckle. The greatest. Svetlana nodded in satisfaction and pointed at one of the displays holding a bulky stockless automatic shotgun. That crusher in good condition. Fresh off the factory line. Lily answered quickly, thankful for the distraction. I only have the basic model though, comes up to 1,800 eddies with 3 complementary mags. The mercenary needed only a second to decide, get me 6 and you have a deal. All Lily could do was nod rapidly and flee to the back to pack the gun. She just wanted to enjoy her Nova videos without people bothering her, damn it. Michael Magos Sobranov. Had your fun? I looked up from my half-reassembled copperhead as Mum finally joined me at the shooting range, my hands moving automatically as I put the rest back together. Instead of answering, she plopped a crusher on the counter and smiled. I got you a gift. I looked down at the igla I had just cleaned and back to the crusher before mentally cursing at myself. Right, I can't be using your weapons forever. She just rolled her eyes at that. Don't be silly, just because you can walk around now doesn't mean you need to show off how grown up you are. Right. I nodded, embarrassed, and reached for the crusher, giving it a quick look over thanks. It is a better shotgun than the break-action ones when you have cyberarms, she explained as I took out the magazine and began loading it with shells. The recoil is a much smaller problem. Then why didn't you get one? I asked. Because I got attached. She smiled as she picked up her igla, almost caressing the weapon as she looked it over and muttered, kill enough people with something and you start feeling like it is a part of you. Something told me I wasn't supposed to hear that, and I wisely decided to change topics. I, broke your backup one. That old thing, she blinked. How did you manage that? Snapped it against a scav's neck. I shrugged, looking away. A light creaking noise came from her weapon as she gripped it. Good. Deciding it was wise to stop talking, I activated the holographic gun range and readied my new crusher. I waited for Mum to see me doing it and take a step back, and then fired. The gun barely twitched as the moving targets were hit all over, the heavy report of the weapon doing little to move my cyberarms as I simply scythed everything in close proximity down. The gun clicked empty as the 12th shell left the barrel, and I immediately regretted I didn't just load all 6 magazines immediately. Automatic shotguns were great. Amazing, I said, and turned back to my mother, only to find her giving me a thoroughly unimpressed look. What exactly are you doing? She asked. I shuffled on my still unclad feet awkwardly, testing the gun. That isn't how you hold a shotgun. Her expression turned near insulted. You might not feel the recoil, but you still need to grip it properly, or you won't hit anything. But I hit every target. I pointed at the range in outrage. At 20 feet distance, she unhelpfully pointed out. Shotguns are meant for that range, though, I asked. Quite the gonk move it appeared as her irritation overflowed. You watch far too many movies, she said after a moment, tone exaggeratedly indulgent. Reload the mag, I will show you how to shoot. Do it for all your weapons for that matter. We did not leave the range for hours as she proceeded to drill me with every single detail that came with using a gun of any classification, anything from grip to quick reloads to optimal ranges. My brain was practically bursting with seemingly useless minutiae by the end of it. She even made me do quick draw practice with her Liberty for 20 minutes without end. Joke's on her, though, I enjoyed every moment. Have fun at work, Mom yelled as the door shut behind me. I will, I said to myself and began scrolling through Ms. Jones's information packet. The call came some 4 hours after we came back from the gun range, after I got thoroughly scolded about eating scop like a maniac and got myself into another lesson, this one about impromptu basic cooking. Ms. Jones got a request for backup from one of the mocks who was doing some solo investigating, and I was the first choice to go and be her hustle. Being the heaviest weight in the lower price range made throwing jobs at me surprisingly flexible for the fixer, even if she would have to inevitably increase their level as my rep and skill set grew. Thankfully, she wasn't idiotic enough to abuse my willingness to work my way up. The Mox member calling for outside backup, and not just taking a few other members with them, immediately made me suspicious, but Jones was quick to explain it was not officially sanctioned by their leader. So to the fixer they went. Hopefully I won't end up making an enemy out of the owner of Lizzie's, but 10,000 is 10,000. Before I could reach the lift, however, I saw the old noodle stall owner waving me over, looking around suspiciously as he did. Old Chu. I nodded in greeting. Magos. He returned, sounding serious. My wife works at the laundromat down in the basement. He once more did a look over and, finding no one looking or listening, whispered, A few of the tigers have been asking around about the floor and why it was so quiet. Thought I might warn you. Later than predicted. I noted internally, Thanks for the info, Chu. Of course, of course. He nodded rapidly, always happy to help. Happy to pay less, you mean? That order waiting for someone? I asked, looking at a steaming cup of noodles. Just take it. He waved it off. I can just make another before they come back. Cheers. I sent him the money and grabbed the food, quickly chewing it down as I went down to the garage. I parked the van in a side alley as I reached my destination of canal-side Little China. A few bums looked surprised but utterly apathetic at seeing a heavily armed cyborg, so instead of threatening them away, I wired them 50 eddies each and said, Keep my van safe, yeah? Sure thing, boss, a toothless old man cheered, the other one already moving to a nearby vending machine and ordering them beers. Shaking my head, I left the alley and began scanning the street for my client. And to my surprise, I saw a familiar face. Rita, was it? I hummed and approached her as silently as I could. Of course, putting myself and stealth in the same sentence was the height of futility, and so she noticed me long before I reached her, rounding on me with her cyber arms already moving to her Ajax, but pausing as she saw me. Borg boy, she said, eyebrows raised. Joy toy. I waved back dryly. She huffed. No Wells to show you around today? He is busy. I settled on after a split second of thought, quickly redirecting the conversation. Now what is it that you are hiding from Susie that you need little old me for? Her relaxed expression was gone in an instant. The fuck is it to you? You are paying me for this. I shrugged, waving at her as if to say, It is your choice. You'd think informing me about the situation would be the smart thing to do. She glared for a moment, but then sighed. Right. A pair of our girls disappeared while going home this morning. She said quietly, Everyone knows it is the tigers. One of their chooms even came to Lizzie's and bragged about it. He didn't get shot. I blinked. I crushed the little shit's balls. She rolled her eyes, patting her spiked bat, one that had traces of blood on it now that I looked at it, fresh blood. But I couldn't kill him, she finished. Ah, I voiced in realization, Susie Q doesn't want to stir the pot for a pair of nobodies, does she? I want to call bullshit, but yeah. She shook her head in disappointment. One of my chooms managed to track them down to a building near here, but I don't know if I can take all of them. And so comes in the slab of chrome. I concluded with a hum. You know how many of them are in there? Not many, she shrugged, but I've got no idea. Guess we will have to see then, I muttered, firing up my cyberdeck. What is the end objective? Find the girls, she answered immediately, the bouncer. Borg Boy stared at her blankly for a long moment, almost long enough for her to ask him if he saw something he liked, but then his golden eyes flashed. Found them, he said suddenly. 7 tigers hiding out in a nearby apartment on the first floor. A runner? She thought for a moment, but another thought quickly took all her focus. And the girls? She demanded immediately. Did you see them? He frowned. No trace of them. You 100% they were being held here. Rita Wheeler stepped away, thoughts racing. Judy said they were seen by a bunch of people getting dragged in here. She was sure. She looked back up. They could have been moved. Depends on the tiger's end goal. The cyborg shrugged. Only one way to find out quickly. Yeah. Rita nodded mostly to herself, hefting her bat over her shoulder and looking up at the Borg with a bloodthirsty grin. Let's cruck the fuckers' skulls. The Borg grinned back and was already moving. She shook the sight of the rows of teeth from her mind and jogged after him as they passed a bunch of the cameras that were now offline. The doors of the building opening on their own as Magos simply walked in like he owned the place, surprising the shit out of the tiger's lookout and backhanding him against the wall. He didn't get up. 2 sitting on a couch to the left, 1 on the terrace, another in the bathroom, and the rest are in the other room fucking. I'm taking the left. He informed her in a clipped tone, and without waiting for her answer, simply kicked the door in, his crusher belching out shotgun shells before the tigers even realized what was going on. But Rita was not some newbie to get stunned by some cocky gonk, quickly rushing in after him on her lynx paw implants, dodging out of the way as the wall to the bathroom was ripped apart by the auto shotgun and gunning down the panicking tiger on the terrace, making him scream as he fell over. She let the assault rifle hang off her shoulder and hefted the bat, rushing into the bedroom and finding a pair of tigers scrambling to get up. The woman of the pair reached for an SMG, but Rita quickly reacted, crushing bone and making her drop it before pointing the deadly piece of metal at the both of them and ordering, "Sit." The man began cursing in Japanese, but his voice quickly died down as Rita's hustle walked in behind her, crusher letting out a loud click as he finished reloading it. "Where are they?" Rita demanded. "What the fuck are you talking about?" The man demanded. "Who the fuck are you people?" "The Mox girls you kidnapped," Rita repeated harshly. "Where are they?" The man looked at her in realization and his eyes flashed. And then, in less than a blink, his head disappeared as a crusher shell turned it to mush. "What the fuck are you doing?" Rita rounded on the cyborg with a glare. He was reaching for a grenade, was going to kill both of them. He answered simply, face still failing to show even a hint of emotion as he looked to the now completely terrified Tiger Claw woman. "Don't worry though, we have one left over." He grinned at the barely in her 20s Asian, "Because you aren't going to be dumb enough and try something like your boy toy over here, are you?" She gulped and began nodding rapidly. "I am glad we have reached an understanding." Margos droned, but then her eyes went completely blank and she let out a confused scream. "You won't be needing your optics or neural link to talk though." As her excitement died down and she finally began taking in her surroundings while the Borg ironically tried calming the tiger down, a small part of Rita wondered if Regina Jones made a mistake. 10,000 was way too little for this guy. 17. Chapter 17, Tiger Hunt. Michael Margot Sobranov. "I keep telling you, I have no idea where they took them." The sole remaining tiger claw cried out as Rita slammed the back of her head against the wall. I easily ignored the repeated questioning and focused on scanning their subnet. We managed to find a single laptop, but aside from scheduling from a higher up in the gang, there was no trace of information about the Mox girls' destination. Even the cameras had been scrubbed clean, which meant they had someone who was at least competent at net running. The only odd thing I did manage to find was a string of wreck pies, or thinly veiled gruesome metaphors when one took into account just where I lived. Fucking Night City. Damn it! It seemed Rita finally had enough as she smashed the Gangoon against the wall just a touch too hard. With deliberate slowness, I looked up from the laptop and pulled out my personal link. Still nothing, I asked. The Mox bouncer punched the wall. Leaning against the opposite side of the room, I droned, "I will take that as a no." She rounded on me with a glare, "Fuck you," and kicked the nearby end table, which seemed to calm her just a bit. No trace on my end either. I shook my head. Whoever took them was meticulous. "Oh yes, glaze the fuckers more." She scowled. "Don't expect me to care." I shrugged. If I were to weep for everyone this city fucked, I wouldn't have enough seconds in the day. She cursed and looked away, knowing I was right. "Let's get out of here before more tigers come," I said after a bit, getting up. "We can come up with an idea of where to look for them after we clear our heads a bit." She looked back to me, surprised. "I can't pay you for an investigation." "I might not care about the girls as much as you do," I said, hefting my weapon. "But now I am invested." She snorted, "Sure thing, you bleeding heart," and turned to leave. Before she fully could, however, I pulled out my liberty and shot the unconscious Tiger Claw in the head. "The fuck?" Rita rounded on me, eyes darting between my smoking gun and the fresh corpse. "What?" I shrugged. "I live in tiger territory and I am not about to risk my home to let someone like her live." She looked like she just got whiplash, but said nothing as we left the building and made our way to my van. The two bums happily welcoming me and saying no one touched it. Though they did begin cursing me when I didn't tip them again. The human filth. Rita slammed her door shut, gave the van's interior a genuinely baffled once-over, and finally spoke, "A Supron, really? It gets the job done. Why does everyone shit on it?" I complained, "I am not going to waste money on another ride just because it looks preem." "You are one weird gonk, you know that?" she muttered. "Well, at least I don't die to something as petty as bullets." I snarked back. She rolled her eyes. "Enough about that," I said after a moment. "Any ideas on where to look for them?" "Unless you want to burst into every tiger base I know?" she asked, only half sarcastically, and seeing my dry look, she sighed. "Then no, I have no idea where to even begin." I exhaled and leaned back into the driver's seat, staring into the distance. "You really find nothing on their net?" she asked after a while. "Aside from a none-too-promising cooking recipe?" I asked without turning. "Nope, not a trace." "What kind of recipe?" I could hear her frown. "Either one belonging to someone ridiculously rich enough to afford actual delicacies." I slowly thought aloud, or a thoroughly wrung-out metaphor for an XBD idea. "Shit," she hissed, thoughts racing across her face before it twisted into a murderous scowl, and her hand began twitching forwards. "Motherfucker!" My hand coiled around her arm before she could smash it into the dashboard, and I yanked her back towards me. "Do not strike my property." Ignoring her suddenly dilated eyes, I shoved her arm back and waited for her to chill out. "What did you figure out?" She began rubbing her cybernetic limb. "I didn't figure out shit." She hissed, "You just told me my tombs are going to end up in an XBD." "Ah," I deadpanned, "should have thought about that one." "Right." Despite herself, she snorted. Suddenly an idea came up. "Do you have their contact info?" She looked at me weirdly. "Of course I do." "Gimme," I said quickly. She still looked utterly lost, but sent me the contacts anyways. "Try not to let me get dismantled for parts while I dive, if you please," I said, and not waiting for her answer, activated my cyber deck. The immense presence of the net unveiled in front of me, and my icon floated out from my physical location. Reorienting myself from the sharp shift, I quickly pinged my home, absently checking on Mom and making sure she was fine. I followed the connection to the Nightcorp database, every single mega building hid in secret, and one I had already perfected hacking without a trace, even if it took me actual months to do. A netrunner could do a lot of ridiculous shit to pass the time when they were bored enough. I made sure to doubly mask my presence, slipping by the dweller employed by the corporation and inserting the two contacts into the local database. One request and 5 minutes of waiting. Later I had the last location of their neural links before something cut them off. But despite being made for jamming, even those specialized chips gave out a tiny signal, a low, near inaudible pulse when compared to a neural link, but still distinct despite the simple programming. And if it gave off a signal, I could follow it. Well, so long as it wasn't too far from the mega building, I must have spent hours in my focused state as I crawled after the net-borne footprint, having to hack through numerous buildings if their defenses permitted, or sneak around and find the signal again when they did not. It was tedium at its most punishing. But inevitably, my persistence was rewarded, and the signal finally stopped just at the edge of the mega building server's range, in Kabuki's Junktown. My icon retreated, retracing my steps with far greater speed as I gave my cyberdeck the time to dump its heat and finally disconnected. My lips split ever so slightly open as steaming air hissed through, and my eyes snapped open to find a thoroughly agitated Rita Wheeler waving a hand in front of my face. "Damn it," she cursed. "Are you all right?" "Just fine," I answered, rolling down the window to let the heat out as I did. "How long was I out?" She looked at the still steaming air, but decided to ignore it as I did. "Around 3 hours." She said, frowning, "You find anything?" "I have a lead," I said, firing up the engine and getting the van moving. "Kabuki's Junktown. Probably got shoved into some kind of cargo box." "Fuck yes." She very nearly went to slam my dashboard again, but stopped herself. "Let's get the bastards." "I have no clue how many there are," I said. "Doesn't matter." She said, "We will fuck them up anyway." She gave me a sideways look. "Unless you want to chicken out now, Borg boy." "In your dreams, Joy Toy," I snorted. She laughed and slid down her own window, letting the air hit her face as I saw her eyes light up with the telltale glow of a holocall. "Calling for backup?" I asked, half teasing as I pushed the bucket of rust to go as quickly as it could. What happened to fucking them up ourselves? The bouncer just flipped me off. The ride to the Junktown didn't take too long, at least by my standards, and soon enough we were standing above the coastal settlement built from cargo crates and scrap, trying and failing to find a way to observe the area through the net. Whole place was completely cut off, and a connection needed to bounce off of something to catch anything. I'd need to get closer for a ping, it would seem. "How much longer does your girl want to make us wait?" I asked to distract myself from the possibility of them having just been taken away by boat, my optics still fixed on the fenced-off section of stacked crates. "She'll be here," Rita assured me. The nervous tapping on her Ajax did not. "It's your friends that are at risk." I shrugged. She scowled but still remained seated on the concrete ledge. Just before I could get thoroughly annoyed, the sound of rapid footsteps cut through the din around us. And soon enough, a familiar pale, chem-skinned and green-haired short girl covered in Mox tattoos ran up to us, hefting a thoroughly oversized carnage in her arms. "Hey, Becca." Rita waved her over, but instead of answering her, the shorty glared up at me. "What is the Borg fucker doing here?" "This is your help?" I ignored the familiar Mox and looked down at Rita. "You two know each other?" The bouncer blinked. This scopsucker laughed his ass off when I left. She pointed at me accusingly. At the same time, I pointed a lazy thumb at her. I saw her exit from Lizzie's, thought the Mox started employing children. "Hey, fuck you," the shorty cursed. "Look at me when you are talking shit." I didn't. Rita just laughed. "You listening to me?" Becca demanded and started rising her carnage. But my hands were many times faster, and a Liberty was pointing directly at her forehead before she could so much as heft the oversized gun. Finally, I did look down at her, seriously. She lowered the shotgun and flipped me off. Rita pushed herself up. "That's enough, Rebecca. You told me you'd help." The shorter girl pouted and looked away with a huff. The bouncer gave me a look as well, but all I could do was stare back. It wasn't like I was the one stirring shit up. She rolled her eyes and looked back to her fellow Mox, or was it ex-Mox now? "We need to work together to get our girls back, so focus, please." "Fine," Rebecca accepted reluctantly, looking up at me. "You got a name, Chum?" "I go by Margos when on the job," I said. "A nickname, really?" She looked at me like I was some kind of invalid. "A netrunner tag, actually," I corrected and began moving. "Humph." She crossed her arms, still a gonk. "Your carnage is about to fall off," I said without looking, and immediately heard her curse and start flailing about, trying to catch it only to realize it was still firmly in her hands. Thus defeated, all she could do was grumble to herself as she followed after me and Rita. Rebecca. She really shouldn't have had that triple burger, now that she thought about it. especially since as soon as they reached the muddy ground of the junk town, the asshole Borg fucker just picked her up by the scruff of her jacket and dangled her above it so she wouldn't drown. By the time she kicked her way out of his grip, they had already reached the storage compound, and the many tiger claw-looking gangoons looking over the place stopped her from giving the fucker what for. "That is a lot of them," Rita Wheeler, the baddest girl in the mocks, muttered and looked up to the Borg fucker. "You got a plan?" Rebecca's brain short-circuited, but that went unnoticed as the Borg just stared off into the distance, and in a moment, both Rita's and Rebecca's optics began displaying the outlines of every single tiger claw on the compound. That was a lot of red. "Damn useless gonk." The Borg chuckled and quickly added, "Put their runner to sleep. The moment they try to wake him up, he fries." His face twisted into a metallic line resembling a smirk. "Looks like they are waiting for someone." "The customer or the editor?" Rita asked hatefully. "Does it matter?" The Borg asked. "We just need to kill them all and get the girls before they get here, and that is that." "Guess not," Rita agreed. "We going in loud?" "Yes," he nodded. "Just don't shoot up the rusty red crate near the middle, or we will have come here for nothing." Both the Moxes quickly memorized that. "What are you good at?" It took Rebecca a moment to realize he was speaking to her, and she quickly grinned cockily, zeroing gonks. The Borg sighed and lightly palmed his face. "Rita, you flank around while the two of us take their attention, focus on heavier weapons if they have any." "Sure thing." She agreed quickly and looked at Rebecca, the two sharing a quick nod as the bouncer silently slipped through the perimeter. "Try not to die," the Borg told her and simply marched up to the compound, copperhead in hand. The first tiger noticed him and went to rise his smart gun, but was already coughing his guts up by the time his hand started moving. The second one was nailed into the crate behind her, the Borg simply walking by without a care. Multiple tigers around them began screaming as their heads caught on fire, and Rebecca had finally had enough of waiting. "Come get it, cocksuckers!" she yelled out, smearing a pair of them across the mud and nearly getting knocked down by her own weapon's recoil. The Borg made an annoyed noise and quickly sidestepped in front of her, multiple smart bullets bouncing off him to no effect as he returned the favor with his assault rifle, cutting down even more gangoons. "Whoops!" Rebecca laughed and returned to the fight. The tigers tried slowing them down, but despite her risky way of fighting, they couldn't even down her, much less the Borg, who moved more like a walking tank than a person, as the only tigers who could threaten him were the first to have their eyes burn out of their heads. Whenever they tried flanking around them, Rita would appear seemingly out of nowhere, braining them with her bat or shooting them up if they were smart enough to move in groups. In the meantime, Rebecca discarded her shotgun in favor of a light machine gun that went unmanned, laughing like a maniac as she unloaded on any tigers who tried rushing them down. She missed most her shots, but hey, it was the intention that mattered. It was just too bad their numbers were not infinite. Michael Magos Sobranov. My copperhead clicked empty as I unloaded an entire mag into the chest of the dumbfuck leader of the Tigers, the evening's Darwin Award winner, charging at me with a katana of all things. Shaking my head at the terminal bout of idiocy, I scanned the area again just in case, and finding nothing, I gave the tiny madwoman a sideways look. "Break any bones yet?" She stuck her tongue out at me, but notably didn't try to raise her arms. Moments later, Rita stepped out from behind a nearby crate with a visible limp in her step, and her bat heavily bent to one side, looking not at us, but at a particular crate opposite us. "That the one?" "It's where the signal is coming from." I nodded. "You two go and get them. I'll probably scare the shit out of them, so I am going to check on the leader's link." Rita faced me and nodded, "Sure," and then turned to Rebecca with an expectant look. But she was already sitting down in the mud, limbs finally having failed her. "Go ahead, Rita." She laughed. "I'll be fine." Rita looked at her with fond irritation, but quickly focused back on our actual goal. "What kind of a gonkhead uses weapons they can't survive?" I asked as I inserted my personal link into the leader's neck, quickly hacking through his firewalls without much effort. "Hey, fuck you, Borghead," she called out. "You may be preem as fuck, but you don't get to talk shit about my babies." "Preem, am I?" I drawled. I stopped the data deletion executable just in time to save a pair of messages. "How nice." "Fuck you, asshole," was her answer, but there was no heat to it. Ignoring her further complaints, I focused on the message. The first one was a warning to the customer about the attack, absent of any specifics, and only telling them to back away until further notice. The second one went out to the same number, being the one sent just before the warning. Shobo-sama assures Verna Dono that the merchandise is prepared and in good condition. The area has been secured by my men. You may send pickup as agreed. Immediately my mind ground to a halt. Verna, could it be? I need some help here. Rita's voice rang out, distracting me from that train of thought. My first instinct was that I somehow fucked up and she had gotten ambushed, but instead I turned to see her staring into a cargo crate, filled with about a dozen terrified women. Honestly, I should have expected this. 18. Chapter 18, Visitors. This might sting a little, I told the battered woman and poured the tiger's synth-sake on her heavily bruised shoulder, ignoring her hiss of pain and quickly covering it with some sterile gauze before simply sticking it on with some tape. It wasn't my best, but it would work. That should do it. I stepped away from my frightened patient. You should catch no infections, but I still recommend visiting a doctor after this. She nodded shakily, pulling the jacket I looted off a tiger around her, and rasped out a short thanks. Satisfied with my work, I gave the rest of the 11 kidnappees another quick scan, and seeing no further emergencies, I walked over to where Rebecca and the 2 Moxes we rescued were chatting with each other. The blue-haired pair of twins were surprisingly calm despite everything, and both grinned widely at my approach. Our knight in shining armor. One purred. Becca was just telling us how you were the one to find us, the other added. And both stepped up to me, far too close in fact. Does our hero want a reward? They asked at the same time. Before I registered it, I had taken a couple of steps back. I am on the job, I said quickly, and the duo pouted, while Rebecca just began laughing her ass off. Oh, this is precious, Choom. The short stack wiped away her false tears. Too bad Rita didn't see it. I am sure you've already recorded all of it, I deadpanned. She grinned. You two really all right? I looked back to the duo. Oh, don't worry, darling. The one to my right smiled. This isn't the first time a fan got enthusiastic, the left one finished. That was my chance. And did you hear the Tigers mention who this fan was? I asked. The duo shared a look and the left one answered, some sucker fatas. She shrugged. We've heard the spiel so many times we barely bothered listening anymore. At least that confirms one part, I noted even as I felt annoyed at their nonchalance. Seriously. The two shrugged, but then I noticed it. Despite the front they were putting on, there were still micro-halts in their movements as the conversation progressed, ones that only grew as I questioned them. Apologies, I quickly said. There is no need to think about it anymore. The duo smiled, genuine thanks in their eyes. The awkward, for me, silence that followed was thankfully cut off as the familiar groan of my Supron's engine reached my audio receptors, and before long the bucket of rust entered the bloodied compound. Getting all of the women to fit inside proved a bit of a challenge, especially when the space in the van was even more cramped than the crate. But they understood the necessity, and only 2 of them got minor panic attacks on the way. The rest were kind enough to calm them, and we drove out of Kabuki's junk town without catching any further attention. Knowing I had performed a genuinely good deed today left me feeling oddly at peace with myself. I think I liked it. Rita exited the back of Lizzie's bar with a deep scowl on her face, followed closely by the familiar dark-skinned owner of the famous locale. Susie Q looked halfway between thunderous and apoplectic as her eyes fell on Rebecca and myself, first facing the shorty with a glare. Becca. Sup, Susie. The short stack gave her an outwardly bored wave. What are you doing here? She demanded. One of my chooms asked me to come and help out. Rebecca glared up challengingly. You want me to tell her to fuck off? The older woman scowled and pointedly decided to ignore her, something the girl took as an immediate victory judging by her smug look. And you? Susie turned to me, but unlike the other 2, her posture was pointedly not threatening. Despite her being a known and experienced combatant, there was something instinctually terrifying about standing in front of a person as openly inhuman as I was. Only a few could resist the uncanny valley effect that brought. Why stick your nose in Mock's biz? She asked. The client went through the proper channels. I answered with cold neutrality. My job was escort and protection, not intergang political drama. Oh, how professional, she scowled. Do you have any idea what kind of shit you landed me in? Landed you in? I tilted my head, eyes flashing with threatening gold. As the leader, it is your duty to stick your neck out when those relying on you are in danger. Or has the low corpo existence already eroded the soul of the Mocks? The woman was shaking by now. I wonder what Lizzie would think if she heard this. I considered aloud. She clutched her fist, and for a moment I almost believed I was about to get shot at. But then, with a final hateful glare, she said, I will take care of the girls. Now get the fuck out of here. That was all we needed to hear. I nodded. Behind the hateful stare, I could have sworn I noticed just a twinge of begrudging respect. Come, Rita, Susie ordered. We need to have a talk. To her credit, the bouncer didn't look bothered in the least, staying behind for a moment. Thanks for helping, both of you. She looked at me while pointing her thumb at where Susie was already starting to turn back in annoyance. We'll catch up later. Sure thing, I nodded. Be seeing you, Rita. Rebecca gave her a cheerful wave, and soon the two of us were left alone. Damn, haven't seen her that pissed in ages, Rebecca muttered. Not even when you turned off all the music at Lizzie's? I asked, sending a quick confirmation and report on the job to Ms. Jones. Saw that, did you? The short stack grinned. Instead of answering, I simply pointed at the back of my head where my cyberdeck was. She pouted, but then her eyes momentarily brightened. Hey, wanna grab a drink? Sure. I nodded, a bit confused by her awkwardness. She grinned, and soon we were driving away to a spot she supposedly liked. And of course, I was once more forced to explain why my van was a perfectly fine vehicle. One day they would understand. Though I could convince them by making the bucket of rust better. Now there is a thought. Ah. Rebecca sighed contentedly as she downed her beer, just what the doctor ordered. Despite Broseph being just another bottle of shitty chemicals, I found I couldn't disagree. The silence didn't last long, so Borg Dash. Michael, I interrupted, staring out across the channel. The name is Michael. She paused. That is way more normal than I expected. I am perfectly normal. I stated the truth. Uh-huh. The short stack gave me a half-lidded look. Sir. So, Shorty, I began on purpose. I am not short, I am fun-sized. She immediately yelled. What's your deal? I finished. My deal? She tilted her head, though with her height it looked more like she tilted. Yes, I nodded. What do you do when you are not failing to use your oversized arsenal? Don't talk shit about my babies, she huffed, crossing her arms, and I am a merc. A merc? I deadpanned. Didn't you just leave the Moxes like less than a week ago? I work fast. She shot me a finger gun but shook her head. Met my bro who has been gone for a while. Got me into his crew. They mostly have me doing Overwatch and staying out of the way, but they are a good bunch. A crew, huh? I said. I've been working mostly alone. Of course, mister, I can do everything. Also works alone. She threw her hands up in exasperation. Bulletproof, scary-ass netrunner. Superborg doesn't need shit. You sure you aren't Blackhand's secret love child or something? You'd think the first comparison would be Smasher. I chuckled, doing her the mercy of not telling her about my non-combat skills. She stuck her tongue out. You know the funniest part? I asked, unsure as to why I was suddenly feeling so talkative. She looked up with curiosity. That night at Lizzie's? I asked, eyes fixated on the distance. That was my first gig celebration. Bullshit, she pointed at me accusingly. Real shit, I corrected smugly, though that is all you are getting. Asshole, she flipped me off. Melanie and Melody were lucky you pussed out. Tilting my head and looking at her, all I could ask was who. She actually gaped at that, the twins, you gonk. Ah, my eyes widened. Right. And now Rebecca was back to laughing at me. You know I thought you were scary as shit at first. She wiped an actual tear now, but you are all right. I'll have you know I like being scary. I rose an index finger, but for a half-insane jailbait gremlin, you are also all right. Instead of being insulted, she just grinned widely and rose her bottle. I clinked mine against hers and downed my beer. We simply sat there silently for a good 5 minutes after that. It was oddly relaxing. Remembering I should check on my mother, I let out a final sigh of contentment and slowly got up from the bench. I should be heading back home now. Want me to take you somewhere? Nah. She waved me off as she also got up. I'll just take the NCART, but thanks. Sure. I nodded and quickly sent her my contact info. I'll give you a call if I ever need a distraction. You better. She grinned, just a bit more animated than a moment before, might even introduce you to the crew if you are lucky. How generous. I chuckled and began walking away. Be seeing you, Becca. I gave her a backwards wave and left her behind in the loud din of Night City. All of my newfound calm disappeared the instant I approached Mega Building H11 as a quick habitual scan revealed a few fresh additions to my territory, namely a group of some 5 armed tiger claws squatting it out in a secluded corner, one that gave them a perfect view of one of the lifts. The lift I always used when coming back home. How irritating. With barely any hesitation, I shifted my route, circling the whole building and entering from the other side, ignoring the filthy little cretin occupying the elevator for his relaxation time, and entering my floor from the opposite end. The crowd immediately noticed me, and a good number of them seemed like they wanted to inform me of the threat. Good, I liked loyalty. But it was unnecessary as I simply put a finger to my lips and kept moving, hacking into an apartment just behind the small terrace-like position the tigers were holding, and stalking through the thankfully empty home before simply exiting behind the group of gangoons. The first thing they heard of my presence was the distinct click of my crusher's loading mechanism. Do not move, I said in stilted Japanese. What is your business here? No need to butcher my language. The woman who seemed to be the leader was the first to raise her arms in surrender. You Magos? I will be asking the questions. I shook my gun threateningly. Even if they couldn't see it, the slight rattle was useful to keep them in line. What are you doing in my territory? This entire building is Tiger Claw territory, the woman countered, and I thought we had an understanding. I said with narrowed eyes, you don't shit on my lawn, and I don't burn yours to the ground. One of the other claws twitched and began reaching for his weapon, but before I could paint the wall with him, the leader barked out, halt! The man stilled and twitched his head into a nod. We aren't here to threaten or extort you. The woman's tone returned to her previous calm one. Our boss has a proposition for you and sent us over to invite you. And he couldn't have just sent a message like a normal person? I narrowed my eyes. Jugo-sama must present himself as strong and unshakable. She said, someone of your rep should know that. I do. I nodded and slowly lowered my weapon. What does he want? Hearing my movement, she ever so slowly turned around, slowly lowering her hands as she saw my crusher pointing down, though she tensed all over again as she saw the face below my biker helmet. She made a barely audible gulp and kept her hands in front of her just in case. I am not sure what exactly my boss wants, but it is probably a business proposal. What kind? I asked. She looked at me with visible annoyance, reminding me she is just a pawn of the real mover, and shrugged. You have a rep as a netrunner, figure it out. Unable to contain it, I chuckled, the noise sending shivers down the tiger's spines. Fair enough. I nodded. When and where does your boss want to meet? There is a club on floor 50, called the Blossom Boutique. He wants you to be there at 7 sharp. She answered, it's invitation only, but they will let you in if you have one of us with you. At least he isn't trying to have you march me in there, I hummed. Strong-arming potential allies is bad for business. The woman smiled lightly. How flattering. I drawled and waited. The 5 of them looked relieved for a moment, but as the silence stretched, they grew increasingly tense. Finally, my patience broke. What are you still doing here? I asked. The woman shifted on her feet. We were told to wait until you were ready. Do I look like a fucking idiot to you? I demanded immediately. You think I will just allow you to come in here and take over? All we are supposed to do is wait for you and ask around. She raised her hands placatingly. We'll be gone by evening, I swear. I stared down at her for a few no doubt torturous moments before slowly nodding. Fine, just remember. I rose a finger and all 5 twitched as micro-shocks passed through the backs of their necks. You fuck around, you fry. Their rapid, terrified nods were finally enough to assure me of their good behavior. I'll be watching you. I motioned between my eyes and them, and then walked off back home. Not before installing a listening demon, of course, but beside a single message to inform their boss I accepted all 5 sent no traffic in our out. Maybe they weren't such idiots after all, but that left the consideration. Did the tigers already find out about my slaughter of their men? There were too many women we rescued for it to remain a secret for long, and if they did they simply not care? I should probably give Miss Jones a call and ask about this. But first, I needed to fortify the shit out of my apartment. If they tried anything, none would survive. Author notes: Lizzie was the first owner of Lizzie's Bar, and she got ganked by tiger claws in 2070 for trying to stand up to them, leading to a bunch of riots and the mocks forming in her memory as a way to protect themselves. The protection is majorly aimed at entertainers. Morgan Blackhand is the closest Cyberpunk in its entirety has to a protagonist. He is the best merc, dude with barely any chrome who 1v1d Adam Smasher, the big scary Borg man, at his most powerful and won. Night City Area Rapid Transit Network. Future trams, basically. 19. Chapter 19. Negotiations. The moment I returned home, I was set upon by a pair of sharp eyes, cowed into stillness as my mother just stood there, leaning over and looking at every single puncture hole in my coat. She squinted and looked up, and despite myself, I couldn't help but flinch back slightly. What happened? Well, I cleared my throat even if I didn't need to. There was a bit of a complication and, well, I proceeded to give her an abbreviated version of the day's events. And just like that, her frown flipped upside down as she beamed at me. Already saving damsels on the streets. She practically cheered, "My little genius is a hero." "Come on, Mom." I looked away. Those smart bullets couldn't even scratch me. She looked at me wryly. "Don't downplay what you did. Most people wouldn't even bother in your place." "Right," I nodded. "Common decency is a premium for whatever reason." She just shook her head and waved for me to follow. I didn't know what to do with myself, so I made some pizza. "And your search for a doctor?" I asked as I followed her in. Her lips thinned, eyes momentarily darkening, as she answered, "I told you it isn't that simple." "I know." I sighed as I took a seat and proceeded to devour a slice. Or at least I tried to, before I received a slap on the hand. "Eat slowly," Mom ordered, and being the brave defiant slayer of gangsters, I naturally obeyed immediately. "Why not call Misty over from time to time at least?" I asked after making sure to fully chew a second slice. She tilted her head. "Misty is a friend, not—" "Then call a friend over." I interrupted. The entire time I was on the job, I couldn't stop worrying. "It's been one day." She grew a bit annoyed. I just stared at her. All right, she tisked. "I won't cut myself off." "Good." I nodded in satisfaction and got back to chewing. But I could only hesitate for so long before I broke the news. The tigers finally noticed us. The slice of pizza dropped from her still hand. "Fuck." I blinked. "You are not wrong." "What do they want?" she asked quickly. "Just a meeting with the local boss." I answered slowly, "Something about a business proposal." "Can you tell them to fuck off?" Her eyes narrowed. I could. I shrugged. "And then what?" She clicked her tongue and looked away. "I'll meet the guy." I shrugged. "Worst case, I have to cut my way through a bunch of gangoons while frying them all." "That or they kill you." She corrected. "Their meat shield soldiers may not be able to touch you, but don't underestimate an Arasaka-funded gang. They would have cyborg countermeasures." I nodded, tapping the table rapidly, "but not going is also not an option." She spoke up after a moment. "I could go with—" "No." I cut her off firmly. "You'd just be—" "A burden," she interrupted back. "Is that it?" Words left me for a moment, but I found I couldn't lie about this. "Yes." Her expression twisted into a glare that lasted for only a split second before she simply sighed and sunk back into her seat. "Damn it. Just because I have to go," I said after a moment, "doesn't mean I can't make preparations." She perked up at that. "What is on your mind?" "Oh, I don't know," I grinned. "Maybe just plant a few dozen viruses into their systems as insurance." "Are you sure?" she asked. "I can already butcher them in real space." My grin widened. "The net is my real home." She grinned back and then blinked, finally having noticed something that had been bothering her for a while. Mikey, what is with the rows of teeth? The number you are trying to reach is currently offline. Please leave a message beep. Mikey, she repeated, but I was already gone. Net Shinobi 62. Please, Mago-sama, spare my life. The fucking cliché of an avatar of the Tiger's Netrunner begged as he was surrounded by a dozen of my Skitari murder daemons ready to rip his mind apart and fry him in real space. Magos, you are lucky, Shinobi-san, that I actually want to have peace with your boss. He looked up at me with the closest approximation his icon could make of hopeful eyes. You will let me go. Fuck no, I said in English, letting out a string of binary sounds awfully close to a snort. You are getting out only when and if our meeting ends on good terms. Until then, I went on, ignoring the thoroughly terrified gang runner, watch a true runner at work and prepare to explain your failure to your boss. The poor fucker whimpered and was then forced to watch as I infected every single bit of the club and surrounding 5 floors of where the meeting was supposed to be held, only evading the few apartments housing corpos and their families. No reason to provoke the fuckers who could afford to burn millions for petty revenge. Before I left, I smirked down at the noob. Goodbye, Shinobi-san, and good luck. I could swear I heard him sniffling as I disconnected. Should have gotten good and not wasted my time. I blinked awake to my mother's unimpressed stare. Everything is set up, I said. Grrr. She growled, grumbled in annoyance. You are lucky it's nearly 7, young man. What a coincidence, I declared enthusiastically. She narrowed her eyes. Change your clothes and get out. I might let you back in when you get back. Yes, ma'am, I saluted and rushed off to the closet, where I had a good 5 coats in my color scheme waiting for me. What? They were all going to get ruined inevitably, and buying in bulk is always better. After quickly changing and making sure I was fully armed, I stepped out of the apartment like a man ready to wage an entire war. Something that seemed to frighten my escorts just a bit, as all 5 of them grew uneasy at the sight of me. The leader was ironically the only one with the balls to speak up. Mago-san, Jugo-sama's establishment is meant for more cultured gatherings. Then you should have stated that in advance, I pointed out dryly. Besides, your boss may treat my readiness as a sign of respect, if he so wishes. She looked irritated, but all she could do was nod. Of course, Mago-san, if you would follow us? I accepted, and soon we were standing in one of the lifts, going up to the higher reaches of the mega building. You got a name? I asked the tiger in charge of the other 4. Senko. She smiled slightly. And you? You might find out later. I chuckled darkly. If you survive. Her lips thinned, and we didn't speak further until we arrived to our destination. My looks drew some glances from the distinctly clean and peaceful populace of the 50th floor, but none bothered me after seeing my escort. I was quickly led to the large entrance of a place that practically screamed luxurious oriental nightclub, with 2 Asian guards in crisp suits standing tall and firm to the sides of it. Senko waved for me to wait and approached the duo, Jugo-sama's guest, scheduled for 7 p.m. The guard to the left, a wide and powerfully built man, offered her a low nod and approached me. Greetings, Magos Dono. He inclined his head. You are expected. Waving the 5 tiger goons goodbye, I entered after the man. Will you be relinquishing your weapons to our keeping? The man paused. No, I said firmly. To my surprise, he just nodded and kept walking. Odd. The music inside was some booming remix of the US Crack's newest song, if you could even call it that, and I quickly found myself tuning it out of my audio receptors. Ah, blessed silence. Dozens of guests were also seated about, but that illusion was quickly broken under my optics, as I saw all of them tensing at the sight of me and sporting minor bulges in their clothing, obvious hidden weapons. Incidentally, the silence also allowed me to listen in on a few conversations, but only one really caught my attention. An older woman whispering to a much younger man, her eyes entirely cold. Ounter Intel found something on the border with Mexico. Things are blowing up down there. But that was all I could catch as I was led up a flight of stairs and into a lush yet perfectly kept cherry blossom garden. And the plants looked perfectly organic as well. Guess that is where the place got its name. My eyes narrowed as I realized I was dealing with someone with the big money. Jugo-sama. The bouncer Tiger Claw respectfully addressed a man seated on a wooden bench, only the back of his dark-haired head visible as he stared off into a fountain. Your guest has arrived. You may leave. A raspy synthetic voice responded, and the man turned and left without a word further. Come, the man said without bothering to turn. We have business to discuss, and I doubt you want to do it standing. Much the same to me, really. I answered, but still did walk up to the man, pausing only slightly as I got a good look at him. His entire face was more scar than flesh, his entire neck replaced with chrome, as well as the left side of his face up to and including the ear. A hideous sight, no? The right side of his lips twitched upwards. I just tilted my head. What do you mean? His cyberware was subpar by my standards, but nowhere near bad enough to be called hideous. Never mind. He chuckled and waved. Please, take a seat. I did so, and a moment later he clapped his hands, making me narrow my eyes and scan the place, just in case, only to blink as a woman dressed in a traditional Japanese mantle walked in and silently set down a table before us, one holding an elaborate set of teapot and cups. Jugo offered a nod, and thankfully my Arasaka-based education gave me enough of a basis in the ritual not to just gulp the drink down in one swift motion. Instead, I followed the steps I was forced to learn and soon set the cup down. Surprising, Jugo noted. Jugo Okada. He said after a moment, Okada. I blinked, eyes narrowing. I see. I tilted my head and considered Michael Sobranov. He closed his eyes and breathed in the steam wafting off his second cup of tea. A shame. He noted, I had hoped to use that fact as leverage. How honest. I noted dryly, you aren't incompetent enough for me to believe you couldn't find it out. I answered with a shrug, or so I hope. Ha! He chuckled and set his cup down. You'd be surprised. Why did you call me here? I asked suddenly. The youth these days. He shook his head mournfully. No patience. If it suited you, you'd call it vigor, I retorted dryly. True enough. He nodded, amused, and in a moment all his levity left him. Mago-san. Seeing how we were finally getting to the point, I straightened my back and listened keenly. You have lived, knowingly or not, under Tiger Claw protection for 19 years now. At my narrowed eyes, he raised a hand to stop me. I understand you may not see it that way, and I would also prefer to simply live and let live. However, he added firmly, your recent actions force my hand. Which ones? I couldn't help but ask. There are more than one, he asks pointedly, and hearing no answer goes on. Word of your slaughter of Jotaro Shobo's men in the junk town has gotten out. So quickly. Had I an eyebrow, it would be raised now. What proof do you have? He actually chuckled at that. We are not the government. I don't need proof to have you removed, Mago-san. He shook his head. No, some of our associates saw you on the junk town's border before the slaughter, and not long after our observes at Lizzie's saw you return Shobo's merchandise. And yet I am not currently drowning in a Tiger Claw kill team. Why? I tilted my head. Patience. He raised a hand, eyes flashing with a trace of annoyance. Even if it was learned you were hired through Ms. Regina Jones to kill his men, Shobo still demands the head of the traitor. And you have an offer to rid me of this headache, I asked. You truly believe you could survive the anger of the Tiger Claws? Jugo asked. I suppose poor Kentoki's current state excuses some of your arrogance. He didn't get to finish as all of the false sunny windows around us were replaced by the direct feeds of each and every one of his guards' optics, 4 of whom were currently hiding above us and ready to shoot me the moment things turned sour. All of them felt a spectral gun at the back of their heads and stilled as one. Arrogance, Jugo-dono, I drawled. The man simply took another drawn-out sip of tea, eyes momentarily closing as he set it down. Your point is well made, Mago-san. Good. I hummed and simply pretended like nothing happened. Kentoki your runner? Correct. Jugo Okada nodded. Had you killed him, you would have found your welcome much different. Which you will find is exactly why I didn't, I pointed out dryly. Indeed, he hummed, your preparations are meticulous. He praised slightly, even if all his limbs were tense behind the calm front. This only reinforces my desire to extend you the invitation to become one of my associates. That made me pause as I stared off into the distance, idly watching myself through the eyes of a sniper. I was honestly expecting you to demand I pay some form of restitution. That is an option. Jugo nodded. But I doubt you wish to perform what Westerners tend to call a humiliation ritual before my comrades' men's families. My blank look was all the answer he'd get to that. Exactly as I suspected. He allowed himself a light but tense smirk. I do not expect someone of your nature to fully work under me, and frankly that is not what I need at the moment. My nature? I tilted my head. If you wish your ego satisfied, you may go to the dollhouse. We offer great rates for our business partners. Jugo said without skipping a beat, shaking his head and regaining some of his previous calm. Point is, the Tiger Claws have their own disagreements. One's fought behind the scenes while we present a united front. Not unexpected for a gang, I noted. Correct, even if admitting it is rarely permitted. He agreed. And what exactly do you need me to do? I asked. Be your deniable asset. Correct once again. He smiled thinly, one aimed at my upstart of a rival showbo. Ah, all of it finally clicks into place. And, Jugo added, I have need of your net-running services, if you are willing. I am not breaking into corpo black ice, I said immediately, but if you wish for Overwatch, I am a well-weathered hand in the business. So I have learned. Jugo hummed. I will be receiving guests from time to time, and there will come times when I need the leverage only an elite netrunner can provide. Wouldn't that just give me more leverage over you in turn? I asked. It would. He nodded. However, if you were to spill the beans, as it were, you would have every single tiger claw in the city aiming for your throat. Mutually assured destruction, I found myself asking. Exactly. He smiled hungrily and excitedly. Nothing gets the blood boiling like a good sword hanging over your neck, nay? Blood is for meat, I deadpanned. He just laughed at that. Oh, I feel this will be a fine partnership, I can already see. He paused. As long as you accept, of course. Terms of payment will have to be discussed on a job-to-job basis. I noted. But so long as you use Ms. Jones as an intermediary, I see no reason for you not to simply ask for me personally. Seeing his smile dim, I added, you may of course claim I am your associate to your fellow claws if that is what you need to get the others off my back. Just don't expect me to suddenly start swinging a katana around to show my allegiance, I quickly added. Of course not, he declared as if incensed. You are much more of a Kanabo man. My face twisted into a deadpan. No culture. The man scoffed and looked back at me calculatingly. We have a deal then. Keep your goons off my floor and we have a deal. I nodded and started getting up. We done here? Just set my soldiers and poor Kentoki free first. Jugo said, I will call you whenever I'm in need of your work. Just as I recalled my demons from the deathly terrified netrunner, I paused in consideration and then decided, you can call me if you want that shitty voice box replaced too. I do commissions. And with that, I left the Tiger Claw boss behind, keeping the photo of his wide, dumbfounded eyes for later. Chapter 20, Tinkering. The sixth son, Captain Isamu Jugo. Okada of the Tiger Claws took another long sip of his calming tea as his guest left the room, slowly breathing out the light waft of steam as he regained his cool. His mental countdown finished, his eyes snapped open. Report. All four of his personal bodyguards dropped from above and immediately fell on their knees, crying out as one, Forgive our incompetence, Jugo-sama. He grunted, annoyed, and waved for them to get on with it. Hi, Jugo-sama. His second got up immediately. Kentoki reports all viruses he can see have already been retracted. He says he will accept any punishment for his incompetence. Once more, the American-born Tiger Claw captain found himself grunting in annoyance. I am the one who provoked the sleeping tiger. Should I punish myself? Immediately, his second bowed his head. Of course not, Jugo-sama. Isamu closed his eyes and leaned back into his seat. What were our chances if a fight broke out? The cyberized guard hesitated for a second, and that was most telling of all. Preliminary report is Magos Dono would be the epicenter, targeting us, and then Zack on the outside, before blinding our men in the lobby at random. Jugo considered that, chuckling lightly as he appraised the strategy. Remove all cyborgs from play, then the sniper, and then create chaos for a potential escape. It was magnificent. His chuckle turned to laughter. How magnificent! His 4 guards stood perfectly still, but he could feel their coiled agitation. They were offended for him, and as flattering as that was, they were blind to the opportunity he saw beyond the insult. He shook his head, letting his smile drop. Shinobu-sama ordered us to take control of this area. I will not cut myself off from a useful ally because of some well-earned youthful bluster. His eyes flashed with a cruel glint. We have bigger fish to fry. Knowing who he was referring to, his guards nodded firmly. Good, Isamu said, waving for them to leave. Catch some rest and center yourselves. We have work to do later. Remembering something, he added, and send the 5 soldiers that made contact up here. I want to hear their thoughts. Hi. The 4 bowed and left him. The moment he was left alone, Isamu allowed his true emotions to surface, the roiling terror and adrenaline quickly giving way to true excitement much deeper than the persona he cultivated, his blood boiling at the thought of the inhuman beast's challenge. Truly, his mother made the best recommendations. Now what to share about the boy's other offer? Michael Magos Sobranov. When I returned home, I just wanted to curl up and not think for a while. Standing off against an entire venue of tiger claws may have felt preem as fuck at the time, but dear God was I terrified the entire way through. I was thankful I made sure to hard filter everything damaging I consumed, because otherwise I'd be chain smoking and drinking myself into unconsciousness, right about now out of sheer anxiety, or so the movies say at least. Thankfully, I was presented with a much more healthy option as I returned home, welcomed once more by the motherly stare of judgment, but only for a short while, as Mum's annoyed front crumbled instantly and she practically dragged me inside, questioning me about everything that happened and letting me process it all without spiraling. I didn't realize how much the day had stressed me out until at one point I just leaned against a wall and simply fell asleep. Naturally, that found me waking up under yet another unimpressed stare, one half hidden by rays of morning light piercing the shoddy window shutters. What? I mumbled as I got myself up. You slept on the floor. Mom nagged at me, again. I paused my movement halfway, looking up at her blankly. I don't have a bed. She stilled completely, a mixture of emotions flashing on her face before it settled on decision. Get up, we are getting you a bed. But now, she said sternly, and that was that. We grabbed a quick bite at Old Chew's and spent a good chunk of the morning just shopping around for household items. Because of course, the instant one gave an inch, an entire mile was bound to disappear, and since we were already getting a bed, we might as well get some new pillows, and a new coffee machine, and some fancy-looking posters, and… You get the point. We couldn't even find a bed that would hold my weight, and so I had to settle for a chunky monstrosity of a mattress I could just shove into the back of my workshop and forget about. Sprawling on it felt almost like floating in the net, which made me oddly content with the thing. Naturally, this earned me grumbling galore, but such was life. The last hour of the morning we spent strolling about on the floor, seemingly aimlessly. Our neighbors were hesitant and even standoffish in most cases, but none were quite so idiotic as to tell us to fuck off. So while the walk was a bit tense, it wasn't completely ruined by the atmosphere. Not that the walk was its own goal, as we spent most of it looking over the few larger apartments for sale, though sale might be a bit of a misnomer in this case. One did not own their home in a mega building, one rented it from Night Corp. But everyone and their mother knew how valuable owning the contract to the larger ones that could hold a business was. And so why just give it away when moving out, when you can just sell it to those interested? The Night Corp landlords didn't give a shit, of course, so long as they got their cut. It was almost honest, in a disgusting, soulless kind of way. Our return home was mostly silent, save for Mum's satisfied humming with all the useless junk she bought. My own mind was preoccupied with plans and calculations. My initial goal of just gunning for $500,000 and working my way up from there was unreasonable. People didn't just switch to specialized custom gear on a whim, and that kind of reputation needed time to grow before it could be turned to profit. And all the while, I would have to pay rent and bribe any overly ambitious night corp scopsucker to fuck off and not bother me when I disabled their surveillance equipment. No, my initial goal was looking more and more like it would need 2 million for even the most modest of plans to work without overly risky moves and things that would come to bite me later. These were going to be a long few months. Oddly enough, I didn't find myself too annoyed by the prospect. Dash, dash, dash. The hyperactivity of my brain inevitably led me to run off to my workshop before I could overthink myself into apathy, if such a thing were even possible. I considered following up on the Werner clue, but those particular smears of filth lived in the city centre, and trying to ghost my way through the net, there was about 100 times more difficult than doing it in Watson. And best not even mention trying to go through Nicholas, as the fucking mouth breather was currently attending Arasaka Academy directly inside their tower. That place was locked down almost as tight as the Black Wall, and only retards and cultists liked those odds. That only left more mundane ways of infiltration, which was incredibly fucking stupid. Suicidal revenge was for gonks. Real revenge was done cold, when you are untouchable and can enjoy every single moment. Until then, I turned my mind to more productive pursuits. I sat down in my modified life support chair, now turned mostly to a gutted computer and servo arm interface, and connected my personal link to it, combining the fragments of code recorded on my cyberdeck and the computer itself to reveal my list of ideas and schematics. It was a simple defense, but quite unbreakable. I began tapping the fingers of my right arm on the welded metal armrest and let my mind wander. My recent fights had shown quite plainly that while powerful, my Homo ferus frame was still lacking in many ways, and while I could in theory just never change it and still be fine, I knew for a fact my current job would simply keep demanding more of me until I surrendered and dried out, as the street rats would say, or I went face to face with something I couldn't power through, ending with my death or worse. Probably the latter, considering how resilient my biopod was. All of me shivered at that. Despite all of my worries and ideas immediately snapping to my mind, simply redesigning my entire body would be beyond stupid, as it still took adaptation and resources, and so an incremental improvement was needed. My tapping increased as I thought about my options. A targeting assistant was the simplest and most straightforward. A relatively rudimentary software update that would take a lot of getting used to for a while, but increase my accuracy considerably. I found the idea confusingly distasteful, though my confusion did not last long as I realized that using processing power on a skill I could just learn was incredibly wasteful, and I might have let my disdain for smart guns seep just a bit too deep by now, and an aim assistant was worryingly close to one of them. The other option I came up with was even simpler: just throw on more armor. Enough that even the Burrier could barely scrape it, become as immortal as my little adrenaline-filled moment made me feel. I scrapped the idea as fast as it came. More armor would just be another crutch. Resisting small arms was well and good, but it was speed that won battles, not bulk, and the memory of leaping through the air up the side of an entire building was still thoroughly stuck with me. My gleeful smile formed before I even finished formulating the thought, and it was decided. A cross between a lynx paw for speed and silence and a reinforced joint for leaping power, and all of it reinforced beyond a care for fleshy limits. My excited chuckling didn't stop until I annoyed Mum to the point she shoved the door open and tossed a spoon at my face. Jokes on her, the dent would repair itself in moments. Wait. Mikey. I ignored the distraction as I kept typing away, shifting the parameters of the weight compensators so I didn't have to repair microfractures at all times unless overloaded. At this point, I might have to change materia. Mikey! The distraction reared its ugly head again, and just as I was about to ignore it once again, I felt an odd weight in the air and looked up to see Mom holding that same deadly weapon in her hand. Hey, Mom. I gave her a nonchalant wave. Need something? She gave a wry smile at that. I called Misty over. What would you like me to make for lunch? The decision was made instantly as I got up. I'll go for a walk. Leave you two to your girl talk. She crossed her arms at that, expression souring. I immediately raised my hands placatingly. I'm not saying anything, but you probably have things to get out that I don't need to hear, right? She frowned and then smiled, shaking her head. I don't deserve such a bright sun. Rolling my eyes, I stood up and gave her a quick hug. True, you deserve better. She immediately gave me a threatening look, to which I just stared back. She huffed, all right. She waved. Get going then, we don't need smartasses in this house. I just chuckled and walked out, though not without grabbing my weapons. The moment I stepped out of the mega building, I noticed a familiar tiger claw woman with only 2 of her goons this time. The leader pacing anxiously around while the 2 others did their best to chill out despite their visible tension. Of course, their behavior shifted considerably as they saw me, and they turned thoroughly unnerved, the micro-expressions and movements growing increasingly erratic with each step I took toward them. You were waiting for me. I said more than asked why. The 2 goons were well and truly unable to speak, but Senko was a bit less cowardly than that Jugo-sama ordered to keep an eye out for you. Or she was just more scared of her boss than she was of me. Fair enough. I've been ordered to serve as a lie. The half-spoken word came out closer to Rai than anything lie. She frowned again. Liaison? I asked boredly. Fancy word for a Gangoon, but he did introduce himself as an Okada. Yes. She pointed at me in frustration, momentarily forgetting our previous interactions. I just looked down at her with all the disappointment I could gather. You do realize you could have just called me, right? She choked on air and looked away. I, got out of the room before Jugo-sama could give me your number. Even her goons looked down in shame. I, on the other hand, placed a hand in front of my face and pretended to clear my throat to hide my growing laughter. How snook. Bold. The poor woman was shaking by now, and I knew for a fact the maimed madman upstairs was laughing his ass off. Probably made it happen by implying she could leave too. Never mind that. I decided against poking that wound further. How did your boss plan on making this work? It took her a whole minute to calm down, but once she did, she thankfully didn't waste more of my time. Since you are not a part of the Tigers proper, you can't be seen as visiting the boss directly too much. He is also too busy to meet with every goon he hires, went unsaid, and transferring important requests through the net is too risky. She went on. So I or one of my people will need to be around to contact you when you are needed for a job. I considered that for a moment and nodded. Got it. And is this the part where you ask to be given access to my floor despite all my rules? She fidgeted. Yes. Of course, I sighed, looking up into the sky. You know what? I am too tired for these games. You can hang around the place alone in case you need to be on standby or bring me something. Before she could respond, I raised a finger. But if you are ever indisposed and have to send someone else, make sure they know to behave, because whatever they do will be on your head. I could practically hear the why me coming off her entire posture, but I found I didn't particularly care at the moment. That fair? I asked flatly. She bit down whatever immediate retort she had and simply nodded in defeat. Of course, Mago-san. Good, I said and turned to leave. Try not to make me go all Terminator on your asses while I am away, yeah? The trio nodded rapidly. And here is my number. I flicked the data to the tiger. You forgot again. All the poor woman could do at that point was crumble under the commiserating looks of her underlings. How sad. 21. Chapter 21. Night City Outing. The thin metal cap popped off the beer bottle with a satisfying thunk as I leaned against a concrete barricade close to H11, the cold sting of the drink helping me settle my thoughts after the previous hour of furious window shopping. I needed to get a grip on all the ideas constantly popping into my head whenever I saw something even vaguely interesting if I didn't want to lose it sooner rather than later. Doing something tangible would probably help. I muttered to myself and promptly decided to move on. I spied Misty arriving some half an hour earlier, which meant I had a good few hours to kill. Might as well see how Rita was doing, calling Rita Wheeler. She answered only 2 rings later. Borg boy, she said cheerily, thought you already forgot about me. I did, but then I felt a sudden pain in my arse, and here we are, was my instant answer. She laughed, glad to have left an impression. Need something, Em? She smiled suggestively, or someone. Just checking in. I answered plainly. Susie didn't look all that happy with us yesterday, and you are the only one she could reasonably fuck over. Cute of you to worry. She smirked teasingly. But I'm fine. The girls would throw a fit if she tried something after I got the twins back. And I know she secretly approves. She is just too much of a hard-ass bitch to say it out loud. The burdens of leadership. I drawled. Shh. She winked. She might actually do something if she hears her secret is out. I dread the very concept. I chuckled. The girl's doing fine. Oh yeah. She nodded happily. We managed to get most of them back to their families, but 3 had nowhere to go, so we have 3 new Moxes with us. Happy to hear you didn't just toss them out, I said approvingly. This city needs a bit of goodness every now and then. We help who we can. She shrugged, but I could see it in her eyes. She disliked how truly little that meant on scale. Some of the girls were Tino family and they said they would spread your name around. Great, how generous of them. I sighed. Rita tilted her head. Don't like spreading your rep. Don't like attention in general, as stupid as that sounds with my looks. I shrugged, but I could do worse than getting a bit of a name with the most tolerable gang around. Not a very high bar, that. She shook her head and switched topics. Going to be dropping by at Lizzie's anytime soon. The girls are dying to meet you. She purred with a mischievous wiggle of her eyebrows. I think I'll pass for now, I said hesitantly. What's this? Rita's eyes widened with mischief. The scary Deathborg is shy. Random excuses go. I like taking things slow, call me old-fashioned. Wells already got his claws in you. She deadpanned. Should I expect you to start wearing skulls and gold everywhere in a few weeks? Instead of denying it, I cupped my chin and hummed. I would look pretty good with some tasteful gold plating, wouldn't I? She squinted at me. I hate that you aren't wrong. A smug smirk twisted on my face. Borg aesthetics are a rising art. Sure they are. She rolled her eyes and then suddenly looked away, as if someone was speaking to her outside the call. She looked annoyed and turned back to me. Sorry, Em, but I gotta run. Some gonkass got it into his head he can touch what he wants just because he is big. Go break his balls, Rita. I cheered her on. She grinned a bloodthirsty grin. Oh, I intend to. And the call ended. Well, that was a nice distraction. I took another sip of my beer, but what now? My eyes scanned the streets, and then the thought occurred I might as well get started on upgrading my van. Except just then a familiar number called. I pickled up immediately. This is Margos. Regina Jones nodded. You free for a gig? I was already walking before she was done speaking. Who am I zeroing? Dash, dash, dash. I returned from the quick retrieval job without so much as a ruffled coat. The gonkhead gangbanger kids who decided to steal a fancy suitcase, thankfully not painted across the concrete pavement, as my simple presence was enough to intimidate them into giving it up. The package was luckily untouched and promptly deposited into the nearest drop box, and I was made 10,000 richer as a small bonus for not so much as peeking into whatever it contained. Ms. Jones noted the corpo who paid for the retrieval wanted the kids dead more than he wanted his case back, but he didn't specify that so tough fucking luck. Too bad the data I had on them got accidentally corrupted, and they were now just some forgotten street rats among thousands of others. All in all, a good day's work, and to make it even better, I returned home just as the sun was starting to set, to the sight of my mother looking just a bit lighter than when I left, and I immediately marked down another debt owed to Misty. She'd probably grumble if she knew that, but that woman deserved the best in life. The next 2 days found me in a surprisingly peaceful rhythm, despite my rising usefulness to Ms. Jones and my deal with the Tiger Claw boss. Neither needed me at all times of the week, which left me to my tinkering and allowed me to actually start designing my new cyberlegs. An act I immersed myself into thoroughly, going through dozens of designs before being satisfied with an optimal combination that would both make me almost completely silent stepwise and allow me to run and leap at thoroughly superhuman levels. It would no doubt take some getting used to, but all things worth having did. The experimentation phase also proved far easier now that I wasn't eternally chairbound. Oh sure, I could do the job perfectly well with my servo arms, I already did many times over in fact, but all of my actions back then had a certain delay to them that was simply not present with the natural flow of actually being able to move around. I still did the same work, but it was so much less tedious, And as everyone knew, tedium was the death of creativity. The third day came, and before me lay a pair of finished prototypes of my new Venator cyberlegs. They still needed to be plated, installed, and properly tested. But for all intents and purposes, I had just designed a multifunctional low-bandwidth implant the corporations would be murdering each other over in the thousands. Except my excited preparations just had to be interrupted by a sudden call on my agent. In my annoyance, I didn't even bother looking at the caller before answering, "This is Margos," still using the stupid nickname. The grinning voice of the caller came, though. I finally looked at the caller. "Rebecca? Seriously?" She pouted. "You didn't even save my number." I considered explaining myself. On the other hand, no. Asshole. She flipped me off through the hollow, though there was no heat to it, and here I was about to invite you to shoot some gonks together. "Do the gonks deserve it?" I asked, mildly interested. Finishing the legs was well and good, but I did need to get out every once in a while. And her answer came like a clarion call to my audio receptors, scavs. And just like that, I am in. I said, jumping up from my seat, "Where should I pick you up?" She snorted and quickly sent me an address. I barely caught the short ex-mox yelling at someone as she ran out of a relatively intact apartment in one of the somewhat orderly parts of Northside, her visibly furious annoyance vanishing as soon as she spotted my van and quickly jogged over. "Sup, Chumba?" She mockingly saluted and hopped into the shotgun seat. "Sup yourself." I lazily returned the gesture. "Someone bother you back there?" "Ugh," she groaned. "Just my gonkhead of a brother. Fucker doesn't think I have what it takes." She crossed her arms and huffed. "He could just be worried." I pointed out as I started up my van again and started driving to the scav den. She scowled. "Nah, he is just a dick." "If you say so." I hummed. "And the rest of your team?" I asked after a few moments. "It is a bit weird you called me and not them." "A girl can't call a chum over for some scav shooting," she asked and then looked away. "They are even worse. Never give me anything actually dangerous or important. Fuckers probably just keep me around so I don't get killed by myself." She mimed with air quotes. "Well?" I tilted my head. "Your first move was to call in the heavy Borg. Whose side are you on?" She gave me a glare. "Sides?" I asked as if confused. "I am just here for the show." She snorted and flipped me off again. "Rebecca." Rebecca hid her smile at the easy banter as they approached the building hiding the scav den. Well, that may be giving the scum too much credit, as even the outside of the fenced-off warehouse was marked with signs of struggle and fighting. Bullet casings and dry blood could be spotted no matter where you looked. Then again, that might just be the usual Watson Northside charm at work. "All right, big guy." She put her game face on. "Light them up for me." "Ah, I see how it is. You just called me for the minimap," the scary Borg said in a defeated tone. She snapped her fingers. "Get to work, radar man." "But of course, madam." He droned, and within 3 whole ass seconds, her optics lit up with the outlines of over 2 dozen scavengers. She grinned to hide her amazement and raised her massive shotgun. "Let's fuck these assholes up." And without a care in the world, she charged into the scav den. The cyborg behind her sighed and shook his head before rushing after her to make sure she didn't get shot up. "And you wonder why they worry," he found himself muttering, but his words were drowned out by the roar of Rebecca's carnage, painting a pair of scavs on the wall while throwing her against another. The fight, if it could even be called that, turned into a rapid blur after that, the few scavengers not high out of their minds immediately trying to cut their losses and bail, only to either find their cyberware keeping them still or simply get shot first by the looming cyborg's liberty. Using anything more than a sidearm on these scum would be a waste of good munitions. That memo was completely ignored by Rebecca, however, as she stubbornly kept using her oversized shotgun to overkill the soul out of any scav unfortunate enough to end up in her way. Her enthusiasm growing with each shot as she kept rushing further and further ahead, without any thought for the danger, which inevitably ended up with her overreaching and missing a slightly more coherent scav by a hair's breadth and having an SMG pointed at her face. "Well, shit." Rebecca cursed and threw herself to the side, knowing it would be useless without cover. Only no painful death came, and she blinked up to reveal the scav pointing the submachine gun at his own face while trembling in complete terror. and Michael standing just a few steps in front of him, a cold glint in his eyes. "Do you have any living victims?" he asked simply. The scav impossibly began trembling even more and rapidly gulped, before speaking in a thick Russian accent. "No, no. All were processed." "I see," Michael said slowly, and then simply looked away from the man, who proceeded to try and beg for his life, but only managed to play before his own gun blew his brains out. Like that didn't just happen, Michael looked down at her. "You good, Becca?" "Just peachy." She threw him a thumbs up, but to her annoyance, he crossed his arms and directed her with a look so utterly unimpressed she could almost taste it in the air. "Oh, don't you start too?" she grumbled as she got up. "Start what, I wonder?" He tilted his head. She went to retort, but the usual words caught in her throat. She may not have known Michael for too long, or even a while really, but somehow she knew for a fact he wasn't trying to mock her or make fun of her. Someone who could look Susie Q in the eye and tell her she wasn't doing enough for her girls, and more importantly, genuinely believe it, wasn't someone stupid enough to underestimate her just because she was a bit excitable. "All right, fine," she groaned, shoulder slumping. "I fucked up." Getting those words out took her more effort than the entire fight. "I don't need you to confess your sins to me." The asshole just snorted at her though, unaware of her inner turmoil. "Just don't pretend and we are good." She pouted up at him and grumbled, "Fucking gonk." Charming. The edge of his lips twitched upwards and he clapped his hands. "Now let's strip this place bare. Good fun doesn't pay the bills." "Do we have to?" Rebecca asked. He gave her a long look. "You can go and wait in the van if you want, but I am seeing at least 8K in loot here." And just like that, she was already picking up the bits and pieces closest to her. "That's what I thought," the cyborg snorted. Rebecca waddled out of the warehouse with a metal crate barely held up in her hands, her whole body wobbling left to right as she tried to balance the weight while also not being able to see where she was going. She was just about to drop the whole thing as the edges of it began cutting into her fingers when the entire weight simply disappeared, the whole crate fitting neatly under the crook of Michael's arm. Too tired to be annoyed by the show-off, all Rebecca could do was gasp for breath and mumble a "thanks." Michael didn't answer and just shoved the final box into his van, leaning in to check on everything and momentarily leaving her to her thoughts. Not that she needed much thought for what she would do next. Life as a merc was dangerous as hell, and here stood what seemed to be one of the few truly genuine people in Night City. "Hey, Mike," she called. "Yeah?" he asked while still rustling through the loot. "Want to come over to my place?" she asked, suddenly feeling like fidgeting. "Watch some movies?" And of course the asshole just shrugged. "Sure." For some reason she felt like kicking him. 22, Chapter 22, Hanging. Michael Margot Sobranov. "You home, bro?" Rebecca called out as the doors to her apartment shunted open. The blaring music inside dimmed just barely, and the distinct sound of a wheeled chair being shoved while still under the full weight of a person caught in my audio receptors. Just a moment before a still-seated man rolled out from a nearby room, lazily spinning on the chair and answering, "Yeah, I am here. You get shot again?" "Fuck you, I did fine." She growled at him and naturally flipped him off. "I am having a choom over, so keep your shit quiet." "Ha, knew it." He laughed, and I found the sound annoying at best. "You know you don't have to call it scav hunting when we both know what you are really do. Ing." His words trailed off as he finished turning just as I leaned under the doorway and made my way inside. Rebecca's brother Pilar was gangly in the extreme, dressed only in an open synth leather vest and a pair of jeans. His eyes were either replaced or covered by a thin red monovisor, and he wore a scraggly full beard and a messy mohawk atop his head, one that had not seen a barber in a month at least. What drew most of my attention, however, were his arms, as they were even more disproportionately long than my own, especially when it came to the forearm and fingers, making him look quite ridiculous if I was being perfectly honest. Longer limbs were useful, but there came a point when there is too much of anything. My own impression seemed far less disappointing on the other hand, as the man tried and failed to hide a low gulp and quickly hopped onto his feet, walking across the room and getting into my face with a large smirk on his own. "You Becca's new choom, eh?" One of his eyebrows went up, wiggling as it did, and he made a show of looking me up and down. How the fuck did that happen? Shot up a few tigers together, saved some moxes, it was fun. I shrugged. Just ignore this gonkass. Rebecca rolled her eyes, trying to sound nonchalant, but I could hear her growing irritation. She went completely ignored by him. She make you say that? He grinned, his expression implying the way in which she might have persuaded me to do it. Without waiting for me to answer, he went on, "Name's Pilar." He pointed at Rebecca with his thumb. "This crazy bitch's brother." Rebecca reached for her sidearm, murder in her eyes. "So you her new input or something?" He cupped his chin, getting into my face again, and then grinning like a degenerate. "Well, every girl in Night City's gotta satisfy her smasher fantasy somehow." That was as far as he got before my patience ran out, and my metal knee found its way to his groin, hitting home with a satisfying crunch as Pilar doubled over and curled up on the ground, wheezing out a pained, "God, why?" "Name's Mike," I said with false cheer, as if the previous few seconds didn't just happen. "Don't wear it out." Rebecca didn't bother hiding her grin at seeing her brother get exactly what he deserved, and lowered her gun, even if I did notice her being tempted to shoot him while he was down just for good measure. "Want to go somewhere else?" I asked her, side-eyeing the still curled-up man. "Nah, don't worry about it." She waved it off. "I'll just shoot his ass if he tries being annoying again." "All right." I shrugged, walking inside and promptly deciding to ignore the weird family dynamic as I heard Rebecca practically skipping after me. She really didn't like her brother's shit-talking, huh? Their apartment was smaller than my own, but not enough so to feel cramped. And while their living room was pretty damn messy, it wasn't to the point of being filthy, and I quickly found my way to a cozy-looking couch, one that thankfully didn't groan under my weight. Much. "Want me to order something over?" I asked as she started digging through a plastic box full of chips. She looked up. "You down for pizza?" "What kind of a stupid question is that?" I deadpanned. She grinned and wired me the info on a place she liked and got back to rummaging. Around a minute later, she finally found what she was looking for and tossed me the chip. I caught it and gave it a look, finding it had a small label reading Star Wars, the prequel trilogy. I asked, looking up at her with a curious glint in my eyes. "Hey, it's a classic." She grinned. "Oh no, don't get me wrong." I grinned back. "I'm just surprised you have some actual taste." "Oi, those are fighting words." She pointed at me accusingly. "Would you look at that?" I suddenly sat up. "The pizza is here." She snorted and quickly failed to contain her laughter. Dash, dash, dash. Halfway through the movie, Rebecca looked up at me. "Hey, Mike?" "Yeah?" I asked, still focused on the ongoing scene of a shitty pixelated pod race. "It was art." "Why'd you borg out?" Rebecca asked, simple and genuine curiosity plain to hear. "You don't seem like the corpo type." "Maybe I am an elite merc on the run, trying a new lease on life," I posed with a smirk. "Or maybe I am just that good at acting." She rolled her eyes. "You told me Lizzie's was your first gig celebration." "I could have lied," I replied simply. "Nope." She instantly denied, which I must admit caught me a bit off guard and made me briefly pause my viewing to give her a sideways glance. "If you say so." The scene on the movie went on for a while longer before I finally said, "It's for life support." Rebecca paused halfway through her bite of pizza, expression flashing through panic and then to regret. "Shit, sorry." "Nah, don't worry about it." I waved her off. "It doesn't bother me whatsoever." She offered a slow nod and then smirked. "If it doesn't bother you, how about you give me more details than life support?" With an utter deadpan, I turned away from the screen and said, "Tragic backstories are second date material at minimum." Her face went through several colors at that, only to turn thunderous as Pilar's voice rang out from the nearby room. "Oh, will you two shut the fuck up and just fuck already?" Faster than I'd ever seen her move, Rebecca had her handgun aimed at the source of the voice and was unloading the entire magazine into the thin walls between us. Somehow she managed to miss every shot, but the annoying gonk was deathly silent from then on. Dash, dash, dash. "The remake fights are better," Rebecca blurted as we watched the fight between the Jedi and Darth Maul. "You take that back, right now." I glared at her with utmost indignation. She crossed her arms and met my eyes. "The choreography was better with implants." She shrugged. They added foreshadowing for Palpatine. I declared my denial. It was disgusting. The fights make it worth it. She said, search your feelings, you know it to be true. That's impossible. I pretended to clutch at my heart. We stared at each other for a moment and then laughed our asses off. Dash, dash, dash. Man, pre-crash movies are something else. I sighed as the credits rolled after the Phantom Menace. Busy with the last slice of pizza, all Rebecca did was nod rapidly. Too bad we can't marathon the whole thing, I complained as I prepared to get up, but such is life. We can always finish it another time. She forced the bite down practically without chewing, said just a bit too quickly. I took a long sip of the syrupy Nicola that came with the pizza and smacked my lips. It's a deal. She grinned widely and then looked away. You know you don't have to go right now. She leaned over, a slightly forced, sultry look on her face as she looked up again. Bro wasn't wrong about the smasher fantasies. I stared at her for a moment and then shook my head and chuckled. You get all flustered about the idea of a date, but then just go for it like it is nothing. Hey, I was with the Mocs for years. I'm not good with this emotional shit. She pointed at me accusingly, though that was only to hide her embarrassment. Also, who the hell uses flustered unironically? I do. I deadpanned and finally got up. Oh well. She sighed in defeat. I shot my shot. Unable to help a snort, I shook my head and looked down at her. I do like you, Rebecca, but I barely know you. And I am barely used to my own skin went unsaid. I crossed my arms and offered my most hopefully charming smile. Give it some time, yeah? Dejection partially gone, she nodded happily and gave me a thumbs up. Sure thing. We chatted about unimportant stuff a while longer, and then I was back in my van, driving towards H11. But then I was struck by a wave of primal terror so great it nearly made me veer off course. I needed an alibi, and I needed it yesterday. Before I even finished the thought, I was already dialing Regina Jones, looking for any quick job she could find to cover my tracks. Mom must never know. Rebecca. She both sighed and smiled at the same time as the shitty brown Mahir Supron made a left turn and disappeared from view, leaving her to just stand there and stare for a long minute. Well, you said you wanted someone genuine. She said mockingly to herself, guess you should have expected this. She kicked the concrete and muttered, fucking clamjammer. Another sigh left her, and she walked back up to the apartment, feeling both dejected and happy. She did enjoy the evening, it just didn't go as far as she hoped. Or was it expected? She'd just have to make sure next time was even better. But what to do? Go on a ride? Food? Meet with the crew? Any such thoughts died the moment she walked back into their home and saw Pilar's annoying, mocking grin waiting for her. So sis, you input didn't put out. I swear to God, Pilar, I will fuck you up, she growled. At least you'll get some fuck then. He giggled like the degenerate he was, and then screeched like a little girl as the wall behind him was riddled with bullets. Their landlord was not happy the next morning, Michael Magos Sobranov. The hell is someone like you doing delivery work? The client whose face was hidden behind a face mask asked. Killing time. I shrugged and looked around at the 5 other medicine dealers, all of whom had their hands around their weapons in one way or another. Satisfied? I asked the ringleader. His eyes flashed with annoyance, but then he nodded. Yeah, I'll tell Jones you did your job. Pleasure doing business, I said flatly and left, only pulling my demons back once I was out of weapon range. It didn't take me longer than a moment to connect back to Jones. Ms. Jones, package has been delivered. Good, she said, just a slight touch of satisfaction in her voice. Notice anything odd? What could be odd about a delivery job? I went through the whole meeting and narrowed my eyes. They looked annoyed. I said, just guessing here, but it wouldn't surprise me if their plan was to betray and rob whoever you sent, if it wasn't literally asking to die by annoyed Borg. Just as I was afraid of then. She said after a moment before I could say a thing, she went on, I needed your honest impression and they were never going to scratch your paint, unless I turned senile overnight and a bunch of street peddlers somehow got their hands on heavy weapons. Right, I said, voice still a bit sharp. I suspected them for a while now, but needed confirmation. Jones's eye flashed with anger. Couldn't send my usual couriers, so when you asked for something to kill time, it was the perfect moment. I get it. I nodded, still prefer to have all the information just in case. I'll not make you take risks that can be avoided, you can be sure of that. She nodded, and of course a small bonus for your Berka. Discretion, she quickly added, wiring me 2.5 thousand euro dollars instead of the agreed upon thousand. Always a pleasure to do honest business. My tone changed immediately. The one-eyed woman's eyebrows went up slightly, and I could tell that if she was any less professional, she'd be groaning in annoyance right about now. Of course, was all she said instead. A moment passed, and just as I thought she was going to end the call, she said, "I've got some bigger gigs coming up soon. No corpo stuff, but more dangerous than you are used to. Your new friends in the claws going to give you enough time to do some work." And of course she already knew about that. Honestly, I'd almost be disappointed if she didn't. "My associates will be no problem," I said, not visibly reacting. "Good." She nodded. "Some jobs might need you to work in a team. You good with that? As long as they aren't incompetent." I shrugged, or more interested in looking good than doing their jobs. Her sole reaction to my criteria was a mild hum as she noted something down and said, "Be hearing you, M." As always, she didn't bother waiting for my return goodbye before ending the call. Too bad for her, I found her power moves, if they could even be called that, more amusing than anything else. Or I might have started to grow annoyed by now. She probably knew that, the damn manipulator. Shaking the useless thoughts from my head, I parked my van and took the elevator back home. "Out so late?" were Mum's first words as I entered the apartment. Trying to sound as nonchalant as possible, I said had some quick work to do, no reason to say no to easy money. She looked at me with narrowed eyes for a moment, instilling me with another instance of primal dread, before she slowly nodded and smiled. "I made some burgers while you were away." And just like that, the dread was gone, drowned by contented happiness as I devoured enough food for 5 grown men. Life was good. Dash, dash, dash. I felt a sharp buzz of pain run through my brain as the new set of cyber legs connected. A moment later, my OS pinged me with the familiar notification. Pedis Make 2 Venator cyberleg implants detected. Installation complete. Myomoplastic musculature active. Light armor plating active. Links pores active. High power reinforced joints active. The pain subsided just as quickly as it came, and I gave myself a full minute to get used to the new pulsing rhythm of the implant's connection to my brain. It was odd, now that I had gotten used to my own cyberware, watching the new connection be overtaken by my nanite forge and OS, and promptly subsumed into the greater whole, almost as if consumed and repurposed. Intellectually, I knew I prepared it exactly for that, and I felt great pride at yet another accomplishment that went beyond what the usual corpo scientist could do in years. But it was still pleasant for my childish heart to ascribe mysticism to something I knew in and out. Kept things nice and fun, I supposed. I took a few experimental steps forwards and backwards, ironically feeling slower than before due to the reduction in muscle mass. But the moment I tried a hop instead, I found myself flung a good 4 feet into the air, the ceiling saved only by my instinctive curling at the sudden explosive movement. My feet touched the floor half a second later without making the slightest noise, and I felt that familiar grin of triumph spreading on my face. I needed to find somewhere closed off and learn to sprint with my reinforced joints as quickly as possible. Much to my consternation, an opportunity quickly presented itself, though not one I would have preferred. 23, Chapter 23, Leg Day. "Keep your feet further apart." Mum barked at me impatiently. "Anyone with even a bit of skill can make you fall over like this." I felt a flash of annoyance, but did as she asked. "It feels off," I said for the umpteenth time, most definitely not whining. "Like I am rooting myself into the floor, I can't move around like that." "Which is exactly the point." She huffed and took a sudden step forward, passing through my flailing attempt to keep her back and shoving me backwards. Except, of course, the widened stance gave me just enough time to keep myself standing and not falling on my ass. "Point taken," I grumbled. "Still doesn't solve the movement issue." She did roll her eyes this time. "This isn't one of your video games, Mikey." A small chuckle left her at that. "You don't need to keep one stance at all times, just switch your posture as needed." "Right." I nodded, hiding my embarrassment. Getting thrown on my ass a few dozen times was quite distracting. "Look," she said suddenly, "I get you don't strictly need to learn this, since most people can barely push you, but all it takes is one skilled enemy with the right implants." I finished for her with a raised hand. "Yeah, I get it." "Good." She smiled, "Which means you won't mind showing me what you learned," and raised her arms in a stance I still couldn't quite place. Not that I was some kind of martial arts aficionado to know at a glance, but I still understood enough to know it was unusual. Mentally preparing myself for another ass-whooping, I did as asked and prepared myself. Feeling a flash of defiant mischief, I also moved my left leg slightly backwards, and just as she went to say start, I used my reinforced joint to shove myself forward. I flashed across the abandoned storehouse we had taken over a few hours prior, moving far faster than I ever demonstrated to her, and going in for a simple shove instead of an actual punch. My triumphant grin didn't even have time to form before the leg I landed on was promptly kicked out from under me, and I was practically folded in the air, ending up on my ass a few meters away. "Ow," I voiced, staring into the ceiling with the distinct urge to rethink all of my life decisions up to this point. My view was quickly broken by the amused face of my mother. "I did say not to be obvious," she said, eyes glinting with mischief of her own. "Too bad you ended up against someone who knows how to fight cyborgs." Her lips twitched upwards, "Even those that cheat." Yeah, I grumbled and got up. I really thought that would work for a moment. It would have on most people. She nodded along, leading me back to the center of the warehouse. "Too bad for you, I am used to fighting idiots with sandies. Reinforced joints are basically nothing compared to that." "Tell me about it," I sighed, unpleasant memory flashing in my mind. "When did you add those?" she asked. "Last night." I shrugged. They made the most sense. She nodded in agreement. "The best choice if you aren't stupid enough to try a Sandavistan, even if it takes much more time to master them." "How do you even compare the two?" I asked. "It's all about speed." She explained simply, "A sandy might give the impression of making someone ridiculously fast, but that is just a full-body overclock. It's the reflex boost that is the real useful part. Except it almost inevitably burns your brain out," I point out, "which is why I call them stupid." She smirked before her expression twists into something a bit more disgusted. "But thousands of idiots all over the world will happily become husks for a few years of power." "That can be staved off," I noted. Having already considered it at length, the Saka's boogeyman would have long since burned out, if that wasn't the case. They probably have some way of doing it. She shrugged, and then her eyes narrowed. "Just promise me you aren't about to try making one without being sure about the consequences." "Have no fear," I said, hands raised placatingly. "I'm not going to kill myself over a momentary power boost." Chuckling, I added, "Sides, you are the one who decided to lecture the Ripper about cyberware drawbacks. I never know what passes through that head of yours." She smirked unrepentantly. "Wouldn't be the first time you cornered yourself with backwards logic today." "Hey," I pointed at her accusingly, "we said we wouldn't talk about that. I mean, I wasn't even fully awake at the time, so what if I asked if we could just practice fighting back in our apartment?" The look she gave me then, "No, you said that," she said with a triumphant smile, and I got more teasing material. I stared at her for a long moment before sighing in defeat. "Can you please get back to punching me in the face now?" "Happily," she grinned, and soon enough I had another small dent on my head. Should have just kept my mouth shut. Dash, dash, dash. The plastic cover over my van's headlight clicked back into place, finally making the vehicle look pristine, if not quite factory new. I tossed its cracked predecessor into the large box next to me, filled to the brim with all the bits and bobs I had replaced today, and smiled in satisfaction. It was a day after my impromptu pummeling lesson with Mom, and I had spent a good chunk of the morning simply browsing the net for ideas on how to modify my Mahir Supron into something people wouldn't be complete dicks about. Most advice on the net usually consisted of, "Just get a new ride tune." But I got too attached to the bucket of rust, so unless I needed to show off, that was a no-no. The closest I got to an actual answer that would still be useful to me was straight up just making it a literal tank. It would take replacing a lot of the internals up to a much more advanced engine and all the outer bits and windshield with properly armored versions of themselves for me to make it work, but it would net me a great escape vehicle in the end. Both because one did not expect to have to pick out one of thousands of vans in Night City, and because you could make the rust bucket run pretty fast if you knew what you were doing. It would guzzle CHOOH 2-star like crazy when pushed that far, but having the option was the point, not blitzing through the streets at all times like a maniac. NCPD usually didn't give a shit about speeding if you weren't in the civilized districts of the city, but they'd still pay attention to unusual stuff, and a Mahir Supron turning into a blur was pretty damn attention-grabbing. Maybe I'd even add an autocannon or two. Shaking my head, I kicked the box of trash closed and pushed it against the nearby wall. The parts and tools I ordered to start the conversion wouldn't arrive for a few days more, so no point in overthinking it now. And just as I was about to start overthinking about something else, as one does, I heard a familiar set of footsteps behind me. Looking back was enough to confirm my guess, and there stood my Tiger Claw liaison. I will admit, I almost snorted at the idea of a gang playing at being anything else by calling her that, but I already stressed the poor woman out enough, and Mom didn't find it nearly as funny as I did when I retold her of it. Mago-san, she inclined her head. Gangun-chan. Sorry, Mum, I just couldn't help myself. What do you need? Her right eye twitched, and I heard her take in a sharp breath. What? She blurted. Clearing my throat, I repeated, How can I help you, miss? She looked like she wanted to demand answers, but thought better of it, even if she failed to contain her stressed sigh. Yugo-sama has a job for you, Mago-san. The words came out of her nearly robotically. I almost felt bad, but she was a Tiger Claw, so who gave a fuck? All right, shoot, I said, preparing myself for anything that Madman could want me to do. I was not fucking prepared for that. I mentally groaned to myself. I was currently leaning against a ledge of one of the unfinished overpasses in Kabuki, my eyes focused on scanning a specific building about half a block eastwards. My van parked behind me and hidden next to a large storage crate used in the abandoned construction project. The mission I had been given was an unusual one, to say the least. The madman wanted to humiliate his rival, the same one who by now wanted me quite dead, incidentally, and he wanted me to be the one to give him the tools to do it. Except he also gave me the option of rejecting his test. Yes, the fucker actually worded it like that. Of course, in the immediate next line, he offered me €25,000 for the job, and another 25 if I did it without raising a single alarm or harming a single Tiger Claw. The mission? Steal a thermal katana from one of Shobo's lieutenants. From inside his dojo, I was almost tempted to tell the man to rightly go fuck his own posterior with said big knife, but 50,000 was 50,000 and way beyond what I'd get from Regina for just straight-up murdering all the tigers at someone else's request, so the choice was not really a choice. Something I should have expected from a ganger, but such was my naivete. Speaking of the fixer, he did go through Regina. Technically, but in the end it was literally just lip service, with him sending her the info only when I voiced my acceptance, which just made me feel like I was wasting my time with all the back and forth. Another thing he no doubt did on purpose, the annoying little. Shaking my useless annoyance away, I focused back on my current task. The front of the dojo was guarded at all times by at least 4 tigers, and while I could disable all of them quite easily, that would almost definitely forfeit my bonus. So I'd need to actually sneak in. An utter impossibility for me a mere 3 days earlier, which would mean he either wanted or expected me to just kill all of his rival's men, or he knew I had gotten an upgrade recently. But that line of thinking was insultingly stupid. If he knew I'd gotten the upgrade and what it was then that meant I was inept enough to be utterly useless to him, and he'd have tried to have me killed for the disrespect I offered him earlier. Which meant his test was quite literally that. Either I slaughter my way through and he gets to brag about the power of his connections, or I stealth my way through and he gets a much more subtle reputation of being able to reach anyone anywhere. It was a win-win for him, no matter what. Well, unless I died, of course, but that was not worth considering. Enough delaying, I growled at myself, slapping the sides of my face. Coincidentally, that was exactly the moment when my newest program finished compiling, and my cyberdeck hit me with a loud, satisfying ding. Hopassist.exe ready. Immediately a large lead line appeared in my line of sight, one that shifted with my posture and the tension in my new cyber legs. With an anticipatory grin on my face, I allowed the line to extend to where I wanted and leapt off the overpass. It felt as if time had slowed down, my heart beating like mad and my optics dilating without my input. And in a blink, I was landing atop one of the nearby buildings, small gashes and cracks spreading in the concrete as I began running to bleed off some of the momentum. There was no time to consider further, though, as my new limbs carried me forward to the edge of the building in mere seconds, and I was once more sailing through the air. Despite myself, once I landed atop the third roof, I couldn't stop the joyful laughter from leaving me, my voice echoing across the street and inevitably reaching the tiger claws. Having pinged them before I saw their outlines begin stirring, and I almost panicked at the stupid mistake. Except in my slightly adrenaline-drunk state, I found I didn't truly care. My cyberdeck whirred, and in less than 10 seconds, I had the entire blueprint of the dojo I was meant to infiltrate in my possession, and just as a pair of the tigers went to check what was going on, I leapt across the narrow street below and onto the dojo itself. The duo stationed on the roof heard nothing, as my lynx paw absorbed the noise, and with confidence I did not truly feel, I power-walked into the center of the building. Pulling at one of the glass roof windows and slipping inside just as one of them turned around and said something to his buddy. The room I had landed in looked to be the Gangoon's lockers were held, and while I was sorely tempted to scrounge through it and rob these cunts for all they were worth, I would have to move quickly if I didn't want to end up discovered. Thankfully, the blueprint revealed a line of vents that passed through most of the building, and after grabbing a few shirts and tying them around my hands and feet, I scrambled into the nearest opening. A mere 10 seconds before some of the claws entered the locker. But I had no time to pat myself on the back about defeating my greed, or something equally asinine, and I began scrambling through the vent space as quickly as I could without making any noise. Thankfully, I wasn't nearly as wide as I was tall, and while mildly suffocating, the vents were large enough, I didn't end up feeling claustrophobic as I pushed myself through like some kind of a nightmare snail. I did end up pausing as I passed through one of the walls that had a view on the dojo proper, and got to witness 3 pairs of augmented tiger claws wailing at each other with blunted katanas. Despite my mild disdain for their obsession with the weapon, I could easily tell they were quite skilled at using it and promptly recorded it all for later perusal. Never knew when something like that could come in handy, right? All right. It looked prim as fuck, I'll admit it. Childish curiosity thus satisfied, I kept dragging myself through the building for what felt like hours, but I knew to be just 12 more minutes. Just when I was about to reach the lieutenant's permanent room, I heard a commotion in the space just before it and stopped to watch. 5 tiger claws were staring down at one of their own, a younger man with only a few tattoos but many more bruises on his skin. One of the 5 was the man I was meant to rob, and he began to speak Ken. He said, voice severe, "Sensei tells me you still flinch in practice. One of my soldiers fearing pain, unacceptable." As if to punctuate it, the younger man flinched at his boss's furious roar, and I felt the air shift around the 5. Some kind of judgment had been made. My own mind raced, and knowing I had just been given a chance for a distraction, I mentally apologized to the claw, who looked like he was of the same age as myself. "Enough fucking moping, Michael," I frowned. "He is a fucking ganger, he deserves it." Whatever hesitation I felt simmered down as I saw one of the other tigers slap him onto the ground and go in for a kick, the other cheering and jeering at the impending beatdown. My cyberdeck whirred into action, and I pinged the young man, berserk.exe uploaded. The quick hack was very cyberware dependent, especially on cyberware near and around the brain and adrenal glands. But even a neural link was enough for me to give him just the slightest nudge. And in his panicked state, a nudge was all that was needed. The young tiger claw grabbed his elder's leg before it could reach him, and with a viciousness that surprised even the boss, he rolled onto it, making the older man fall onto the floor with a loud thump, before beginning to wail on him with a scream that would have been impressive if not for the girlish voice break that followed. "Finally," I heard the tiger lieutenant mutter, and that was all the attention I would give him as the commotion grew, just loud enough for me to keep scrambling with confidence I wouldn't be caught. Thankfully, my hunch proved correct. and I found myself into a rather nice mini apartment within the dojo building, one filled to the brim with memorabilia of the tiger claws and even some racing paraphernalia. And there, in one of the corners, was my target, a simple, dark and beautiful blade, mixing past and present with delightful artistry, its thermal components barely visible even to the trained and enhanced eye. It was also placed atop a small Shintoist ancestral shrine that held multiple pictures and many sticks of freshly lit incense. I frowned at the idea of ruining someone's memory like that, but only for a brief moment. I didn't truly care, just found the idea distasteful. My cyber deck churned out once more, pinging every single piece of electronics in the room and finding only the most basic of alarm hardware. Disabling it was quite literally child's play, and I quickly slunk out of the vents and into the room. Not breaking my stride, even for a moment, I walked up to the shrine and with only the slightest hint of hesitation grabbed the sword. It was surprisingly heavy for what it was intended for. I saw the outline of the tiger boss slap the outline of the recruit and begin to walk away and towards his rooms. I quickly scanned the space around me and finding no exit that would leave me unnoticed, but one I quickly crawled back into the vent, making sure to stick it back properly so he didn't get the idea to have them searched, even if he checked. The roar of fury the man belched out when he noticed his heirloom missing made me shiver slightly and promptly shoved that fear into the back of my head. Being afraid of some tiger claw shithead was unacceptable. The ensuing search lasted for hours even if no alarm had been raised, doubtlessly for the sake of pride. It didn't help me at the moment, though, as I was forced to crawl through the place inch by inch, but with my ping and patience, I inevitably found myself on the roof. And with all the stress I was under, I almost walked into a claw watchman, despite knowing exactly where he was. Thankfully, I was just about able to stop myself from succumbing to my impatience and managed to hide while the man walked a hair's breadth away from me. The instant he was gone from my line of sight, I couldn't wait anymore, and I sprung from the roof in a rapid blur, disappearing from any potential sighting in less than a second and quickly hopping my way up the block like some kind of caffeinated spider monkey. I think I almost gave some old woman a heart attack as I leapt past her balcony, but she should have expected flying cyborgs in Night City. The doors of my thankfully unstolen van slammed shut, and I let out a long sigh of exhaustion, leaning back into my seat and closing my eyes for a good minute. I side-eyed the sword I stole with annoyance, but the mere thought of all the money it would get me stopped me from being truly pissed and just wanting the day to end. I started the engine. Except, of course, Regina decided this was the perfect moment to hit me with an emergency. Author notes: most widely used fuel compound in the world of Cyberpunk. 24, Chapter 24, Cyberpsycho. The instant I sat back in my van and reactivated my agent, I got a call from Regina. Regina Jones, finally. She looked thoroughly stressed out. "You done with the dojo?" My eyes narrowed at her unusually emotional state. "Just got back to my van. Why, what is going on?" Her eye flashed with relief. "Good, good," she breathed out. "I've got an emergency. There was a cyber psycho attack in Northside a few minutes ride away from your gig. I sent one of my experienced mercs, but he hasn't responded since." Her eye narrowed. "The NCPD detachment surrounding the place is going to call MaxTac if I don't send anyone else." My Supron's engine was already rumbling along as I began driving towards Northside. "And why not just let them?" I asked. She shook her head. "Because I want the psycho alive, and my merc not turned to collateral if he is not dead." I felt a bit curious as to why she'd want a cyber psycho, but now was not the time to ask about it. Instead, I focused on more pertinent questions. "Priorities?" "My merc," she answered instantly, much to my silent approval. "Capture the psycho only if you can extract him without risking his death." Before I could ask more, I saw her send me a stream of data filled to the brim with all the information I needed to do the job save for info on the psycho in question. "Copy," I said, on my way. Her expression flashed with something I couldn't quite place, but then she nodded and ended the call. The cops surrounding the blocked-off storage yard naturally tensed as my van approached, many of them reaching for their weapons, while others cautiously took steps that got them closer to cover. Seeing the situation was already tense enough, I didn't immediately get out and instead called out, "This the psycho site?" Who is asking? A dark-skinned man with one eye replaced by an archaic-looking cybernetic and wearing a coat instead of the usual lawman kit, asked with authority. Merc. I answered simply, Miss Jones sent me. They shared a few quick looks between each other. All right. The man said, you can step out now. As I was about to just that, my eye landed on the katana sitting next to me, and finding I didn't quite care if Jugo was pissed at me, I grabbed the thing and maglocked it to my hip. The instant I stepped out of the van, multiple cops cursed, and one of them even started rising his shotgun in my direction. Thankfully, their leader was quick enough to shout them down. Stand down, officer. He barked, and the man flinched away from him, still eyeing me as if he expected me to start butchering them any second now. I can see why you were so cautious. The lead officer walked up to me as I neared their group and offered his hand. Detective Ward, NCPD. Magos. I returned the firm handshake and promptly ignored his raised eyebrow at the name. What have you found? We've already forwarded everything relevant to your fixer. The man eyed me for a long moment before turning back to the cordon. We heard reports of fighting inside, followed by deranged screams. The officers here closed the place off by protocol, but we didn't have confirmation to call in MaxTac. And none of you here were curious enough to look into it. I nodded in understanding. Fuck that. One of the cops scoffed and spat on the ground. Don't get paid enough to fuck with psychos. Detective Ward gave him a hard look, but said nothing. The other mercenary arrived 24 minutes back, but after an exchange of fire, things turned silent. He directed one of the cops with a questioning glance, and the man nodded. So the detective arrived after my colleague, probably to confirm MaxTac deployment if the psycho wasn't going on a rampage. Made sense, I concluded cynically. My priority is extraction. I said and began walking to the edge of the blockade. Though a confrontation seems inevitable, if they manage to bring me down, I recommend calling MaxTac immediately. You can't follow protocol if you are dead. The cops around me all turned differing levels of grim at that statement, but said nothing. It was ultimately just another day on the job, and they couldn't afford to care if I lived or died. Yeah, the detective breathed out, and just as I walked out of the protective wall of cars, I heard him jog after me. I am coming with. Are you completely retarded? I couldn't help but ask. He narrowed his eye. The fact the bastard hasn't already butchered those officers is a damn miracle. He practically growled, I am not waiting around and praying when I can help stop the madman here and now. I stared into his organic eye for a long few seconds and then slowly nodded. I do not guarantee your survival. And without waiting for his response, I began marching in. The man, to my surprise, let out a near inaudible chuckle at that. Eyes forward, Merc. We kept silent as we stepped into the storage yard, both of us feeling a sudden sense of eerie foreboding. To make things even less pleasant, my cyberdeck was sending out a constant ping.x pulse each and every second, only to come back completely empty, save for the rather obvious bait presented to our eyes. In the middle of the blood-splattered concrete field, curled over himself, sat my rescue target. A short blonde man wearing a light combat vest and military fatigues, his entire body twitching and his guts spilling onto the ground next to him. His assault rifle was rent into two and sprawled out in front of him. The fact he wasn't brain-dead just yet confused me more than anything. Fuck. The detective cursed and looked around. My own optics sharpened. Blood splatter suggests cutting weapons. Relatively short, probably curved. My cold, analytic voice seemed to draw Ward out of his terror as he nodded and focused, noticing the finger-drawn blood emblems straight out of a maelstromer's nightmare painted across every flat surface in reach. The man clutched at his new handgun and focused back on the victim. Look at the gun. Cut looks like it ripped more than it slashed, not what you'd expect from a sword or knife. Mantis blades? I posed, still scanning the surroundings. Probably. Ward agreed, moving behind me and guarding my back as our unease grew. Just then, at the edges of my audio receptors, I heard a whisper hiss of, "More offerings for the Great Ones." And it came from right above us. I barely had the time to shove Ward away before a slender female maelstromer chromed out of her mind, crashed exactly where he was just standing, her heavy cyberlegs telling me in no uncertain terms what the expected result of her surprise attack was. Unfortunately for her, my inability to detect her made me thrice as paranoid as I was usually, and before her broken mind could even compute the lack of fleshy squelching impact, my crusher was pointed at her face. Her 9 red optics flared with red light, and she had the barest moment to twitch aside as I promptly unloaded the entire magazine on her. Her movements were jerky and unpredictable, but my grip allowed me to follow her without resorting to blind fire, nailing her with 10 out of my 12 shells and throwing her back with each successive hit. Except for all the scrapes and dents, whatever subdermal armoring she had installed was more than enough to stop my dollar store buckshot shells. Of fucking course. I cursed and immediately leapt to the side with my venators, moving just in time to avoid the wild slash of her pair of large, jagged handblades. I wasn't able to avoid the incoherent scream that followed, nor the odd static that seemed to penetrate my black ice without the program even detecting something was wrong. Thankfully, whatever the fuck just happened lasted for only a split second, distracting me only long enough to nearly eat a mantis blade instead of actually tanking it, as I managed to flinch away from the follow-up charge last second. That didn't mean the still screeching maelstromer was suddenly not moving, and she was already rounding at me with eerily precise movements. But I didn't come in here alone, and the distinct bark of the Nue cut off whatever following attack the psycho planned, actually managing to penetrate her armoring somewhat and making her flinch away with an animalistic hiss. "Hands in the air, scum," Ward barked the order out, more on instinct than out of any actual desire to arrest the madwoman. I found I agreed. The air was filled by sudden charging sound, and exactly as the psycho recovered from her most recent beating, she got the distinct pleasure of coming face to face with the Soviet Borg killer. With a glorious deafening roar, my Buria dislodged its tungsten slug directly into her disgusting mangled face. Half of her head simply disappeared alongside a good chunk of the concrete fence behind her. Except for whatever ungodly reason, she was still fucking standing, and somehow staring at me, despite missing most of her brain. I barely had time to drop my railgun and rise my reloaded crusher as she began to charge at me with an even more soul-chilling scream than before. Both mine and Ward's weapons discharged fully into her, but that seemed to only slow her down, and in my panic I reached for the nearest object I hoped would stop me from needing to put myself back together again. The thermal katana lit up with red light as I accidentally pressed the activation button and threw the blade up more as a stick to keep her away than with any actual skill or intent. The scream also sent another round of static into my senses, and with growing panic I prepared myself for the worst. Except, when I blinked my eyes open, I was greeted with a monomolecular mantis blade halted a few inches away from my face and the eerie sight of 3 red optics glaring hatefully at me, before buzzing with electricity and shutting off as the vertically bisected body fell apart on both ends. I looked at the slightly scratched blade, very carefully deactivated the thermal edge, and promptly slumped against the pile of whatever was stacked behind me. Fuck. I exhaled and looked to my side. "You alive, Ward?" "She didn't touch me," the detective said, sounding quite shaken himself. "So much for not guaranteeing my life." He chuckled, no doubt to distract himself. It was a fair warning. I waved it off, looking up into the sky. "No reason to just let you die, though." "Huh." He laughed lightly, his relief obvious. "That's fair." He let out a long exhale and I heard him light up a cigarette. He took a long drag and spoke. "Damn shame about the other merc, though." And just like that, I was up on my feet, marching over to the man and letting out a quiet sigh of relief as I realized he still wasn't brain dead. 20 minutes until flatline," I muttered, and heard Ward hiss in surprise behind me. "You are one tough motherfucker." I already began unpacking the field tools I had on me as a matter of course, and without looking back to Ward, I called out, "Why don't you go tell your boys to call off the death squad while I check on him?" I could hear him shuffle hesitantly, but one did not go through a horror show like this with someone and not develop at least a degree of subconscious trust. And he ultimately grunted, "Fine, I'll be outside," and walked out. The 3rd syringe of nanites was already emptied out into the man's or little Mike's bloodstream, and I was stitching his gut together with plastic wire when Regina finally answered. She greeted quickly. "What do you have for me?" "Psycho is dead, had to go for the kill," I informed her as I worked. VIP is critical, but I am stabilizing. How critical? She demanded. I didn't bother answering and simply forwarded her my initial diagnosis. Fuck. Her lone eye widened as she skimmed through it and focused back on the hollow. You sure you can fix him? Not with the tools I have here. You will need supplies for that. I answered half absently, directing my nanites to reconnect the multiple rents in the man's innards. I will stabilize him, and that is that, however. What is it? She asked. You will ask no questions and share no rumors. I said, deadly serious even as I still worked. He will live, and that is all you will ever know of what is about to happen. She narrowed her eye suspiciously. But I knew she wasn't an idiot. Fine, do what you can. She bit out, I've sent a driver to your location, she'll be there in 5. Copy that. I nodded, stabilization will take around 3 more minutes. Good, she said, and for a while I believed she had ended the call then and there, distracted as I was. Hey Em. I was thankful for my natural lack of expression, as it how startled I was. Yes, I asked as I sprayed some heavy antiseptic down the comatose man's throat. Thanks, the fixer said, the sound coming out forced but sincere. I simply nodded. Always a pleasure, Ms. Jones. She exhaled a noise that came suspiciously close to a snort and shook her head, ending the call. A second later, my account was 30K fatter. The driver in Ms. Jones' employ gave me one final wave as she blasted off in her armored car, leaving me behind feeling distinctly annoyed by how the day went. Mostly because the sun was already starting to set and I was covered in gut juice. Thankfully, distraction came as I had hoped, and Ward walked up to me, looking me up and down, but not voicing any of his conclusions aloud. Your superiors satisfied? I asked as I leaned back against my van. The man tried to hold back his eye roll and only half succeeded. They always find a reason to weasel out of paying out any bonuses, but at least no one will be losing their jobs today. That a normal concern? I asked, completely unsurprised by the idea. He gave me a look that said, What do you expect me to say here? And shrugged. Feeling another bout of cynical thoughts, I forced them away with a dry chuckle. Right, I said. How can I help you, detective? He pretended to look around, but I could see him checking if any of his fellow officers were listening. Seeing as none were, he turned back to me. I usually don't trust mercs, but I've got a good gut feeling about you. Too soon, I deadpanned. He seemed confused for a split second before turning slightly green and huffing out in morbid amusement. Jesus Christ. He shook his head. Point is, detective work isn't always easy, and sometimes I need backup. You up for it? My eyes narrowed briefly and I shrugged. So long as the pay is fair, I don't mind some righteousness in my life. My voice told him exactly how righteous I considered his work to be. You sound too naive for this city, officer. It got me this far. He didn't back down even slightly, and a moment later I got a notification about his contact request. He offered his hand and simply said, River. Rolling my eyes, I returned the handshake, Michael. As the man walked away to rejoin his colleagues, I couldn't help but decide to truly help him if he ever needed it. A police officer not yet suffocated by this city's filth was someone I wouldn't mind counting among my friends. It was odd, meeting so many people who went beyond my cynical expectations in recent days. Well, I muttered as I got back into the van, I don't hate being wrong from time to time. My light mood lasted for all about 10 seconds as I began unpacking and then went to place the scratched thermal weapon on the other seat, only to be reminded I'd have to deal with the tiger claw madman I called a business associate as soon as I returned. For a brief moment, I was so very tempted to just say fuck it and kill the tiger claws. A Borg can dream. I sighed and started the engine. 25. Chapter 25. After Action. Michael Margos Sobranov. Clothes replaced with something not smelling of steaming guts. Entire mega-building network infiltrated as a precaution and a worried mother temporarily placated behind me. I once more found myself in the elevator to the mega-building's 50th floor. The slightly scratched-up katana still hanging proudly off my side despite my disgruntlement with what it represented. I let all the worries my mind kept conjuring simply pass over me, and hearing the ever-too-loud ding of the elevator, I snapped my eyes open, ready for another session of dealing with the devil. Or a particularly boisterous and annoying imp if one was to be pedantic. My entrance went mostly unnoticed this time, save for one of the wealthy corpo residents looking at me with cautious eyes as I passed him by. This time I wasn't accompanied by any tiger claws, so I could only count my lucky stars. He didn't try anything stupid. Thankfully, the Blossom Boutique was relatively close to the elevator, and I didn't need to risk being in the presence of overly paranoid, and rightfully so, corporate rats for too long. The same door guard that greeted me last time was on the job today, which no doubt saved me even more of a headache. He eyed the sword I was carrying, inclined his head, and simply opened the way. "Jugo-sama awaits in the garden, Magos Dono," he politely said and returned to his post. Was Jugo trying to throw me off balance with the subtle change? I wondered as I wordlessly entered the high-class club. Or is this some kind of subtle signal to any observers? A small part of me wondered if the madman simply did not give a shit and chose these things on a whim. Not that I had too much time to consider such inanities. My sanity should thank me, as before long I entered the familiar overly colourful indoors garden, and was once more greeted by the sight of my current employer seated on his wooden bench and sipping tea. Except his 4 bodyguards were on full display this time and stationed at the sides of the 2 only entrances to the place, none of them so much as looking at me as I entered, despite the sudden tensions in their posture. Ah, if it isn't my mighty street samurai! The Tiger Claw captain laughed boisterously and waved for me to approach. Come, come, I want to hear how everything went. So he already knew what happened. I wasn't sure if I was impressed or annoyed. Not allowing myself to be taken off guard by the sudden cheer, I walked over to him silently and sat across him. "You are certainly excited today," I said in lieu of greeting. "How can I not be?" He grinned, making his poorly healed skin stretch over his throat implant. "You are here, and I haven't received any bitching from my dear comrade Shobo about one of his boy toys losing his toys." "Yet," I corrected with a raised finger. "Ho?" Jugo leaned in. "And will he have a reason to? Will he have an excuse to?" Being the real question. They realized something was wrong quite quickly after I stole the sword. I unlatched the rod of metal and placed it on my lap, its weight feeling oddly reassuring. They never noticed me, but I had to crawl through vents for a good few hours to get out. "Ha!" the gang boss barked out. That must have been a sight. "Straight from a horror movie," I deadpanned. He tilted his head, scratched his chin, no doubt imagining the scene, and then nodded with an overly excited grin. But all of that theatricity disappeared as quickly as it came as he turned deathly serious. "So you mean to tell me that the alarm was raised despite your attempts?" "An internal one," I confirmed easily. It might cost me a lot of money, but lying wasn't worth it when one had to trust their employers with their life. Jugo stared at me for a long, stretched-out moment before his previous mood returned. "Good, I like honesty in my associates, and since none were killed—" He paused with a questioning look. A nod. "That means you managed to pass my test," he declared and clapped his hands. $50,000 fell into my account, but I didn't celebrate just yet. "A bit premature," I corrected once more, and seeing his questioning look, I tossed him the sword. His guards tensed, but seeing their leader's hand lash out and catch the blade perfectly, they remained standing as they were. Their captain gave the weapon a quick look over and smirked. Couldn't resist giving it a try, Wasn't left much of a choice. I did my best to keep the complaint from my tone. Ms. Jones called me in for an emergency, and the cyber psycho I had to fight was more resilient than expected. Not a situation I would allow to happen again. "And so you resorted to man's most ancient way." One would easily be tempted to think the gangster was teasing me with how amused he sounded, cutting shit up. All I could do or say to that was direct him with my driest deadpan. "For someone so formidable, you are quite naive sometimes, Magos-san." The Okada shook his head with mirth. "I've learned of your little adventure minutes after you left the storage yard." A cyborg carrying a tiger claw blade was seen entering the site and left having slain a maelstrom cyber psycho. "You've already declared as much." I preempted him, slightly annoyed. Sneaking around a street samurai doesn't make. He inclined his head. "But I felt you'd want to hear the report anyway." "True enough," he barked, slapping his leg as he did. And before I could ask him how this would affect my reward, For keeping the whole thing with the trophy damaged would be odd. He surprised me once again by taking the sword and tossing it back to me. "You can have it," he said, voice seemingly uninterested but eyes glinting with hidden malice. I looked down at the weapon I managed to catch with only minor trouble, and then back at the tiger claw boss. "You were going to do this no matter what I did." Maybe I was, maybe I wasn't. He shrugged, no doubt feeling incredibly smug about himself. "The simple fact is, you have earned the right to wield it through honorable combat by striking down one of my enemies." He raised his hands with faux helplessness. Who am I to deny my allies their rightful spoils? I really wanted to call him out on his bullshit, but I knew for a fact he'd throw any complaint back at me with some bullshit about honor and implied insults and badger me until I accepted despite my reservations. And so I bit down on my feelings and forced out a, "You have my thanks, Okada-san. Just make sure to learn how to actually use it, yes?" He smirked. "Beginner's luck is good, and all but anyone who knows what they are doing would notice you used it more as a bat than as a proper katana." I just reiterated my previous deadpan, unwilling to be dragged into a debate about the tiger's obsession with the weapon. Noted. "Excellent." He clapped his hands. "Now that that is over and done with, you'll be happy to know the area is finally considered safe enough for investors to begin moving into the building, which means meetings. Many meetings. And you want my overwatch?" I noted while absently bringing the cup of tea. The same woman from before silently brought it in. "Just as we agreed," Okada said with a light smirk. "In fact, I have one scheduled for this late evening, likely to last well into the morning hours." "You could have told me in advance, you know." I most definitely did not complain like an annoyed brat. I have plans to make, things to do. But of course it was a surprise to me as well. He lazily excused himself, though the knowing glint in his eyes told me otherwise. "Naturally, you will be paid well for your discretion and inconvenience." "You are going to ask me to do more than just Overwatch, aren't you?" I asked dryly. As if he hadn't just heard me speak, he went on, "What does another 50,000 sound like?" "Well, why didn't you say so immediately?" "I will naturally do some minor favors for my business associate." The man's grin was so wide it must have hurt. Isamu Jugo Okada. Truly, I have lucked out to find a hidden gem like this one so early. The Tiger Claw captain patted himself on the back as he enjoyed his favored all-natural tea with his guest. He wondered if the cyborg could even taste the expensive drink. He seemed to enjoy it well enough and wasn't one for bullshit. So at least there was the small hope it wasn't all going to waste. Though his guest seemed to be growing increasingly agitated now that their business was done, and so despite wanting to know more about how he ticked, Isamu was forced to move on to the next part of his plan. He had contacted his mother, who then contacted one of her more trusted netrunner friends, and the rumors she got back made Isamu feel like he had just won the lottery. Part of him was tempted to consider a more subtle approach, send someone to test the waters first. But where was the fun in that? "You said something about a new voice box?" Isamu asked as he lowered his cup. "Finally done scouting me out?" The audacious cyborg bit back simply, which of course just served to make him grin. One does not simply place their hand into the tiger's jaws. "Please spare me the tiger allegories," the boy groaned, which naturally made Isamu laugh. But he still needed to conduct business, and so his fun would have to wait. "So exactly can you offer me that would replace my shitty voice box?" he repeated. As the words left his mouth, something in his guest shifted. The tension that had followed each and every movement of the cyborg simply evaporated as his golden eyes were suddenly overtaken by a manic glint so intense it almost made him reach for his hidden weapon. "Well, I can certainly do better than a simple vocal cord and airway replacement with a bit of armoring. That is for damn fucking sure," Margos said, words coming out far faster than before. "Do you want an air tank, a poison and gas detector, a secondary filtration organ, stimulant injector, all of the above?" Each rapid-fire suggestion made Isamu feel more and more out of his depth. "Hell, depending on your budget, I could even shove a replacement for your thyroid gland. Would probably stop you from needing to half-overdose on medication every day just to keep your metabolism on nominal levels." Isamu's blood chilled. "How do you know that?" he demanded. "Basic medicine, and I analyzed the differences between our teas." The cyborg answered blandly, as if he didn't just reveal another of his cards. Yours is brimming with so many regulators, I wouldn't be surprised if you have a replacement liver slated for the end of this year, just waiting for your natural one to fail. The tiger claw found all of his previous amusement, leaving him at that reminder. He hadn't been able to eat anything except white rice and cooked chicken for nearly half a year now, and the taste was slowly driving him mad, not to mention the price of getting it all organic. He could have probably bought out a good nightclub or two for what he spent on the real food daily. Which was to say, he didn't hesitate even a bit when he asked, "And what would the replacement run me?" 500K. The answer came instantly. Done. Isamu didn't even need to think about it. Good. The cyborg grinned. They won't take too much space and are pretty power efficient, so what else do you want? Seriously? He was tempted to blurt out, but thought better of it. Can you send me a list? I need to think about it. Before he even finished his sentence, he had the list downloaded on his neural link with no prompting of his own. Directing his increasingly valuable associate with the stink eye, Isamu once more patted himself on the back for forcing him to take the sword earlier. At least he got his shot in when he could. One thing, Magos cut his thoughts off, when the implant is ready in a few days, you will be coming to my place alone. His guards tensed once again, his second going as far as to send him a message begging him for the chance to teach the insolent boy a lesson in pain. Isamu denied him instantly. Ho? He couldn't help but quirk an eyebrow at the demand. You expect me to trust you with my life? You will be going under my knife, as I will not let anyone else touch my work. The cyborg shrugged. You must trust me either way. He tilted his head. And if your other associates are bothered by the idea, just sneak out like a normal person. Ha! He laughed at the flat statement. I just might. So? Magos pressed. Do you agree? All right, fine. He grunted. I don't see why you insist on it, but I won't complain. Excellent. The Borg grinned and got up with just a tiny bit too much energy. Are we done here? I have a design to start working on. He expects to do it in mere days. Isamu stopped his thoughts. No, of course he does. He is completely insane. But of course. He smiled instead of showing his apprehension or his astonishment. Don't let me stop you. Just send your goon to call me for the meeting, the cyborg said as if he just remembered their previous deal. Isamu nodded and his guest left. Jugo-sama. His bodyguard started the instant they were left alone, but was stopped by Isamu's raised hand. I understand you are angry, Hiyashi. But remember, we are in America, not Japan. He believes he has full rights to behave as he does. The cyberized veteran bowed his head. Of course, Jugo-sama, but what if he disrespects you publicly? He will not. He answered immediately, absently falling back to English. He may be young, but he isn't stupid. He began tapping his leg with one of his hands. His value grows by the day, and he will come to learn it. Better to have a powerful future contact than a momentarily obedient tributary. Hi, Jugo-sama. His second bowed. His hand absently scratched against his $500,000 throat replacement, reminding himself to pay the boy more as another favor and lesson. Yes, too valuable to ignore. Michael Magos Sobranov. I tried and failed to suppress the growing spikes of irritation as I stalked back into my home territory. The very idea I actually relaxed in the presence of gangoons of any kind, just because I finally got the chance to advertise a bit, would have probably made me feel sick to my stomach if I was capable of it. Instead, I was left simply replaying the many missteps I made without even thinking. Fucker had me monologuing. I cursed and ignored the startled old woman who had just noticed me when I spoke. The doors to my home split just quickly enough for me not to break my stride, and still stuck in my thoughts, I simply strolled into my workshop without thinking and connected to my computer. Despite my annoyance, I still wanted to start selling my masterworks, and since it was a tiger claw I was selling to, I'd need to make sure I didn't advertise too much. De-aging him on accident while operating would have me drowning in Arasaka acquisition teams before I could even think the words, oh fuck. Unfortunately, despite my mind's constant warnings that I was forgetting something incredibly important, I was too focused on the ideas that had simply refused to stop popping up ever since I accepted Okada's commission. And thus the consequences were inevitable. A steely hand landed on my shoulder, its grip so hard I almost feared it would dig into the titanium. "So, Mikey," my mother's falsely cheerful voice echoed in my audio receptors, "what is this I hear about fighting a cyber psycho in melee?" Ah, shit. God damn it, Regina. 26. Chapter 26. Moving forward. Michael Magos Sobranov. 10 days had passed since my meeting with the tiger boss concluded, and I almost lost my dear life to one very irritated mother. Of course, I understood her worry more than she'd have probably ever wanted me to, and while she did accept my apology, she was still left quite frustrated by my firm stance on continuing on with my work. The danger may have been greater, but I easily earned close to 100,000 in one afternoon, and I wasn't going to give that up anytime soon. Thankfully, neither of us were of the belief that trying or fighting harder was an acceptable mindset to have when doing mercenary work, and so instead of wallowing like the usual gonks seemed to do whenever faced with an issue, we agreed to ensure I had every advantage I could get my hands on. Like getting my hands on some proper munitions for one. I will admit I was almost tempted to refrain once I saw the pricing on anything beyond buckshot or full metal jacket, but thankfully my experience with the cyber psycho was enough to stop me from that idiotic line of thinking. I couldn't spend my money if I was dead, and so I threw away a good 10,000 on a large supply of anything between incendiary armor-piercing rounds for my assault rifle to a mix of heavy slugs and EMP slugs for my shotgun. As for my sidearm, I settled on hollow points for when I needed to deal with soft targets. It never hurt to have a tool for every situation, and I'd statistically fight unarmored gonks far more often than anyone of any actual worth. The greatest confusion came when I looked up some modifications and enhancements to my Buria, as replacing the ammo, said ammo being literally just a small bar of tungsten, was rather pointless. Namely, the confusion came from the fact most Burias were in fact 4-shot revolvers and not single-shot monsters like the one I wielded. According to both the local gun store owner and the many gun nuts on the net, my Buria was already modified to high hell and back and packed much more of a punch than the commercial version, which meant I had to settle with my admittedly very useful but equally unwieldy hard target response, or just buy something larger. My conundrum did make me consider designing a projectile launch system for one of my arms, preferably something with an autoloader and charge rails, but any design I was able to come up with to my satisfaction was bulkier than I preferred, and PLS weapons heavily compromised the structural integrity of the limb they were placed in. Besides, why put a gun inside your hand when you can just hold one like a normal person? Maybe I should just add more hands then. That particular image refused to leave me for a while. Munitions aside, I was referred to a young man working for the Tigers at a hardware store on the lower floors, and he happily modified all of my work clothes with sewn-in armor plating and insulation. I did have to outright buy a heavy biker helmet, as that was far simpler than modifying my own, but that one was worth every eddy once I saw pistol rounds barely scratch it and even bounce off. Wearing armor, light as it was, over my already heavily armored form was overkill, you say? I might tolerate pain better than the usual gonk, but getting shot still fucking sucked. The more layers I had between my very few vitals and any projectile aiming to rearrange them, the better, I say. This all was almost enough to satisfy my mother, and she all too happily extracted whatever remained by subjecting me to daily arse beatings under the excuse of training. When she saw me trying out a training chip for my new sword, she looked as disgusted as I felt. Unfortunately, thermal sword went brr, and sacrifices needed to be made. All of this wasn't just for my benefit, as every day we spent in this relative normalcy seemed to just ever so slightly reduce the perpetual bags under her eyes, and alongside Misty's almost daily visits, she had even begun smiling when I wasn't looking. Rarely, but it did happen, and more than anything, that gave me the strength to keep pushing myself further and further. A push I sorely needed once I started working with my partner in full, while still doing jobs for Regina in tandem, even if nothing came close to the excitement of the psycho gig. The first evening was relatively mild, I supposed, and likely by design. All I had to do while a bunch of old Japanese-looking men were discussing the protection of a number of higher-class businesses within H11 was slap away anyone curious enough to peek through the net, and none were quite so dumb as to try twice. The second evening went much the same. The real trouble came on the fifth night. Everything started as usual. I connected to the local net and set up my Overwatch, allowed the far too creative, not noob, who called himself Net Shinobi 62 to observe, and waited. Except the instant the heavily tattooed man negotiating with Jugo walked into the garden and was offered tea, we were immediately hit by about a dozen hacking attempts from multiple directions. Some came from other Tiger Claw netrunners, others from someone I could easily guess was Maelstrom. And most worryingly, one contact came from the NCPD. We fought them off easily enough, and while I was forced to fry the Maelstromer due to the gonk simply not letting up, I was still left worried about the police attention. But that wasn't the true source of my distress. No, what shook me so much was the fact the two gangsters were discussing a deal to traffic dolls into the mega building, and going by their word said dolls were not of the professional or most likely willing variety either. For a singular moment, I felt the temptation to just let the NCPD probe in so they could record everything. But I quickly clamped down on those emotions. The Tiger Claws would deal with any legal issues so quickly they would barely notice it happened, and I would have made an enemy of the entire 5,000-plus gang and ruined almost every future business prospect anywhere north of Haywood. Part of me felt utterly disgusted with myself, but a much larger one, the one governed cold logic, knew I couldn't fight this in any way that was productive, and so with grit teeth I memorized the other participants' details and got back to work. As if to confirm my thoughts, when I warned Jugo of the NCPD attention, the man just laughed, gave me some light-hearted praise as if he hadn't just sealed a human trafficking deal, and told me not to worry about Night Corp's toy soldiers. I managed to hide my unease as we were talking over Agent, but just barely. A feeling that grew only harder as I was cutting into his throat one day later. As agreed, he arrived disguised to find me alone in my home, and after some of his usual overly cheerful banter and mild probing, I had him unconscious and bleeding under my hand. All it would have taken was one tiny nick, and yet my hands did not quiver for even a micrometer. I would not sully my art, even if the world burned for it. The operation and integration was over within the hour, and while I could have forced things to settle quickly, I took the other hour to go through Jugo's software and fix any mistakes, while of course ensuring my black box programming was well hidden and wouldn't trigger on accident. A slight sub-percentile decrease in efficiency was worth the price of Curious Core not being able to touch my software, even if part of me disdained the idea of making a suboptimal implant. They would still be able to take some inspiration from the hardware, but that was unavoidable and thus not worth thinking about. Jugo, for his part, looked like a man reborn once he woke up, spending a good minute and a bit just reveling in the act of breathing. And that look in his eyes, the easy breath, the sheer wonder. I shook my head. It was but the effects of my craft, nothing more. I was most assuredly not feeling for the fucking gangster. The man then immediately demanded all of the junk food I could get my hands on in the following few minutes, and we proceeded to spend the next hour simply gorging on pizza and tacos and reveling in the act. As I've come to expect by now, once satisfied, he turned serious and told me while tapping his new implant, "You know, this thing is worth far more than $500,000. I realized that. It physically hurt to admit, but it was the truth. But what is done is done. Jugo had chuckled at this and made his offer. How about I offer you a full million and you agree to work exclusively for my contacts? His eyes were sharper than usual as he said that, for a few years at least. It didn't take me even a moment to refuse him. We had made a deal, and I wasn't going to go back on it. Just because I was a shit negotiator, I'd just charge him more next time. Or at least that is how I'd prefer to remember it. The truth was, I was fucking salivating at the idea of $1 million, and it took me a full minute to calm down and reluctantly refuse him. To which he, of course, just laughed. Not that my refusal meant I wouldn't offer my work to his contacts, just that it wouldn't be exclusive, and so he left me with the promise of discreetly spreading the word, for a small finder's fee, of course. And then still paid me $800,000 despite our deal. By this point, I was having so many mixed feelings about the man I had struck a partnership with. My mind had gone through the full spectrum of emotion at least thrice, or so I liked to pretend. The bitter truth, however, was far less pleasant. After sitting down and truly thinking about everything, both my feelings and what I had seen, I came to a simple yet damning realization. I knew exactly what the tiger claws were, exactly what kind of people I was getting involved with for the simple promise of a fat paycheck and some vague assurance of meat standing between my mother and potential danger. But I still went with it, despite seeing the fates of some victims firsthand. They were, after all, just distant, detached numbers on a spreadsheet this time, so very unimportant to my goals. Fuck. Luckily for my spiraling mind, I wasn't forced into facing my hang-ups for a few days after that, as Jugo had understandably decided to grab his family and go on a vacation. Only a week-long one, but still, there would be no meetings to watch over for a while. Which left me sitting oddly idle for the past few days, and I even found myself doing some supply runs for Vic out of sheer need to move around. And of course the desire to give my freshly upgraded van a spin. The bucket of rust had officially graduated into a bucket of scrap metal once I replaced its engine and added armor to both the windshield and chassis. It moved faster despite the added weight and actually felt like a proper vehicle now. It wasn't the tank I desired yet, but for now it would have to do. My fellow Ripper was thankful for my volunteer work, but sadly he was having a slow week himself and needed no extra hands in the clinic. He did still agree to show me some boxing moves one evening. He wasn't nearly as good as my mother, but that was probably because the man practiced sport and she practiced rapid and involuntary corporal dismantlement. Ha! The 10-day period culminated with me getting an invite to Lizzie's yesterday and foolishly accepting it. And then Rita spent the better part of 2 hours laughing her ass off while I had to fight off the twins. I finished my great lament with a deadpan, business details naturally excluded. I pretend shivered. Those two are fucking ravenous, I swear to God. Rebecca wiped her own tears of laughter with one of her overlarge sleeves. Ha, you are too precious, Choom. She cackled. Should have just gone for it. Those two never put out, ever. She shook her head for emphasis. But I am just a naive little boy. I purposefully shifted my voice to a more childish one, paying no mind to the trio of girls sitting at the table next to ours that quickly stood up and walked over to the other end of the locale. This, of course, made the gun gremlin's spine straighten in instinctive terror as she looked up at me with wide eyes that quickly narrowed. You do that again, I am shoving guts up your ass. I make no promises. I smirked, pointedly ignoring the ridiculously overtuned shotgun part timing as an insult to all good sense. That thing was a fucking propellant funnel, not a weapon. Rebecca half huffed, half pouted, and plopped back on her seat, grabbing her burger and chowing it down while grumbling something unintelligible and giving me the stink eye. All right. I raised my hands lightly. I'll keep creepy Mike away, for now. She narrowed her eyes, grumbling some more into her burger before swallowing and saying, You better. And what have you been up to? I asked after chomping down my third burger, aside from shooting Pilar whenever he opens his mouth, that is. She smirked lightly at the reminder. Fucker has been real quiet recently. The smirk dimmed and her shoulders slumped. Mostly just been doing courier shit here and there. Maine is still being a dick about everything. Did you start actually thinking while on the job? I teased. She, of course, immediately flipped me off, but did grumble out a, yeah, I stopped fucking around. She looked away and added, mostly. So just keep at it. I shrugged, teasing smirk still plastered on my face. They'll start to trust you sooner rather than later. Not all of us have your confidence, she huffed, refusing to meet my eyes. I believe the word you are looking for is patience. I instantly fired back, a smug sheen to my eyes, which of course earned myself a second flipped bird, though this one carried no heat, as Rebecca's eyes flashed with amusement, even as she tried to give me a look of exasperation. She frowned for a moment, no doubt thinking about something, and then looked back up at me. We are doing something big tonight, can't share the details. Obviously, I deadpanned. She gave me a good-natured eye roll and continued, but it is probably going to get out on the street big time. I kept back my reflexive snide comment about gonks and Nova deaths in the name of street cred, and instead decided to be positive for once. And they are bringing you with? Yeah, she grinned. Probably going to make me do Overwatch, but still. See, they are already starting to trust you, I said cheerily, making sure it didn't come off as mocking. Or they just need the extra guns. She huffed. That is kinda the whole purpose of making a team. I pointed at her blandly. Ugh. She slapped my arm away, wincing at the contact. Damn chrome ass, let me be cynical in peace. Ha, I laughed, no. She grumbled for a while, staring daggers at me, but I knew it was all for show. And I was proven right as she huffed. We'll probably be holding some kind of celebration after we get out. You want to come? Meeting the whole family already, I smirked. How forward. I was treated by the sight of her face shifting through multiple colors again. She pouted at me. You going to come or not? Sure, sure. I chuckled, hands raised. I am quite curious about how good your netrunner is. Rebecca's eyes instantly narrowed. Did I say something wrong? I asked, head tilted slightly. She kept narrowing her eyes as if to say, I am watching you. 10 seconds later, she seemed satisfied and returned to her usual cheerful self, eyes flashing for a moment before she spoke. I paid for the food. Now you're going to show me how you fixed your ride or what? Not really bothered by the fact she paid without asking, I nodded. This way. We spent the next half hour chilling near my van as I nerded out about all the changes I made, and Rebecca, hopefully not pretending to be interested in what I was saying. I had just finished explaining the increased carry weight, and we were slowly drifting off into a semi-awkward silence where neither of us knew quite how to proceed immediately. And just as I was about to ask when we were going to continue our movie binge, she got a call. She was obviously excited by whatever this big gig was, but my optics allowed me to see more than most, and I saw a small flash of trepidation in her eyes. Thankfully, I had just the thing for that. My arm reached into the van, and I quickly pulled out a rather heavy bundle of clothes. What's that? Rebecca asked, eyes moving in a manner that would imply she was both looking at me and a string of messages on her agent. A little gift. I smirked and unfolded a bulletproof vest, far too small to ever fit me, but perfect for someone of her size. She looked at it and then back up at me, directing me with a look of such intensity it left me momentarily blank. You are lucky I am in a hurry, she practically hissed. Try not to die. I smirked as my brain rebooted, and we'll see. She grinned at the challenge and moved to leave. I, of course, pretended to not look after her and only looked after a good 10 seconds had passed to find her skipping along the way to her car. But thankfully, I managed not to laugh my ass off. That would have probably earned me a shell from that cannon she was hauling about. Before I could overthink my every interaction, my agent decided to light up with a familiar tune, the loudest, most stereotypical mariachi one could find on the net. Truly, this day just kept getting better. 27. Chapter 27. Gigs Gone Wrong. Michael Magos Sobranov. Mike. I had barely stepped into El Coyote Cojo before Jackie was running over to me and doing his best to grab me in a bear hug. There you are, you big murder machine. Jackie. I patted his back, just a touch harder than polite. I see you managed not to get yourself killed. I gave a quick nod to Miss Wells, who was looking at us from behind the counter with a smile on her face. Ah, you know me. Jackie laughed, drawing attention back to himself just in time for me to see him hiding a wince. It will take more than some estúpidos Mexicanos to kill Jackie Wells. Stupid Mexicans, I chuckled at his enthusiasm. I thought you were doing a transport job. He just smirked at that and waved for me to follow him. The bar was filled with people, but not quite overflowing just yet, which made it quite surprising, as instead of leading me to a more secluded free spot inside of the building, he walked out of the rear exit and led me to his garage. Inside stood his trusty bike in Valentino colors and a rather banged-up car that had obviously just spent the better part of a month being sanded daily in the scorching desert, and a small but not suffocating side room with a couch, small table, and TV. This your place? I asked, lowering my head so I didn't bump into the doorway. Nah, I still live with me mama. He shook his head. This is just where I crash when I feel like it. Damn, didn't know the Wellses were so rich, I quipped. It was a lot of free space to just own in Night City. Oi, he pointed at me threateningly, we do honest work here. I rolled my eyes and took a hesitant seat after making sure I wasn't going to break anything. Don't worry, Jackie, I won't tell all of your chums how you are just playing at being poor like the rest of them. It would break their fragile little hearts. He just snorted and shook his head, muttering something in Spanish. Moments later, we were both holding a shot of tequila in our hands and silently downing it. "So how went the gig?" I asked after lowering my shot glass. "However much you can share, of course." Just don't ask any names and places and we are fine." He waved it off and grinned. "The job, though, it was Nova." "Nova?" I repeated. "Yeah, it was great." His grin widened, arms gesticulating animatedly. "I got to ride to the border, push some cartel fuckers around, and got the cargo out without pulling my iron." "But?" I asked teasingly. "But," he nodded, chuckling, "I didn't even get an hour's drive away before the fuckers sent a bunch of their goons after me on bikes." "Probably should not have been pushing the cartel fuckers around then." I snorted. "Yeah, yeah." He rolled his eyes. "Bastardos even brought a netrunner with them." He paused. "Probably were planning on telling their bosses they delivered the goods and just robbing them off me to resell now that I think about it." "Plausible," I agreed neutrally. Jackie made some very unkind comments about a lack of honesty, but then shrugged. "Thankfully, he barely even tickled your fancy little chip and didn't try again after." "Were you in the middle of the desert?" I asked. "Yeah, with some mountains here and there." He blinked in surprise. "How did you know?" "Because you were on the Mexican border." I drawled, "And it is much harder to connect to the net like we do in NC without being surrounded by infrastructure." I explained lazily, "Well, unless your cyberdeck is high-grade enough to simply ignore local bandwidth, but that is only a concern when you are fucking with corpse." "Or you." He quirked a teasing eyebrow. "Or me." I nodded with a smirk and waved at him to continue, but I doubt it ended there. "You are right." He nodded and promptly downed another tequila shot. "Fuckers didn't stop hounding me for days, had to keep dragging them in circles and buy fuel off of nomads when I could." He shook his head, but then, out of fucking nowhere, some Arasaka counter-intel ninja popped out and decided she wanted my cargo for herself. "And yet here you sit, alive," I pointed out. "Managed to fight the cabrona off for a while." He half shuddered at the memory. "Long enough for the cartel goons to catch up and surround the both of us. We were forced to fight together or die." He slumped back against the couch and let out a long exhale. "I have no fucking idea how it happened. By the time the shooting stopped, all the cartel gonks were dead, and me and the counter-intel chica were riddled with holes. Like something straight out of a movie." I chuckled. He snapped his fingers and pointed at me in agreement. Running a quick scan, I was quite satisfied with what I found. "I see my subdermal upgrade worked as intended." I nodded, for it was to be expected. "Yeah." He gave me a pointed look, while the Saka cyber ninjas didn't. I just stared back at him, saying absolutely nothing. He groaned. "All right, fine, I'll stop bitching. Thanks, Mike." "You are very welcome," I smirked. "What happened after you realized bullets are a suggestion?" He snorted. "Well, I could have just left then, but I heard the Saka goon make some noise." "You didn't?" I narrowed my eyes. "Had to, man." He shrugged, spreading his arms. "You don't just leave someone who fought with you to die like that, even if she tried to kill you literally moments before that." I pointed at him. Bullets are a suggestion, right?" The cheeky fucker grinned. "Of course." I rolled my eyes and sighed, much to his amusement. "Padre didn't give you too much shit about the delay." "Caught that, huh?" he muttered mostly to himself. "Nah. He docked a tiny bit of my pay for it, but nothing to bitch about. Said he is keeping me on his shortlist from now on." "Did the corpo thank you at least?" I asked, expecting an immediate negative. He shrugged and waved his hand as if to say, "So-so. You know how corpo rats are. She did promise to go for drinks when she had time after I pestered her. Face was completely flat, so I'm honestly not sure what she was thinking." "Probably the best you could have expected." I nodded. "Just be careful around her kind." Yeah. He waved the warning off. "I'm not a gonk." I gave him a look that quite plainly asked, "Are you sure about that?" He let out a theatrical sigh. "Some people will never understand the Wells charm." "If that is what you want to call it," I said dryly. "What about you?" he asked, wisely changing the topic. "What did Night City's local murder borg get up to while I was out?" I leaned back against the couch and thought for a moment. It hadn't even been a proper month, and it already felt like a full year. "Well," I began, "I fixed the van." Internally laughing my arse off at He-Man's exasperated groan, I proceeded to retell most of what I had been through in the past weeks. "Seriously?" he snickered as I told him about my meetings with Rebecca. "It's a small world." I shrugged, feeling no shame about my first interaction with her back at Lizzie's. "Aye, true enough." He nodded and exhaled. "I'm just happy I wasn't here when you got the cyber psycho call." He shuddered. "Don't need that kind of horror show in my life." He went to speak again, but I raised my finger to stop him as my agent rang with a call. "Yeah?" I asked, and half a minute later I was running for my van, Jackie following after me without a word being said. Rebecca, some time earlier. She did her best to hide her giddiness as they infiltrated the Biotechnica building. Maine had surprised her nearly as much as she surprised him by coming to work in actual pants and a bulletproof vest, when he told her she'd be joining them in the building itself, in case things went tits up. She didn't stop patting her guts, even if Pilar tempted her to shove it up his arse a few times on the way there. They got in without a fuss, Sasha disabling the cameras and security robots as they went without triggering a single alarm. Though Rebecca did feel a bit bad at how slow she felt her friend was taking it. Shaking her head against that trail of thinking, she followed along the rest of her team. Maine and Dorio were as always completely calm and collected despite the danger, and all it took for Pilar's hyperactive fidgeting to die down was one annoyed look from their leader. The downright massive dark-skinned cyborg had drilled it into all of their heads that today's job was not to be fucked with, and if they survived, they'd be leaving with a massive paycheck in their pockets. All they needed to do was steal some financial data and get the hell out. How hard could it possibly be? She really should have stopped herself from even thinking that. "Sasha." Maine's impatient voice cut through the tense silence within the server room. "What's taking you so long?" Hearing no answer, he grunted and waved his head at Rebecca. Hiding her growing worry under an eager grin, she nodded and stalked into the back of the server room, only to stop as she found her friend looking into whatever she found on the server with death in her eyes. "Sasha," Rebecca hissed quietly, "did you get the data? We need to Delta." But there was no answer. Feeling her stomach drop, Rebecca shook the netrunner and finally got a reaction as her eyes snapped down at her. "Securin," Sasha muttered. "They killed her." "What are you talking about?" Rebecca pressed, starting to pull at her friend. "We need to get out of here." "What the fuck is taking you two so long?" Finally, having had enough, Maine trudged over to the two of them, staring down at Sasha demandingly. "You go," she said, her dead tone now filled with hate. "I'll stay behind and reveal their secrets for the world to see." Before Maine could answer, she tossed him a chip that he caught on reflex. "There is the data," she said. "Leave me. I'll get out on my own." The massive man stared down at her for a few more seconds and then shared a look with everyone else, as the commotion had made Dorio and Pilar come over in the meantime. In the end, only Pilar seemed somewhat hesitant as Maine grunted, "Do what you need to do. We'll watch your back." Sasha's genuine smile lasted only for a moment before being overtaken by a vindictive one, and she got back to her netrunner magic. "All right, we are in the shitter now," Maine said as they walked back to the sole entrance to the room. "Pilar, you get the flank, soft and damaged targets." Her lanky brother nodded and quickly took his position. "Me and Dorio will hold the front," Maine went on, saying nothing new as they were both armored, and Becca. He gave her a long look and then pointed at Guts. "Focus on the big targets, can you do that?" She felt a wave of indignation, but instead of exploding like she usually did, she gave him a slow nod. "Yeah." "Good." Maine grinned, unshouldering his shotgun. "Let's give these Biotechnica dogs exactly what they deserve." Whatever Sasha was doing was not as quiet as before. Even a full minute had passed, an entire patrol of security robots was rushing through the hallway. Their automated demands for surrender only serving to piss everyone off as they gunned them down. But that was just the beginning. More and more of the bots kept rushing at them from the entire building, and even if their aim was shit. Both Dorio and Maine had been hit multiple times by their shotguns and SMGs. And Rebecca was starting the long and arduous process of learning why too much recoil was a problem, as she kept smacking into server blocks every time she fired, and she did not stop firing. Shit. Maine cursed as he took cover behind a server block. "Sasha, are you done yet?" he called. "3 minutes," she responded, voice focused. Suddenly the building shuddered slightly, and the familiar sound of an aerodyne engine could be heard from outside. "They got reinforcements," Maine called out, and as if to confirm his words, another thump rang out, quickly followed by slightly lighter but equally as heavy steps. "Oh, that doesn't sound good," Pilar exclaimed, fear in his voice. "We are so fucked." "Shut it, Gonk," Maine roared back, taking a moment to unload his weapon down the hallway as he did. "We don't have time for your spineless bullshit." "Oh, fuck you," Pilar flipped him off and nearly paid for it with his head as the onslaught of robots was replaced with disciplined corpo soldier fire. And to make things even worse, the aerodyne hovercar was now flying in visible distance, covering all the windows facing outside and greatly reducing the space they had to move around with suppressive fire. And as Rebecca nearly popped her arm out of its socket with another blast of her shotgun, she understood the only reason they weren't drowned in grenades were the valuable servers they were hiding behind. "Got it," Sasha called out, cutting through the tense atmosphere for a moment. "And now what?" Pilar snapped. "Now we get out of here," Maine said firmly, "all of us." "Around the fucking mech." Pilar narrowed his eyes. Maine looked Sasha, who looked delirious but as fine as she could be in the middle of a firefight. She understood his question and shook her head. "Those things have black ice. I can't touch them." "Fuck," Maine grunted. The next minute was filled with another hectic exchange of fire, which left Maine with a rent on the side of his face and Sasha bleeding from her side. "We need to move," Dorio called as she gunned down the final corpo assault trooper trying to breach their position. "They are going to burn us out if we stay for much longer." While all this was going on, Rebecca was rather understandably feeling rather panicked, and in her panic she reached for one of the few things that gave her any kind of assurance in the past days. That is to say, she sent out a call. "Maine. Should have just dragged her out, you fucking idiot." He cursed at himself as he huffed a Maxstock to keep himself going and tossed out his second-to-last frag grenade down the hallway as he heard another squad of corpo goons rushing up. He was still paralyzed by indecision by the time something in the air shifted, and instead of cowering like she did for most of the fight, he saw Rebecca rushing out of the room like a complete idiot, cursing her lungs out as she did. He did not have time to think as he followed after her, just in time to see her paste the entire remaining squad of Biotechnica goons and slam her leg into a waiting bench at an awkward angle. "What the hell do you think you are doing?" he growled as he helped her up to her feet. "Got no time." She hissed and began limping forward, reloading her weapon with steady hands. Called for help. Need to get out fast. A million thoughts passed through Maine's head as he heard her, but before he could come to any conclusion, he heard Pilar groan. Ah, fuck, not him. Maine glared, but he knew this was not the time to fuck around. "Just keep running," he reminded himself, and with a grunt and a nod, they were rushing down the building. The Biotechnica soldiers must have not been expecting them to counterattack because the squads rushing in to surround them were left wide open to their sudden exit and were gunned down without really being able to fight back aside from some suppressive fire, which was more than enough that by the time they reached the ground floor, everyone was bleeding in one way or another. They reached the main lobby in only a minute, and this time the enemy was waiting, riddling Maine himself with entire magazines and making him activate his Sandevistan to survive. He quickly pushed everyone out of the way as he could and threw himself under the line of fire, sliding across the floor despite his weight as he threw himself forward with his modified limbs. With a bloodthirsty thrill in his heart, he raised his hand and activated his PLS. His right arm split apart, and half a second later, the enemy position went up in an explosion of fire and guts. Dorio and Pilar rushing in after him to clear up whoever was still alive. But for all his growing confidence in their survival, the moment he went to walk out of the main entrance, he felt his hair standing on end and immediately threw himself back as the entire wall was riddled with heavy machine gun rounds. He ignored the searing pain of his wounds and quickly crawled back to cover behind the stone counter of the reception, downing another Maxstock and looking around questioningly. But no one was looking at him. Indeed, as he got up and looked out, he too found himself transfixed by what he saw. The thing was twice as tall as he was, standing on two legs, and carrying at least 4 heavy machine guns for civilian use. He was staring directly into a modified Militech Minotaur. Biotechnica brought a goddamn mech droid to play. 28, Chapter 28, Evac Under Fire. The Edge Runners. Sasha Yakovleva cried out in pain as she felt her icon nearly splatter at the merest touch of the mech's black ice. The pain was so great and sudden, she lost her footing despite not moving at all, and the Corpo troopers immediately smelled blood in the water, raining suppressive fire on their position with reckless abandon and beginning to advance again. "Sasha, you alive?" Maine roared over the cacophony of rounds. She winced as she felt Pilar lightly kick her side without looking, and while she was silenced by the nauseating agony in her mind, the lanky man took her cry as an answer. "She's breathing." "Thank fuck," Maine grunted back, returning disciplined bursts of fire with his spare assault rifle without flinching once. But his relief wouldn't last long as he saw movement in the distance and immediately yelled, "Everyone, back to the elevator room, now!" He stayed behind just long enough for everyone to retreat and the Corpo's smoke grenades and flashbangs to detonate, ducking under the counter and lobbing his final frag into their most likely advance path before rushing back to rejoin his crew. The sudden boom and cries of pain were music to his ears. But he couldn't allow himself to relax for even a moment, and the next 30 or so seconds were spent riddling the hallway with enough holes to convince the Corpo rats to stop their chase. They only stopped after a dozen dead. "Becca," he called, "when is your help coming?" Before any of them could answer, the big cyborg heard Sasha make noise of horrified awe as every single one of them heard static in their agents before a connection was established on its own. "Is this Maine?" A distinctly synthetic and almost eerily calm voice asked over the distant roar of an engine. Maine snapped his eyes to Rebecca, who was now grinning widely and giving him a big thumbs up. The cyborg grunted in irritation and answered. "This is Maine." The answer was clipped and precise. "Good. Exfil is 2 minutes away. Create distraction if able." Just as Maine was about to start barking out orders, his agent rang out again. Battleping.exe uploaded. He felt his optics buzz for a second before half of his sightline was filled with dozens of red outlines. And of course, that was the exact moment a loud boom slammed into his ears. He rounded on the origin only to see Rebecca still grinning. Her mini cannon pointed at a freshly ruined vent, and in the direction of 5 outlines, 3 of which rapidly winked out of existence. "Flatline the fuckers." He didn't hesitate to give the order, and an instant later the ruined vent was riddled with bullets, and the 2 contacts winked out. He almost cursed himself for his own idiocy as he looked back at the main hallway, only to find Dorio had already gunned down the squad rushing them while they were distracted, his partner giving him a smug little smirk before turning serious again. He allowed himself a short grin and looked to Rebecca. "Your tune reliable enough to get us out of this shit?" "Not like we have much of a choice," she shrugged, a surprising amount of steel in her tone. "Either we help him save our asses or we flatline." God, I love it when things are so simple. Maine couldn't help a dark chuckle. If he wants a distraction, then let's give him a fucking distraction. Sasha was still too shaken to join the cheer following Maine's declaration, but not shaken enough to let the friends who risked everything for her fight alone. She ran after them and blinked away the flash of Maine's PLS, gunning down the disoriented Biotechnica soldiers wherever she could, allowing her cold fury at the corporation back to the surface as she shot a crawling man in the back of the head. A fury that managed to blind her, despite her literally being able to see the enemy through the walls as she ignored Maine's order to scatter after they rushed outside the building, netting her a solitary moment of staring into the Minotaur's optics before she was nearly gutted by a burst of heavy machine gun fire. Her friends cried out, but were too busy surviving the combined fire of the entire Biotechnica blockade and trying to blind the Minotaur to rush to her rescue. And once more the cold hatred was drowned in guilty bitterness. No help would save them from this. She was the reason they would all die. The instant the thought occurred, she felt a surge of spiteful determination, and without a care for what remained of her life, she activated her already stiflingly warm cyberdeck and connected directly to the net, only to stop at what she saw. The eerie silence that came with Rebecca's contact was still there, but now instead of the local net being dominated by the labyrinthine fortress-like icon of the Minotaur, a different figure had taken center stage. A faceless and featureless void stood where the face should be, interrupted only by two golden dots. The figure wore an old crimson robe, and its legs and arms were made up of bulky old chrome. The frustratingly familiar figure she couldn't quite place hovered over the mech and its AV transport. Its right arm extended and what looked to be crimson strings of code falling from its fingers. Strings that, to both her amazement and horror, turned out to be demons far beyond her skill. Demons that were currently cutting through the AI's defenses without it even noticing. She began thinking about how to press the situation to her crew's advantage, only for the figure's eyes to suddenly snap in her direction. For a moment she felt incredibly small, and in what was less than a blink, her connection cut off with near-perfect smoothness, and she was ejected from her cyberdeck into the real world. Immediately, she was assaulted by a wall of pain and looked up to see a wincing Rebecca dragging her behind a ruined concrete wall with a bloody limp in her step. "Your tune better hurry the fuck up," Maine growled at the suicidal short stack, hiding his relief and ducking behind the same wall. He wanted to cheer when he heard a loud click from the Minotaur and went up to return fire, only to immediately throw himself on his ass as 3 machine guns click-fired at him. "Of course they wouldn't reload all at once, you fucking gonk." He cursed inwardly and looked at the pinged outlines. "The rats are trying to flank us." As if to punctuate his words, the 2 squads currently charging out of the blockade of Biotechnica vans and APCs were accompanied by a loud stomp from the previously immobile mech, followed by a roar of the AV's engines as it seemed the pilot had finally gotten sick of Pilar's suppressive fire, stopping his gunner from just wiping them out. The foot soldiers rushed in front of the much more valuable mech, and as Maine prepared to make his last stand worthy of a legend, something shifted. The mech's movements momentarily stilled, and before the Biotechnica goons could realize what was going on, the war machine's torso swung from pointing at Maine's crew to the corpo's backs. A silent moment passed as both sides realized what was happening, and then everything was drowned out in a roar of gunfire. No longer did the mech try and conserve its ammo and keep up the pressure, and as if its targeting software had been rebooted, it started gunning down the corpo soldiers with almost unerring precision. And the corpos were unable to do a thing. Even if they survived, damaging the mech would get them killed anyway. Or worse, all this only served to have Maine start laughing his ass off, though he did not stop gunning down as many as he could despite it. Each and every kill was another notch to carve into his legend, even if he didn't survive. Another contact appeared in his optics, this time outlined in blue, and a mere second later, the aerodyne that was trying to corral the mech away from the corpo soldiers was blanketed by what looked to be repeated EMP round hits. The flying vehicle's engines sputtered on and off, and it looked like the barrage wouldn't be enough to take it down. Except then, just barely, he managed to catch a distinct charging sound. Michael Magos Sobranov. "Chingada madre!" Jackie cursed at the Biotechnica goons from the driver's seat as he unloaded his Neue into their backs, making the entire scrap heap I like to call a vehicle shake as he slammed into one of their officers. Thankfully, my van's new suspensions stopped the van from throwing me around too much, and I unloaded my overcharged Burrier directly into the AV engine I had just rammed an entire mag of EMPs into. The already damaged engine sputtered and this time didn't end up reactivating, and the whole thing began spinning in the air. But it was still not quite enough. My eyes narrowed as I saw the pilot begin to regain control of the hovercar. "Oh no," I glared, "not on my watch." I stopped uploading demons to the mech, blasting it with one final wave of forced reloads and optic resets, and focused my practically steaming cyberdeck on the aerodyne, forcefully overdriving his left side engines while shutting off the remaining one on the right. It was almost comical how the poor fucker began spinning in the air before the vertigo knocked him out in seconds, and he was falling directly towards the Biotechnica barricade. "Ramming speed, Jackie," I yelled over my copperhead's report. "Are you fucking insane, compadre?" The man almost squeaked. "You wanted to make a name in this fucking city?" I yelled back. "Then shut up and make one already." Jackie began muttering prayers, mixed in with questions aimed at my sanity or lack thereof. But he didn't stop driving. Maine. Fucking Nova, Rebecca muttered with wide eyes as the AV crashed into the most concentrated biotechnica position. Mech is reactivating, Dorio warned, and Maine cursed. The cyborg looked back to the outline of their reinforcements and very nearly gaped like a street kid as he saw them not slowing down. Time seemed to slow down at what followed, a cacophonous crash followed by none-too-little meaty crunches as two of the Biotechnica APCS were thrown aside by a fucking Mahir Supron of all things. The van didn't slow down one bit, and just as the mech finished reactivating, the van passed by one of its legs, and a flash of red blurred from the van's side door, moving too quickly for a normal eye to follow. But his eyes were not normal, and this time he did gape as he saw a flash of a man even more cyberized than he was, swinging out a fucking thermal katana, and some fucking how managing to cut through the armored leg, making the mech fall forward, most of its weight pressing directly onto its guns. Maine was already moving to the evac vehicle, Sasha slung over his shoulder and the rest of his crew following after him while still suppressing any gonk too stupid to peek out from behind the barricade. As impressed as he was, he knew they were still in the shitter, surrounded and outgunned. Before he could even finish the thought, the loud report of a crusher rang out, and the other end of the barricade effectively crumpled under a barrage of heavy shells. He passed the smoking and buzzing mech and came face to face with his reinforcements. And whatever he had been expecting, he realized this was definitely not it. "Get the fuck in, you can gawk later." The familiar synthetic voice cut him from his thoughts, and as pissed as he wasn't a gonk. Maine scrambled into the van, laid Sasha down on an old mattress that was inside for whatever reason, and turned to the help, only to find himself staring into a proffered crusher, suppressive fire. The fucking armored Fullborg said, pointing near the side door, "Heavy slugs in the sling over there." He still didn't look at them as Rebecca scrambled in last and simply yoinked her shotgun from her hands, ignored her outraged "hey," and shouted, "Get us moving, Jack." A Latino man Maine had somehow managed to miss in all the excitement, responded with a Valentino battle cry and floored the gas. The van jerked forward and Pilar very nearly stumbled back out of the side door, if not for Dorio's quick hands. Maine shook himself back into the game and peeked out above the Fullborg, just in time for the Tin Man to start unloading guts directly into the vehicles in their path, barely even twitching at the recoil. Maine wasn't going to be outdone by some discarded corpo rat. Their salvo of heavy munitions cut through the barricade like so much plastic. Whatever poor fucker was too slow to throw himself away was then promptly crunched by the modified Supron, and just like that, they were home free. "Don't relax just yet," the Borg warned him. "They are already starting pursuit." "Fuck." Maine cursed in agreement and looked back. "Use any weapons here, you big woman." He looked to Dorio and tossed her, "Guts. Open the rear door when I tell you. We'll need to cut them off if they get too closed." Rebecca's outraged "hey" didn't go ignored this time. "Sit the fuck down, Becca. Your leg is mangled." The Borg deadpanned, and of course Pilar snorted. "Michael Magos Sobranov." The noise in the van almost died as I slowly turned my head to the gangly asshole, purposefully reducing the space between my neck servos to make a creaking noise. "You say something?" Pilar gulped and rapidly shook his head. And this was enough to satisfy Rebecca, who, now aware of her wounds, was now hissing and lolling herself back and forth. I ignored the rest and focused on the critically wounded of the lot. Heavy bleeding, multiple broken bones, ripped gut, concussion, cyberdeck overuse. My fellow Chrome appreciator, low-ranked and lacking in taste as he was busy throwing shells down the road, and Jackie was driving as if all our lives depended on it. They did, but the rest were now staring at me. "Did I start listing aloud?" I asked, not looking up as I jammed the netrunner with a painkiller. "Yup." Rebecca gave me a thumbs up, a teasing glint in her eyes despite the pain. Jackie snorted, and if I wasn't already digging into the runner's guts, I would have flipped him off. Instead, I took a moment to jam Rebecca with another painkiller. "Ouch," she snapped. "That fucking hurt you, gonk." "Shut." My optics flashed, and miraculously, she listened. Grumbling to myself at seeing her so shot up, non-critically thankfully, I began stitching the netrunner's gut together as best as I could with all the shaking. How the fuck did you all end up in that shitfest? I couldn't help but ask, somewhat foolishly allowing myself to talk, despite the task in front of me. Alarm got tripped. The big woman, whose name I couldn't be asked to hack out of her head, answered, "They were on us before we could get out." "And your vehicle?" I asked, absently nodding at seeing her reload the small cannon in her hands. "Zeroed," she shrugged, wincing as the van shook under fire and she hit her head slightly. "Motherfu—" she grunted. The car was the first thing they scrapped. "Sensible," I nodded, sewing the Netrunner's biggest wound together. "I've secured a safe house with Regina Jones. It should last us long enough for your runner's fuck-up to pass you over." The woman narrowed her eyes. "How did you—" Rebecca's slurred reply cut her off. "He is my magic man." She grinned, throwing her a thumbs up, her eyes rapidly losing focus as the painkiller kicked in fully. "He can do anything." Stamping down on the rush that threatened to blank my brain at the worst moment possible, I shook my head and forced a chuckle. "Secure her to the van. Things are about to get rowdy." The woman didn't react immediately, but did ultimately grab Rebecca and tie her down with a bunch of multi-purpose cables I had around just in case. Just in time for our pursuers to close in and force Jackie into evasive maneuvers. Every moment that passed meant we were moving deeper into Watson, and since Regina happily threw some cannon fodder fresh and eager mercs to serve as distractions and roadblocks for a reasonable payment, we would be able to lose them soon enough. Of course, that did not mean we were safe now. The van shook as a rocket detonated next to us, and I felt it slow down slightly as one of the tires began losing air. "Now you bring out the rockets," I growled, "motherfuckers." "Dorio," so that was her name. "Now," Maine roared. Dorio didn't waste a single moment and kicked the back doors open. "Fucking asshole! Kick your own damn door!" And promptly unloaded on the APC, hitting the driver's seat repeatedly with the artillery shell-adjacent monster's guts fired. The APC swerved and smacked directly into the car trailing after it, and we quickly zoomed past a bunch of mercs waiting in ambush. I sent them all a quick blip over the net and received an affirmative mere seconds later, and just like that we were safe. "Close the doors, the danger has passed," I said, tossing the 4 bullets I dug out of the Netrunner into a plastic bottle. The mercs all made relieved noises and did as I asked, Dorio simply letting herself fall on her back and breathing heavily while Maine slumped against the now secured side door. Pilar was, of course, already digging into my supply of Broseph. Whatever. I quickly scanned Rebecca just in case and found she wasn't anywhere near critical, and then turned to the expectant cyborg whose eyes were flitting between the Netrunner and Rebecca with barely noticeable relief. "So," Maine spoke up seriously but not forcefully, "who the fuck are you?" 29, Chapter 29, Fair Shake. I wish to say the cyborg's sudden hostility, no, not quite hostility but suspicion, was to be completely expected, but I still found myself irritated at the posturing. So instead of answering the heavily chromed-out unit of a man, I merely directed him with an irritated look before turning back to my patient and spraying her open wound with some healing aid and disinfectant that wouldn't do irreparable damage to the fragile tissue inside. And then I picked up my trusty meat stapler and got to work. Never knew when you needed to sew someone back together in a jiffy, or so the cyber-psycho job taught me. My silence must have made it seem like had I backed down, for whatever gonk reason, because Pilar immediately took that as his invitation to mouth off, "Ha-ha." He laughed as he waved his bottle of beer. Man, I didn't know Becca's new input was a shy little bit, fuck. Before I could even look at him, Maine's twitching left hand swung out, smacking him into the van's inner wall with enough force to hurt, but not injure. "Enough, Pilar," Maine grunted and looked back at me with an evaluating gaze. "Usually I go by Magos." I finally answered as I was finally satisfied with my work. At least Yakovleva wasn't about to bleed out anytime soon. "But since the gonk isn't exactly wrong about me and Rebecca being close, you can just call me Mike." The man nodded and offered his hand. "Name's Maine." I took the hand and we both squeezed at the same time, making our implants groan slightly with the force of it and staring into each other's eyes as we slowly shook them. "A pleasure," I said for courtesy's sake and turned to Rebecca, whose leg was still bleeding, but not profusely. My eyes narrowed as I evaluated the damage, and I found myself mildly satisfied she wouldn't need it replaced. I must be going soft. Shaking my head, I got to work injecting the ravaged appendage with the good stuff, while Maine kept talking. "Why did you help us?" he asked. Despite myself, I deadpanned, "Because Rebecca asked." The man let out a disbelieving snort. "Just for that?" Unlike most of the pathetic excuses for people in this city, I have a spine. I snapped back. "I'd know. I built the damn thing myself." His eyes narrowed, but he chose not to comment on it. "So what? Your output calls and suddenly you mobilize half of fucking Watson, is that it?" "Of course." I deadpanned, and before he could respond, I went on, "But don't think the rest of you all don't owe me anything for this." I finished bandaging Rebecca's leg and turned back to the man as the van finally started slowing. "Rebecca does get a free pass, but I did move a lot of resources to get your asses out of the fire your fuck-up lit under you all." "Our fuck-up?" He squared his shoulders. "Correct," I said bluntly. "I managed to piece together exactly what happened in there on the way. And let me tell you, if letting your netrunner friend do what she wanted for stupid emotional reasons and effectively announcing your location to the entire net with her stunt isn't a fuck-up, then I don't know what is. What my team and I do," he growled threateningly, "is none of your damn business." Not backing down, I glared back. "It is when it results in me acting, actions you accepted and benefited from, may I remind you." Dorio and Pilar were both shifting their gazes from him to me and then back, but neither decided to speak up. The man ran a tight ship, it seemed. Finally, Maine allowed himself to lean back. "What do you want then?" "While my goal isn't to extort you," I said carefully, ignoring his snort, "I did mobilize half of Watson as you said, and that is going to cost you." And feeling just a bit vindictive for his temerity, I began gleefully listing off distraction team payouts, fuel costs, evac vehicle repairs, munition costs, high-risk combat assistance, anti-corpo net running services, a skilled driver, multiple barricades, first aid, high-grade medicinal supplies, a fortified safe house, trace scrubbing. Each and every point made Maine's frown deeper than the last, and finally he had had enough as he ground out a simple, "How much?" "250 altogether." I stopped myself from sounding too cheerful. "You are an experienced hand in this business. You know exactly how valuable my help and the sheer speed and coordination of it on such short notice is." My fellow cyborg of the lesser kind said nothing, but Pilar was far less. Well, he was less, and scoffed, "Want us to give you the entire damn payout as well, asshole?" Tilting my head boredly, I shrugged. "I can always make it a nice round 300 by removing Rebecca's discount if you want." That shut him up real quick, though the two more experienced mercs shared a quick but noticeable look between each other. "My advice?" I looked back to Maine. "Use the netrunner's cut. She did put you into this mess after all." Pilar of all people seemed to agree, but both Dorio and Maine were far less entertained by the idea. All of us decided to stay behind. He said simply, "Everyone gets their fair shake." "That's fair." I shrugged. While I would never had allowed the dumbass of a netrunner to get out of it unpunished, he was right in that it wasn't my crew we were discussing. You can discuss payment between each other as you like. Unfortunately, it seemed the man was not quite yet done testing me. And what's to stop us from just walking out? The instant he said it, his two conscious chooms tensed, and I barely managed to catch Jackie unholstering his nue. "Aside from me shutting down every single piece of cyberware in you, like I did the mech, you mean?" I was completely unshaken, however, and seeing the man's eye twitch, I smirked. "Everyone gets their fair shake, no?" He grunted, and that grunt quickly turned into a chuckle as I saw my account grow by a nice fat 250,000 eddies. Immediately, I rewired 100,000 to Regina Jones, and another 50,000 to Jackie, who yelped in surprise but still managed to keep his hands on the driving wheel. A short message of acknowledgement came from the fixer, and that was that. "A pleasure doing business." I nodded and stood up. "We are approaching the safe house now, so get ready for a full damage check when we get inside." "Damage check?" Maine asked. "Ah, right, you didn't let me finish." I snapped my fingers. "Aside from everything else I've already done, I'm going to fix you all up, so you don't look like you are falling apart. I am something of a ripperdoc, I dare say." The best time to advertise is at all times. The cyborg gave me a thoroughly annoyed look, but he had already paid for it, and he wasn't enough of an idiot to say no. Though the flash of doubt in his optics made me think he may have been just under the level of paranoia to deny me. How lucky for him then. The safe house Regina had secured for us was a large abandoned car reprocessing plant in the outer reaches of Maelstrom's territory. It was a squat building, but rather wide, and filled to the absolute brim with wrecked and rusting cars that had been abandoned there when the business inevitably fell with the rest of Northside. Most of the place would have been entirely useless if not for a small section that had been taken over by a fellow patron of the EdgeNet Cafe who had left NC for a while and traded me the location for a few of my less impressive programs. The mountain of rust, surrounded by detritus, both from within and without, may not seem like the fortified safe house I advertised to Maine, but the sheer amount of detritus surrounding the actual house part of it was a maze of metal one would need hours to maneuver if they didn't know where they were going. And that was without mentioning the actual proper defenses. The cleaned-out staff rooms were covered by 6 machine gun turrets, additionally bolstered by a dozen cameras and reinforced doors with heavy locks, and of course a small contribution of black ice from myself. Anything less than a full corpo assault would have difficulty finding the damn thing, much less breaching it. Maine and I lowered Sasha onto a clean mattress inside. "She going to be fine?" he asked, looking down at her. "For the most part," I said, scanning her just in case. "She has lost a lot of blood, but she should wake up within the day. I recommend getting her a liver replacement at least, and while her left lung will still function well enough, she might lose out on some capacity." "Good." The man let out a quick exhale and gave me a sideways glance. "Not going to offer her replacements." "My cyberware comes at a premium," I told him sharply, tapping my chest with my knuckles. "So unless you are ready to pay at least Gen 3 and potentially Gen 4 prices, don't bother." "Ha," he huffed, "so you just have a corpo director's ware stash just laying around?" "Ware stash?" I asked, tilting my head. "I build everything I sell, Maine." Finally his eyes flickered down to my tapping hand, and he began looking deeper into it. The smoothness of movement, the sleekness of the design, the sheer fucking efficiency. His eyes snapped back to me. "You aren't fucking with me." "Correct." I smirked before turning serious again. "So what will it be?" He shook his head. "I spend enough on my own cyberware. If she wants anything more than lifesavers, she can come to you herself." "That's fair." I nodded and looked to Jackie and the mostly unharmed Dorio and Pilar. "You 3 can raid the freezer. There should be more than enough supplies stacked in there to last a few weeks." Pilar walked off without a care, while Dorio shared a look with Maine before slowly nodding and following the lanky man. "Now then," I turned to Maine, "let's see where you got fucked up." About 2 hours later, I found myself seated on a couch across from Maine, a thoroughly irritated frown on my face despite my success in fixing up his 2 tombs and getting the bullets that penetrated his armor out and mending the rents in his cyberware with some quick foam. My foot stopped tapping and I finally spoke. "What gave you the idea that combining so many cyberware brands was in any way, shape or form intelligent? You trying to speedrun a Psycho episode?" His entire posture tensed, the telltale twitch of aggression held back by a thread moving through his entire body. "The fuck does that matter to you?" "I am a Ripperdoc and a cyberware expert at that." I responded blandly. "The real question is whether or not you are gonk enough to ignore what I have to say." The whole cyberware brand mixing is suicide thing was supposed to be a secret, but I frankly didn't give a shit. It was too professionally insulting. Dorio, the thoroughly mannish woman I've realized was Maine's partner in more than one sense, looked at me consideringly and then placed a firm hand on his shoulder. "Maine," she said seriously, "we've talked about this, at least hear him out." "I'm fucking fine," he growled, head snapping in her direction. He twitched back to me, to no doubt say something incredibly retarded and macho, but the completely and utterly unimpressed gaze he found in wait left him silent just long enough for me to take the reins. Talking down to him was a mistake, but there was no taking it back now. "How about this?" I asked as I stood up, making sure not to make any sudden moves. "I'll give your ware a quick reboot and virus cleanup, and when you are free of the clutter, you can actually listen to what I have to say." He looked like he was considering it, but then his face twitched into a frown. "You do good work, Mike. Definitely worth the eddies," he said, "but I've got my own ripper for this shit that I trust." Dorio looked furious for a moment before settling on a familiar look of resignation. Momentarily mirroring Maine's frown, I considered pressing the issue, but then quickly decided against it. "You can lead a horse to water, but you can't make it drink. That is your decision to make," I said neutrally and turned to leave. "I'll go check on Rebecca now." The two nodded, and I left them to their own devices. I exited the director's room-turned-bedroom and passed by Pilar and Jackie, who were currently busying themselves discussing the girls at Lizzie's. Because of course they were. Jackie seemed to almost enjoy the man's repeated arguments about how the BDs they sold were better than the real thing, though I suspected it was a morbid kind of enjoyment on his part, like watching a dull child trying to climb stairs too big for it. Shaking that particular image from my head, I gave the two a lazy wave and entered the improvised triage room, and ignored my more critical patient in favor of the one that actually mattered. And to my surprise, I found her awake and slowly leaning up against the concrete wall. She blinked her eyes rapidly, shaking her head to get rid of the drowsiness before realizing she wasn't where she last remembered. But before her panic could grow, she noticed me and almost literally deflated on the spot. "Sup, Mike?" She raised a hand weakly. "Where the fuck are we?" "A safe house I secured." I shrugged, taking a careful seat on the mattress she was too short to fully utilize. "You've been out for just over 2 hours." "I feel numb," she said, and as if to punctuate it, her voice lacked her usual energy. "I'm not surprised," I chuckled. 2 hours isn't nearly enough after that little spike of adrenaline. Snapping my fingers, I added, "That, and I am honestly surprised you are even awake with how much painkiller I jabbed into you." "Gonk," she deadpanned, but I could hear the little trace of amusement she felt in her voice. I heard shuffling, and as I turned to see what she was doing, she had already managed to disentangle herself from the covers and rolled over to me. Ignoring her pout as she leaned against me, I dragged the cover back over her. She didn't feel it, but the room was pretty damn cold since it held the freezers and other electronics. "NKS," I heard, and immediately looked down. "Thanks for coming," she said, growing quiet. "I was sure we were all going to flatline." "No point in thinking about that." I shook my head. "It is behind you." I was so afraid. She muttered barely audibly. She must have let the words slip without intending to, because the moment she did, she turned as still as a statue. Not knowing exactly what to say to that, I reached around her with my arm and offered a silent sideways hug, letting her relax as much as she could against cold metal. It was only after a full 5 minutes that she spoke next, looking up to me with that familiar spark of mischief in her eyes. "Hey, Mike." "Yeah?" I asked. "You said tragic backstories are second date material." She smirked, though the expression was still duller than usual. "Does this count?" "Second date?" My head ever so slowly lowered until I faced her, my lack of expression only serving to enhance my deadpan. "The same one you slept through." Her face twitched, and I was served a swift and vicious jab, a jab that did nothing but hurt the offending hand in the attempt. She clutched her hand with an angry pout, and I found myself chuckling as I, for once, shared my story with someone else. 30. Chapter 30. Recuperation. Michael Margot Sobronov. With every word I shared, I felt a small weight dropping from my chest. The genuinely compassionate, if dulled by drugs, reactions of Rebecca only helped me in making peace with myself, despite not even knowing that I needed it in the first place. But it was never meant to last, and before I even got to telling her about my biopod operation, she had already fallen asleep again. The tiny emotional jolt more than enough to fully exhaust whatever energy she was pretending to have. Part of me wanted to stay there, let myself rest for a short while, but I wasn't tired enough not to think myself into insanity if I did. And so I got up as slowly and carefully as I could before tucking Rebecca in and leaving her to her rest. Her face scrunched up in annoyance, and she mumbled something unintelligible, but thankfully she remained asleep, beginning to snore lightly mere seconds later. I caught myself just standing there for a while and quickly shook myself out of it. In the kitchen, Jackie and Pilar were now playing some kind of card game, and feeling curious, I took a few beers out of the fridge before joining them. "Everything fine, Mike?" Jackie asked, and Pilar also perked up, even if he tried hiding it. They'll both live, I said, taking a sip of beer. How are you two holding up? Jackie immediately snorted, taking a long gulp of his own drink and shaking his head. Man, if you told me this is the kind of shit I'd be doing when I got back, I'd have stayed in the fucking desert. The money certainly doesn't hurt, I pointed out. You know it. He smirked before wincing lightly as he lowered his battered elbow on the table. Doesn't mean I wasn't shit scared the entire time. Man, what kind of a little bitch admits he was scared? Pilar rolled his eyes. You were driving like a fucking legend, and you are telling me you are actually a bitch. Where have your balls gone, man? Jackie didn't hesitate for even a split second. Still up in my fucking throat, Choom. For a moment, all that could be heard was pin-drop silence, and then all three of us burst into laughter. You are lucky I armored the van a few days back. I spoke up as my chuckles died down. Those Biotechnica gonks must have shot us at least a few hundred times. For real? Jackie asked, surprised. Barely felt a shake. My optics flashed slightly. Do I ever do things halfway? No, you don't, he huffed, and then frowned as he turned to Pilar. Why did the Biotechnica fuckers seem so intent on flatlining you all anyway? Pilar chugged down an entire bottle before smacking it down almost hard enough to crack. We weren't supposed to stay long enough for them to respond, but that dumb bitch Sasha decided to be a fucking gonk. He spat to the side. It was supposed to be a quick thing. Get in, steal some financial data, and get the fuck out before even the bots could react. Should you really be telling us this? Jackie asked slowly, while not hiding his curiosity. Fuck it, I don't care anymore. The gangly mercenary shrugged before offhandedly pointing my way. This chrome fucker would probably find out in minutes if he cared anyway. How kind. I deadpanned, slowly chewing on my glass bottle. Pilar looked at me for a long second. You have fucking issues, man. Uh-huh. Crunch. Anyway. He turned back to Jackie. Sasha found out Biotechnica knew one of their drugs was fucking poison, but didn't care. A classic. And apparently her mum had been buying the shit for years and died from it or something. Pilar shrugged. Honestly, I never gave a fuck about the details, but she wanted to stick it to them and upload the data, and so we stayed behind like fucking gonks. Your fixer is going to stiff you for that one. I hummed. The lanky man scowled. Right. He grunted. Thanks for reminding me of that. You are most welcome. His left hand shot up to flip me off. Crunch, and quickly went down as I kept chewing. Well, I can understand being pissed about your mama. Jackie exhaled, leaning back into his metal chair. But couldn't have she, downloaded it or something? Most cyberdecks and agents don't have that kind of space. I pointed out, besides, her plan was shit to begin with, even if her cause was as just as a cause could get. Both men looked at me curiously. Securine, the drug she found out about. I explained, even if every single large Biotechnica client learned about their lack of proper testing for health and safety, their stock value would barely drop. All Yakovleva has accomplished with her stunt was lose a couple thousand mooks their jobs, and maybe a mid-rank corpo if they end up needing a fall guy. Jackie just sighed deeper, while Pilar smashed the table with enough force to dent the metal. Are you telling me all of that shit was for fucking nothing? Correct, I deadpanned. Fuck. He threw his hands up. Jackie shot me a sideways glance, the silent, you sure? Flashing in his eyes. 99.9% sure. I nodded. Unless something completely unexpected happens, this was all a massive waste of your time, effort, and money. No need to keep rubbing it in, man. Pilar, who by now was resting his forehead against the table with both of his hands on the back of his head, grumbled. Ignoring him, I went on. If she wanted any kind of actual vengeance, she should have been ready to dedicate the next 20 years of her life minimum to getting skilled enough and infiltrating Biotechnica from within to dismantle it. Yeah, right, Jackie snorted, as if that was possible. My serious stare made him chuckle, then the chuckle turned strained. Before he too looked back at me seriously, you really think it can be done? If one is dedicated enough. I shrugged, leaning back against my seat and opening my second bottle of beer. It isn't a guaranteed thing by any means, of course, but as sure as shit beats trying to do it with public fucking opinion. Both of them snorted at how ridiculous the very sound of the idea was. Man. Jackie exhaled. I could have gone without my epic moment being ruined like that. What are you on about? I tilted my head curiously. Eh, he shrugged. Just feels like all that excitement is worth less now. I mean objectively. I waved my hand as if to say so-so. But we weren't the ones to fuck up. That dubious honor belongs to Maine and his crew. Oh, go fuck yourself. Pilar groaned, and then groaned harder. Oh, Becca is going to be so fucking smug when she wakes up. Heh, I couldn't help the chuckle. All right, that's enough of that. Jackie clapped his hands. How about instead of bitching about things we can't change, we go for another round? And that is how I found myself spending 3 entire hours playing Uno of all things with the 2 increasingly inebriated mercenaries, only stopping once the both of them finally had enough of my constant victories and started crashing out about me cheating. Wasn't my fault they couldn't count the entire deck in their head, the gonks. I made sure to do another last-minute checkup on the 2 heavily injured women and then left with Jackie after a curt goodbye with Maine and Dorio, telling them I'd be back tomorrow afternoon to make sure everything was fine. Irritatingly, the cyberized merc's attitude only seemed to worsen with each passing hour, and by the time we spoke again, he was even more standoffish than when we first met, almost as if he had completely deleted our dick measure. Cough meet and greet from his brain. Oh, I understood I had stepped on his pride harder than I probably should have, and the only reason he didn't actually try to run off when we were out was that very same pride stopping him from stiffing someone who had done him a favor. But I never expected the man to be so utterly controlled by perception to start treating me like some kind of opposition after my simple offer of assistance. None of this was said aloud, of course, but the feeling was there, and even someone new to social interaction, as I could feel it plain as day. And so, knowing the man was either an idiot or plain unstable, I made sure to use one of the internal cameras of the safe house to upload a demon into his system as I left, just to keep an eye on him. It wouldn't do for others to pay when he finally snapped. And maybe, just maybe, I too was feeling the tiniest bit petty. Imply another Ripper was more trustworthy than me. The fucking audacity. Mike, Jackie deadpanned, stop glaring at the fucking trash pile already. I blinked a few times and nodded, right, dash, dash, dash. My mind was a hardened fortress as I marched through the hallways of my home, prepared to face any demand or question that may be directed at it by the terrible master of its depths. So, Mother's voice rang out with a terrible finality as I approached our home, her arms crossed and her brows furrowed in judgment. Who is the lucky girl? Moom. The fortress crumpled in an instant. Damn you, Jones, dash, dash, dash. I was secluded, and most definitely not hiding from Mum's teasing, in my workshop, attaching the many equally sized joints together in my 12th attempt in creating a powerful yet maneuverable extra limb I dreamed up during my first days of walking, when I felt a ping on my agent. The moment I saw who the sender was, I was so very tempted to just ignore it, but I knew better, and with a long sigh I opened the voice chat. Mad Tiger. Street Samurai, you didn't tell me you were going to challenge an entire corp today. Magos, how the fuck do you know about that already? And it's Magos, keep your weeb names for your gangoons. But it is so fitting. The Tiger Claw captain immediately replied with a toothy ass grin. I felt my right optic twitch, somehow. Right, how did you find out so quickly? How did I? He stopped himself halfway, looking genuinely confused. It is all over the net, Michael. I blinked and absently connected my computer to the net and the television because I couldn't be asked to browse now that I was in the middle of work. And there it was, Night City's man Stan on his stupid fucking show, bragging about the surprisingly high kill count in downtown NC today, while a slow-motion recording of me cutting the mech's leg off replayed in the background. How the fuck did they get that recording? I half growled. I scrubbed all the cameras, repeatedly. About that. The Tiger boss chuckled. Apparently a bunch of the NC netrunners decided to be nosy and managed to put that clip together. Only that clip? I asked slowly. That is what they claim. Isamu Okada smirked. I began uploading probes onto the net, and especially around the EdgeNet cafe. Those bored-ass fuckers would do something like this. Michael? Isamu repeated a few times. What? I focused back to my agent with a snap. Good. I thought we lost connection for a moment. He hummed, "What were you doing?" Frowning for a second, I almost told him to mind his own business, but decided otherwise. "Oh, nothing serious, just finding out where all of my enterprising colleagues live," I said with a dark chuckle. For the briefest moment, there was a flash of concern on the man's face before it was twisted into an approving grin, one he quickly hid under a false cover of solemnity. "I will offer a prayer for their poor souls." I snorted. Unfortunately, as much as Isamu liked to goof off whenever he could, we both knew he did not call me just to congratulate me for the many sick edits about my kill spreading on the net. His brows furrowed, and he turned serious. "Michael, are you trying to bring Biotechnica attention to your ass? It was an emergency job." I justified simply, and the pay was more than worth it. Even if I start having corpse squads sniffing about my building. He merely quirked an eyebrow, the underlying threat obvious. "You know that is bad for business." "Oh, don't get too excited, Okada." I scoffed, and there was a small twitch on his lips as I did. "We both know the corpos will be looking for the fixer who organized it all, and I was but a loan from another directed to extract the team they hired." "And you know who this fixer is?" he asked. Of course not. The fixer was as anonymous as all the others. I deadpanned, ignoring the fact I already extracted the information of the frontman for a subsidiary of Militech that wanted some minor dirt on their rivals and shelled out a fat mill for Maine's crew to get it for them, which was now 800,000, what with all the attention Maine's crew dragged onto themselves. And with my payment, they lost almost half, just for Yakovleva's idiocy. I did my best not to shake my head. "Fine," Isamu huffed. "Just tell me, are you sure this isn't going to come back to bite me?" 95%. I listed off, I am simply not worth bothering, and have enough layers of removal that even if they did want to bother with me, I would reasonably not have any of the true information they wanted. The Tiger Boss nodded a few times at my explanation. "You know what you are doing, yes. Just make sure not to bite off more than you can chew. You are in the big leagues now, Choom, and there is no leaving them except by the grave." "Excellent," I deadpanned. "Maybe I will finally save up for that apartment sometime before next year then." Isamu just burst into laughter at that, wiping pretend tears out of his eyes. "Oh, and Michael," he said, "when I get back we are having a spa." "Sure thing, oh Jugo-sama," I drawled. The man snorted and ended the call, and to my annoyance, I failed to immediately wipe the smile off my face. Shaking my head, I focused back on the mechadendrite. That one does sound most fitting of all of them. Anyway, I focused back on my work, already mentally going through all the software I'd have to create in order not to overload my brain whenever I tried using one, or inevitably many of these at the same time. Naturally, it was exactly at this moment that I got another call, this time from an unknown number. But I was not a kid anymore, and so I bit down on my irritation and answered. "This is Magos." "Good." An older grey-haired woman appeared on the other end of the call. "I won't waste your time, kid. You impressed a lot of people today, and that means you and I can discuss biz. Come over tomorrow evening for a face-to-face if you are interested." The side of my lip quirked upwards. "I'd be happy to, Ms. Rogue.